And this is where we see the support coming in here.
It's a user-friendly locking device which basically is bolted to the floor with 4 high security bolts. You just drive the quad bike onto it, turn one key twice, it's locked. When you come to the bike, then all you have to do is turn the key in it again, unlock it right, and just drive off it, and it's ready to be engaged again when you come back to lock it up. So it's very user-friendly, very quick to use, very easy to use.
The potential is huge because if we look at the amount of quad bikes that's sold all over the world and they're used in a farming scenario, in animal husbandry and ranches across the US and dairy farms across Ireland and New Zealand, you know, we feel that this product will have a role to play on every farm.
Winning this award in conjunction with Enterprise Ireland is very, very important to us because we have a product that we are quite confident that will sell very, very well worldwide, hopefully. Right. Hello again and welcome back to the SUIP 2020 virtual ploughing stand. And unfortunately I done a little bit of a transmission earlier on live or a wee talk, and unfortunately for some reason one of our units here that transmits wasn't turned on, so I'm not 100% certain. Me short straight is. I'm not 100% certain that you could see it actually live. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to redo what I done this morning. So basically we're on day 3 of our virtual ploughing stand. As I said earlier on, I wish we were at the National Ploughing Championships. It's a lovely morning. I remember last year some of the weather was horrendous at the Ploughing Championships. This year it's a beautiful morning, it really is nice out there, and it's just a pity that shows in Europe because of nobody's fault, only the virus is not on this year. But luckily, you know, we'll be back next year at the Ploughing, and as I say, we won't let it beat us. We have to do what we do. We take all the precautions here in our own assembly area and workshop, and that we do the social distance, and you know, so I think it's up to everybody to do, you know, take precautions. I know it's rising a little bit at the minute, but I think it's just up to everybody to look after themselves and look after each other and make sure that you do what the health authorities advise. So today, as we had for the last 2 days, we have this Honda 520cc. It's Honda's latest, newest type bike that went from the 500cc up to the 520 for 2020. It's an absolute super bike, full power steering on it, independent rear suspension, 2 years Honda warranty, and it really is a very, very nice bike. Honda have really come up to they've raised the bar on their bikes, so we feel that this is a super bike. We have this on offer. We had one on offer on the Tuesday, on the Wednesday. Those bikes are sold, the offer bikes are sold. We have one on offer today, and what's special about this offer is, apart from the fact that there is a discount on the bike itself, we are actually giving away a free quad lock. Now this quad lock is our award-winning quad lock. That's one of the reasons we are here with the MPA. We won a major award with the Enterprise Ireland. This little baby here we're very proud of. We said a little bit more about that throughout the day. We won this award for the manufacturing of our quad lock. It's a super lock, and it leaves your quad bike, and as I said, we will be doing a demo on it later on, but it leaves your quad bike very, very safe. We feel that there should be one of those quad locks on every quad bike that's sold, because it really does protect your quad bike, and you don't have to be up at night worrying about your quad bike being stolen. So more about that later on, but we're actually, with the offer that's on the 520 Honda, we're giving away one of those quad locks with one bike for, it's first come first serve on this one. There is only one of these at that special offer with the free quad lock, so you know, get in early on that one. It's very good value for anybody interested in buying a new bike, and that is a very, very good bargain for somebody. And I know all the main dealers have special offers for the Ploughing, you know, all the quad bike dealers and all that have special offers. So that's our little bit to make up for the non-event with the National Ploughing Championships this year. So throughout the day I will be demonstrating, as we did over the last couple of days, all our products. And I just moved this baby back again. I'm strapping on it for both 520 on myself. Very easy to move, actually free, so it goes to show you how easy they can be moved and stolen once one person can just wheel that on its own. So we will be demonstrating all our products throughout the day. The first demonstration is starting at 9 o'clock. I'll be demonstrating our yard scraper. I'll be taking that in later on, right, and we'll be demonstrating that. Very, very popular. A few of these sold over the last couple of days. And it's coming into winter as well too, so the yard scraper is always you know, there's a lot more sales on that one in the winter months. And again, we have a very, very good offer on that. We manufacture it ourselves, so you know, we dictate our own prices. You know, we do the best prices on them we can. But for today, from now on till 6 this evening, or 5 this evening, sorry, 5, that will be on special offer as well. We'll be doing our super duper draw. Anybody that's bought online or has bought directly off us on 087 61 is going in for a draw for this heavy duty, high quality spot sprayer. Now this comes complete, it's boom ready, so you can add a boom to it. The pump is big enough, it's a 3 gallon per minute pump, so the pump is actually big enough to take our biggest boom, which is our, it's a 3-section 7 nozzle boom. It sprays the ground at 14 foot. The #1 selling sprayer actually in the country, that particular one, which we're proud of. And that's going for a draw at 5 o'clock this evening. With anybody that has bought will be going in for that draw. So I'm looking forward to announcing the winner of that one at 5 o'clock. We'll be picking that. So in the meantime, if anybody wants to contact us, please ring us on 087 61 22294. That's 087 61 22294. Someone will answer the phone immediately. To a by purchase office, you can purchase directly over the phone, right? We take all major credit cards. If you want to buy directly, just ring us on that number, right? Or you can go onto our website. Now, if you go on our website, the prices on the website are not discounted. We just didn't take the prices down on the website simply because technically it's a lot of work, and then we have to put them back up again this evening at 6 o'clock. So over the 3 days, to avail of the discounts, you really need to ring us on the 08761 22294. The other thing you can do is go onto our website, www.swipco.ie, or just Google Swipco, it will take you onto our website. There's a live link on the website, click the link, and that will take you live to our virtual stand. Now, I know some people are a little bit shy coming on to cameras and all that, and we actually cannot see you. You can see us and you can see me talking and everything, right? But we actually cannot see you. So in order to talk to us, right, you can hear us, but we can't hear you or see you. So when you come onto our website live, just dial the number, right, and you just come through on a phone to somebody. So for people that might be a little bit shy or whatever coming on the camera, a bit like myself, I'm shy at cameras. We actually cannot see you, so don't be afraid to just come on the website, look at our products or whatever, or dial us directly on 08761 right? And we will answer any of your questions or queries. A lot of people are unsure, of what sprayer will suit them. We do a huge variety of different sprayers and a variety of different applications. So if you were thinking about buying a sprayer, or any of our products, our yard scraper or whatever, quadlock, right, just give us a ring. The information is free, and it's up to yourself to make up your own mind, but we will advise you on what particular type sprayer is best suited for your application. Because I heard somebody making a comment one time, which was ridiculous. It was, a sprayer is a sprayer. That's absolutely ridiculous. The sprayer is not a sprayer. There are certain applications for the majority of sprayers. Like the sprayer mightn't suit somebody with a small bit of land that they just want to do spot spraying or whatever, right? Or then you might have somebody that wants to spray a couple of 100 acres. We have sprayers to facilitate that. So each individual person, we will tailor the sprayer to your needs. So we'll be doing the first demonstration at 9 o'clock. Yeah, you can see that now. At 9, right? And I'll be demonstrating, as I say, our yard scraper. So in the meantime, you don't have to wait for the demonstration. If you feel you want to look at something else or get a demo on something else at any stage throughout the day, please ring me and we'll organise a demonstration for you independently. All you'll have to do is just ring us, come on live, and we'll go through whatever item you want to look at. So thank you very much for your patience on watching, and I'll be back live at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. Good morning everybody, and welcome to day 3 of the SUIP 2020 Virtual Ploughing Championships. I'd like to just say before I start, we had some technical problems with our streaming, and that it's just a question of getting it set up. It has to be set up on every day. So it is streamed live to Facebook, and it's also streamed live to YouTube and also onto our website. So we've done a few speeches this morning or introductions, and I'm not quite sure if people could see them, because as I say, our streams weren't they weren't running really live until 9 o'clock, or the Facebook might have been running and the YouTube mightn't have been. So my apologies to anybody that was trying to actually get a look at us and they couldn't. Now, what I would like to say is I'd like to thank people that are actually working in the background and that makes this whole thing, this virtual stand, possible. For anybody that has done this before, this is all new to me. It's a learning curve for me, and I know it's going to be the way forward, because with the COVID and everything, live streaming is definitely going to be a thing. I know it's there already, but it's definitely going to be a thing of the future for the likes of our company, to be able to sort of showcase our stuff where there's no shows. I mean, in 2020 we missed all our shows like every other company. Royal Highland show, Balmoral show, which was huge. The Swift Lockyer was going to be on the PSNI stand on there, and the National Ploughing Championships, of course, were all cancelled. So one of the ways to get our products, or any company's products, shown to a very worldwide audience really is by live streaming. It's one of the ways of doing it. So what I would like to do before I go any further, right, I would like to thank a few people that actually makes all this possible. And we have Dara Kerrigan, creative, and you see sign here in the background. Dara actually does our website, and he also does all the graphics, and you can see there in the background, they're absolutely super. We can always depend on Dara. And with us, it's always last minute. We're always ringing Dara, oh, can we get this done, can we get that done? If the link breaks down or whatever, Dara looks after all that. He looks after our website and all that. So it means that we don't have to worry about that. We can continue on with what we do best, and that's produce stuff. Also, I'd like to thank Joanne Sweeney. Joanne is actually doing our Facebook promotions. That's what she does. It's Joanna Sweeney Digital. I think Joanne is based in Galway. And she actually is doing the promotion and the live links to Facebook and that, and doing all the promotion. Again, it's something that we don't have to worry about. She's very professional in what she does at that, right, like Dara, and they do their own job. There's actually quite a few people involved in actually sort of producing and getting a live stream like this successfully out there. So thanks, Joanne, for that. And also, without our cameras and our transmission system, there's equipment here in the background that you can't actually see, which is vital for live streams. And Mike and James at Studio Rove are the people responsible for that. And again, they're watching our systems all day. They can do it remotely. They don't have to be here. We're based in Dromara, County Sligo here. So all the cameras and the codes and all that are triggered remotely. So that's just a little bit of information on how the system works. And there is quite a few people working in the background, keeping all this thing going. I can do the bit of making it and showing it to you, right, but without these people, it just doesn't happen. So thank you all very much for your help and the pressure every morning to get the thing up and running on time. So also I'd like to thank the National Ploughing Championships. They're running a promotions at the moment as well too. And as I said earlier on, very sadly we cannot actually be there. It's a lovely day today, and like all companies, we're lamenting a little bit that we actually cannot be there. We always enjoy doing the ploughing, meeting people. We meet thousands and thousands and thousands of people. We do massive sales at it every year, and luckily we have our virtual stand this year, and it's compensating to a degree for our sales and our promotions of our new products. So I'd like to thank them. I'll just show you a photograph here that we have actually on our virtual stand here, which is the Queen of the Ploughing. I'm sure everybody will recognise this lady, Anna May, right? She's responsible for the national, sorry, that's squared up there, Anna May, sorry about that. And she comes to our ploughing stand every year for the last 5 or 6 years. So that's something we missed this year again, meeting people that we would meet, every year at the ploughing. And you can see myself and herself there. God knows what we were talking about. But look, a good luck for the future, Anime, and we will be seeing you in 2021. Our product has won the Enterprise Ireland Award, and one of the main reasons we're actually here at all. We won a major award for this innovation, our quad lock. So I'll be demonstrating that later on. So that will actually be on the 2021 Ploughing Championships. Hopefully, the COVID will have, subdued by then, and we will actually have, a 2021 Ploughing Championships, because the country really does need a lift. So we're looking forward to that. So thank you very much, Anime. So now, before I get on with the demonstration, I just want to announce two things. This particular sprayer here, 95 litre heavy duty, 3 gallon per minute pump, boom ready. So if you're lucky enough to win this is going in for our draw. So anybody that buys something on our stand or buys something directly on our website, right, enters the draw for this sprayer. High quality, it's one of the top selling sprayer in the country in conjunction with our main big boom. If you win this and you've already bought one or you don't need it, right, we can actually refund you if you've actually bought one. If you actually don't want this or whatever, right, you can talk to us about one of our other products and we can give you the value to it. It's valued at 340 euros this year. So it's a nice price to win. We'll be raffling that at 5 o'clock live this evening, so we'll be getting somebody in to pick that winner, right? You may notice that today I'm actually on my own. Yesterday, again, I'd like to thank Niall, which was absolutely brilliant here all day yesterday. He was helping me out doing the demonstrations. Unfortunately, Niall isn't here today, and because of the COVID restrictions, we're not allowed, and this actually is, quite a restricted area. So because of the COVID, we're not really allowed to bring in somebody from outside without wearing a mask and all that, and it's not really suitable to do this live show wearing a mask. To me it's just not going to work. So look, you're stuck with me today, right? I'll do the best I can, right? We'll be doing the demonstrations and we'll be advertising them on our notice board there every hour. I'm hoping to do one every hour if I have the energy throughout the day. So that's that, right? The first thing I'm going to do today is I'm going to show you again. We have a special offer. We had one on Tuesday. We had one on Wednesday and we have one today, and that's actually the new Honda 520. Now we sell these bikes anyway. It's another part of our company. We sell these Honda quad bikes, and this particular one that we have on a special offer for the 3 days of the ploughing. And as I said, the Tuesday one is already gone, the Wednesday one is already gone. So we have one available today from this morning till 6 o'clock, right? First come, first serve on this one. It's a 520cc, and it comes in manual or automatic shift. This is actually a manual bike here, but if somebody comes on to me and wants to, make offers on this or buy this, we give you the choice of the manual or the automatic, right? The good thing about this offer that we're having, and I say it's finishing this evening at 6 o'clock, it's coming complete with a free quad lock. I mean, this quad lock is worth a lot of money. We're giving it free with this particular bike, for a one-off today. The bike is also discounted, so anybody interested in talking about that or buying that bike, which is really what should be done, because we want to go very quick, we'll be dialing 087 61 22294. Or go directly to our website, which is now live as well. The live link is up and running, thanks to Dara and the boys. You go on the website, click the live link, and you come live through here to our virtual stand, and you can actually talk to me directly. You ring the number then, the 08761222294, and you can actually talk to me directly, or if I'm doing a show or whatever, you talk to one of the girls, right? And we will tell you more about the bike, sell you the bike, or answer any questions. One of the things is, when you go onto our website on the stream, right, we cannot see you. I know some people might be a little bit shy of cameras and all that, right? So we can't actually see you. You can see us all right, but we can't see you. So click on the link. Don't be afraid. Come onto it, right? You'll actually see our stand live, and then dial the number and you can talk to us live or talk to one of the staff here that will take your order if you want to buy something else. This is a super bit of value, so you know, get in early on that one, and you know, you'll end up with a very, very nice 520cc Honda quad bike, full power steering, independent suspension, top of the range bike, and it comes complete with the SUIP award-winning quad lock. So that's that one. Now the first demo that I'm going to do today, I'll just push that out of the way there, give us a little bit more room here. The first one is we do this yard scraper. Quite a few of these sold actually in the last couple of days. It's kind of, it's a winter product really. A lot of people buy this in the winter because for cleaning out static sheds, and I know there's a regulation in at the moment, as far as I'm aware, if dairy farming and that, where you walk the cows out from your dairy parlour out to the pastures and that, where the cows walk along, that actually has to be cleaned. So this is absolutely ideal for any of that application. Static sheds, cleaning out outhouses, whatever. Heavy duty. When we developed this, we were looking around at, you know, the yard scrapers that were on the market, and unfortunately, no disrespect to the people that are making them, but some of them are horrendous quality. They really are not good quality, and they're advertised as, a lot of them, these yard scrapers, they're actually snow plows, and they're kind of advertised as yard scrapers. Now, luckily in this country, in Ireland, and we're in Sligo, Ireland, we don't get the type of snow that really, you know, you'd have an awful lot of use for a snow plough. Having said that, if we do get snow, this will move snow or anything. We actually even use it here for levelling the gravel around the yard and that. Very handy also for arenas, horse arenas, where you'd have, some people use like a kind of a scraper or whatever to level the arenas, right? This actually will do the same job. Now there's a few reasons why it's very useful for that, and I'll show you in a minute the way it operates. I said, a lot of the ones that are on the market just were very bad quality. The fitting kit that comes with a lot of the yard scrapers is just very, very poor quality. Sorry, I just moved that so I can see the camera here. Actually, what I'll do is I'll move this quad lock to one side. All is 60 kgs. I'm only a young fella, I'm well fit for it. This is part of the fitting kit for our yard scraper, and as you can see by it, it's a heavy duty, well made, galvanized attachment. It's tubular steel on here, and as I say, it's just well made. One of the problems with some of the other yard scrapers on the market, the actual attachment that attaches the blade to the bottom of the quad flexes. So when you're actually operating the quad bike, this particular piece of equipment that's attached underneath the quad bike, and I'll show you the fitting for that in a minute. So the load from the actual scraper itself is transmitted through the middle of the bike, and that's very important. So there's no actual load at all on the, we say, the front suspensions or anything, only apart from the weight lifted, but there's actually no, you know, forward pressure or backward pressure on the chassis of the bike, because this is actually, you know, attached to the middle of the chassis. So this particular piece of equipment that attaches the blade to the fit and it goes onto the chassis, right, can't flex, because if it flexes, it means that you're not getting an even pressure straight back on to the chassis of the bike, and not good for the bike in the long term. It's grand if you have a brand new bike, but you know, some of the older bikes that you put the lesser attachments onto, you know, it really will damage the middle of the bike, it damage the chassis of the bike. So the one we come up with here is just a very strong, robust, it just will not flex. It's quite a substantial fitting kit. That's the front piece that goes onto the actual blade. It's very straightforward to fit. One of these can be fitted to a quad bike. I know I was asking the question yesterday, how easy is it to fit? Basically all you do when you're fitting this, right, this actually is left down on the ground. It's down on the ground like that. The blade is on here. So when you are actually fitting to the quad bike, this plate here is already fitted up underneath the quad bike. This is a one-off fit, and this is actually fitted, very handy to fit. You fit this in a couple of minutes. Goes up onto the bottom of the quad bike, midway in. So that stays on the quad bike. Again, when we were designing this, we left this very slim. So as I said, this is left on the quad bike permanently. So It doesn't actually interfere with the quad clearance from the base of the quad bike to the ground. So it's not a big, attachment sticking down so that if you're on hilly ground, it's going to keep getting stuck, because this is permanently left on the bike. So we're very conscious of making this as slim as possible for the bottom of the bike. This will all fit any quad bike. And that's just one of the pins drop out, it's not falling apart. And this will fit any quad bike, as I said. There's actually 2 attachments on here, right? And that is for the actual, some quad bikes are longer than others, right? So it depends on the length of your quad bike chassis, which one of these the actual other end of this attaches to on the quad bike. And again, very, very easy to fit. You put it down, this is already on the quad bike, put the base of this down on the ground, drive over with your quad bike, and then all you have to do is, there's 2 pins, thank you for falling off, there's 2 pins that you actually push in here underneath the quad bike, one on that side, one on that side, which is middle way along the bike, just at the rear of the wheel, so it's easy to get at. So all you do when you're removing the yard scraper, you just pull both pins, disconnect your winch here. I'll explain the winch setup in a minute. You disconnect the winch here, right, and just drive off it. So you can actually remove this yard scraper in less than a minute, or however quick you can actually pull 2 pins and unhook the tank. It is very, very, very easy to remove. And likewise, when you're fitting it back on again, all you do is drive over it, line up the plate underneath, lift this up, put the 2 pins in, and the yard scraper is back in position for use again. You can also use it if you have this yard scraper on and you want to go out and round up cattle in the evening or whatever, right? Because of the nature of the height, how it can lift, it's quite safe to go off outfields. I mean, we've driven this all around here on a test track that we have for quad bikes, and there's quite a good clearance on the actual blade itself when it's up on the ground. There's quite a good clearance underneath it as well too, so it's quite safe to actually use, rather than be taking it off every time when you're bringing cows in, you want to go out again or whatever. It can be left on the quad bike for a couple of days or whatever, and use your quad bike as normal. One of the other things that we were aware of, that we discovered, on most of the yard scrapers that we would be in competition, right, have a manual lifting system. There's a lifting system up here on the quad bike, so you have to actually pull up the yard scraper and let it down. To us, that's antiquated. I mean, no disrespect to the people that are doing this, but we're in 2020, and really and truly, with modern quad bikes, most of them have a winch already fitted. So what we do, we supply this kit. When you buy the kit, it comes with a winch. So there's an electric winch on it. So all you do is when you want to, let me get this the right way. So if you want to lift the winch, perhaps she goes. So you have an infinity of heights set. With the old mechanical system, it was either up or down. So in other words, you just pulled it right, and the full weight is actually on the person as well too, that's actually lifting the blade. So, we just weren't satisfied with that kind of a setup. So we actually, all our yard scrapers come, if you haven't got a winch already fitted to your quad bike, we supply the winch with the actual kit itself, the yard scraper. So very easy to fit. Most people that fit this winch, and that's a once-off. Once you have the winch fitted, and obviously you can use the winch for anything else as well, it doesn't take long to fit. It's fitted up underneath, nice and neatly up under it. Some people have fitted winches on up here. I think that's not the best place for it, but look, if someone wants to fit a winch up here, that's not a problem either. But we fit the winches in under the front of the quad bike here. On all quad bikes, there is enough room to fit a winch, even if the winch doesn't come standard on the quad bike. Like as I said before, a lot of the new bikes, the CF motors, a lot of the Yamahas, Suzuki's have, I don't think Honda yet have a winch fitted as standard, but like we can fit a winch to that new Honda there in half an hour. So that leaves it that it's just a very modern, very easy to use, and it's marked on here by the way as well, up and down, in and out. So I want to drop it again there. And see, as I say, it's got an infinity of height rather than having one drop down and one lift up. Another advantage of having the winch we found was when you actually lowered the winch, you can actually put pressure. You can see that there, it's actually where it hits the actual, and if you watch carefully here, you can actually pressure the blade down onto the surface. So it gives you a very, very good seal between the rubber here and the actual surface that you're actually cleaning. So on this floor here, we're lucky it's power floating and it's a very smooth surface, so the blade actually sits very, very neatly on it. But this will actually work as well on a fairly rough surface. You know, you can pressure it down a little bit. Another thing, when we were manufacturing this, we were very conscious of this. Can it be too light? People are always on a thing being too heavy. It can't be too light, because if the material in this is too light, what happens is then, and especially with the manual lift ones that you can't pressurize it down, it actually hops. So if the ground is a little bit rough, as in most sheds are not actually power floated, there's actually a serrated edge on it when it's actually been fitted, the yard scrapers actually hop. So it doesn't give you a really good clean sweep. This one does. Also with this one, you can actually push forward with it and pull back. It's designed in such a way, in actual fact, some people say that it actually works equally as good pushing forward as coming back. I've used it quite a bit here leveling gravel even, and it's very, very handy for that. So you can actually, you know, put down the gravel, right, you can actually pull it back and you can see exactly where, you know, you want to raise it up or lower it down. So it actually, we've done the street there recently, and it's actually really, really able to take it to it. So it's a very versatile piece of equipment. Obviously, around the farm yard, you'll be using static sheds and all that, but as I say, it can be used for horse arenas, leveling the material around them, sawdust or sand or whatever that's in arenas, very, very quickly. You can fly along with that thing. So that's another application for it. The other thing about this is, with the rubber on it here, we use a very, very heavy duty rubber. We tried a lot of different materials, different strength rubbers and that, and the one we actually discovered works best after a lot of testing, it's actually conveyor belt. It's heavy duty conveyor belt, which is freely available. Not the cheapest in the world, but it's freely available. So we keep here in stock, you know, spare rubbers, when we manufacture all this stuff, so we have all the components for them. So you lose a pin or something, it's highly unlikely any of this will ever get damaged. I mean, this is well made. But we carry all the parts for, we say, the winches and that, the switches, and we have the winches here, so there's no problem with spare parts for it. But the rubber is very, very important. We've designed it in such a way as well too, that this rubber, once it wears down here, we said that it wears down near the metal on the back or whatever, right? You can actually undo those bolts fairly quickly, remove that plate, right, and shift the rubber down. So you can actually, rather than replacing the rubber altogether, you can actually move the rubber down so you get another 5-10 years or whatever out of the rubber. But it is actually very, very hard to wear, and it's about 4 or 5, 6 tiers of different rubbers and materials in the rubber itself. So it's very, very hard wearing. At the same time, it's actually flexible enough, and this is the issues to get things right. It's actually flexible enough to do its job, and yet strong enough that it actually won't bend. So when you drop that blade down and you go pushing forward, the rubber won't sort of flex too much and lose some of the material that you're actually trying to get rid of. So that rubber actually is very, very important on any yard scraper, because that's what does the job. So as I say, just to recap on it, comes complete with the winch. If you haven't already got, I think one gentleman bought it yesterday, already has a winch on his quad bike. So we would deduct the price of the winch off the overall price of the yard scraper. It's on special offer again here at the Ploughing. It's at a very good price for the Ploughing. So if you're interested in this product, 087 61 22294, right, ring us directly. This is not available on our website as far as I know, you know, to directly buy it on the website, because I just like people to ring us on that one, right, and we can explain about the winch and that, and, you know, give some details on it. So if you're interested in it, either at our Ploughing at the reduced price or at any stage, give us a ring on it, 087 61 22294, or like today, you can go onto the website, click the live link, and you'll come through live to our virtual stand here from now until 5 o'clock this evening, and we'll deal with any queries you have. So as I say, that's our yard scraper, and there's nothing else really on it. As I say, it's made for fully galvanised. All the components of this is fully galvanised, fully guaranteed. As I say, it's highly, highly unlikely anything can go wrong with this because it's just well made, it's robust, and it will do the job. It will do the job. So that's our yard scraper. So just we'll be doing another demonstration as I say we, but I'll be doing it on my own. But I say unfortunately Niall isn't with us today. The next one we will do, I think, I'll do the 200 litre tow behind. This is a heavy duty tow behind sprayer. We did demo yesterday, but for anybody that's interested in checking another look, we demoed the 200 litre tow behind at what time are we now? We're on 9:30. I'll do that one at 10 o'clock. So hopefully throughout the day, you know, we'll keep you busy with demos. As in between any of those times, just feel free, pick up the phone, give us a ring, and as I say, we love to hear from you because that's what we do best. And as I say, it'll fill in that gap that we should be at the National Ploughing Championship. So it'll be nice to hear from anybody, and buy obviously as well, and buy at the discounted prices. So until 10 o'clock, thank you very much for watching, and I'll talk to you live again at 10. Thank you very much. It's a huge problem nowadays, and it's not going away. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I think in Ireland alone, there's something like 3 quad bikes a week been stolen currently in 2020. People were looking for a device to secure their very expensive piece of equipment. We come up with the quad lock, which is what we won the award for.
This is the first time that we ever had an under 10 engineering category in the innovation arena. And I think it comes at a time which is really important that we have strong regional focus, and it's really important to develop local indigenous industry. And this is where we see the support coming in here.
It's a user-friendly locking device which basically is bolted to the floor with 4 high security bolts. You just drive the quad bike onto it, turn one key twice, it's locked. When you come to the bike, then all you have to do is turn the key in it again, unlock it right, and just drive off it, and it's ready to be engaged again when you come back to lock it up. So it's very user-friendly, very quick to use, very easy to use.
The potential is huge because if we look at the amount of quad bikes that's sold all over the world and their use in a farming scenario, in animal husbandry and ranches across the US and dairy farms across Ireland and New Zealand, you know, we feel that this product will have a role to play on every farm.
Winning this award in conjunction with Enterprise Ireland is very, very important to us because we have a product that we are quite confident that will sell very, very well worldwide, hopefully. Thank you. Hello again and welcome back to the SUIP 2020 virtual innovation stand, Ploughing 2020. What I'm going to say is we're demonstrating throughout the day all our products, but we also do a wide variety of spare parts for quad bikes, UTVs and that, from carburetors, all new. So it's another part of our business. We do, as I say, a wide variety of spare parts for all mixed quad bikes, Hondas, Yamahas, Suzukis, you name it. We do it, wheel bearings, kits, all that kind of thing, right? So at any stage, you know, if you want any advice on parts or you want to purchase parts off us or whatever, right, we're very competitive on them. Just dial 087 61 22294 or go onto our website. On the spare parts, you're probably better just ringing us directly on 087 61 22294, because sometimes, and especially with quad bikes, there can be a little variation in year, and what we're finding is, and the feedback we're getting is, people buy stuff online. Nothing wrong with that. People are buying stuff online all the time. Unfortunately, they get the wrong stuff. It may be out a year, or you know, that particular carburetor or whatever, or brake set or whatever might have changed, maybe even a month in the year of the manufacturer of the equipment. So with our experience, and we're doing this a long time, we would know fairly well what's going to work, like, and especially with carburetors and that. Even if we're unsure, what we normally do is we get the customer, as I did yesterday actually, a gentleman was ringing up there for a stator for, I think it was a Yamaha electrical stator, right? Now, there's a variety of those, there's actually 2 or 3 of them, right? And in order for us to make sure we send out the right one, we get the customer to send us on a photograph, because with modern technology, all you have to do is click your iPhone, send it to us, right? Then we'll examine it and we'll make sure that you actually get the right part. But that's a little bit on spares. We also do big variety of hand lances, all types of hand lances, from the standard sort of fairly good quality general purpose hand lance that's used on all our quad sprayers and on our tanks. This particular one, right? There's just a lighter one, then I could get hold of one here somewhere. My God, I have plenty of them. This particular one here, still high quality, brass tip. All our hand lances have a brass tip on it. It's very important that we just have a good quality hand lance. Good quality shaft on it. Also, this particular one you can lock on, and you don't have to keep it squeezed all the time. So if you're doing a lot of spraying and you're getting a little bit tired, you can put this catch on and it locks the hand lance in the on position. The other very popular one that we do, I just put that in there alongside that one, is this one here. This one is nicknamed by our customers the Bazooka, and this is a heavy duty. It's not a power washer lance. We don't do any power washing equipment. All our equipment is quad bike sprayers and sprayers for soft washing, land spraying, all that kind of thing, orchards, football pitches, you name it. But there's a lot of people nowadays do soft washing, and we do soft washing kits, our tanks and pumps for soft washing. This particular one is very suited for people doing soft washing, right? Or people that are growing, we'll say greenhouses or that. It's very controllable, this one, instantly with a lever on it here. So very similar to the ordinary hand lance, you just squeeze it here to engage it, right? But rather than the adjustment on the standard lance is on the tip here, as most people would know, it's actually adjusted here on the tip. On this particular one here, it's adjusted by this lever here. So you can instantly push it out and send the stream, you know, up a tree or onto in greenhouses, and that very handy for greenhouses, and you can really bring it down to a very fine mist as well. It's just it's a special lance really for special applications. Some people do use it for spot spraying, but it's a lance that's really used for, as I say, for soft washing, orchards, you know, firing spray up a tree. This will actually put a spray, just to give you an idea of the distance that we carry. Standing on the ground, it will reach the ridge of a bungalow, you know, height-wise. So it's actually got a very good sprayer, high ridge sprayer. I say it's not a pressure sprayer, pressure washer sprayer. It's actually, it operates from about 25, 30 PSC upwards. So all our pumps, which starts at 1 gallon per minute, right up to, we do a pump up to 5 gallon per minute. This hand lance will work in conjunction with any of them. Or if you've got an existing sprayer that would have, we'll say, 1.8 gallon per minute delivery, this will work very well with it. So if you're interested in this one, if you just give us a ring on 087 61 22294, we can describe it to you and the do's and don'ts with it, right, and what it's suitable for. Just another good quality hand lance that we do. We also do wheel kits, very popular with people nowadays. A lot of people actually, you know, like ourselves, have factories, small factories, manufacture weed liquors. So we do a wheel kit which comes complete with 2 wheels, tyres, good quality rims and tyres. You know, they're good quality. Actually, we have a set of those on the tipping trailer out the back here ourselves. I think we have it 10 years and it's never been in a day in its life. And actually, surprisingly, the tyres are still good on it. They're not cracked or anything. So, you know, there's good quality tyre on it. Very important is the actual hub and bearing. A lot of the wheel kits that's available nowadays, sadly, they're not waterproof. They're cheap wheel kits. They're cheap inferior wheel kits. I mean, this wheel kit is well priced, but it's not an inferior cheap wheel kit. It actually has got a sealed waterproof bearing. If you see there on the camera, it's actually waterproof. It's actually sealed waterproof bearing. So good quality, which is fierce important if you're going doing a weed liquor and you're selling weed liquors or whatever, or trailers, that there's actually a good quality hub on it. And even if, you know, a bearing does go, that you're able to actually get the bearing. This uses a standard wheel bearing, so it's important to be able to, you know, change a wheel bearing or that. So like all our products, and I said this yesterday, we stick to quality products. To me, there's absolutely no reason for selling inferior products in this day and age. You know, you might buy it cheap once, but you know, you're going to be replacing it in maybe 3 or 4 months and not be able to get the parts for them. So it's fierce important that anything you do buy, to make sure that you have a backup service on it in the sprayer market, and also that there's a backup on the parts. So if something does go wrong, and look, mechanical things do go wrong, that the parts are actually there, freely available. And most people understand that. They don't mind something going wrong, but if it does go wrong, you need to be in a position to be able to, you know, get the person going, because this could be on a weed liquor. And as everybody knows, the window of opportunity for weed licking or spraying in Ireland, especially, we are in Ireland, by the way, it's Sligo, Ireland. It's very important to be able to have very little downtime. So with all our products, if something does go wrong, you ring us on 087 61 22294. We're able to send you out a replacement part. If it's in before 3:30, it'll be dispatched that day. If not, it'll be dispatched the next day. So, you know, that's very important to us, that we keep a good after sales service going on all our products. Very, very important. The other thing is that wheel kit there, as I say, it comes with 2 wheels, 2 rims, 2 hubs, and also a good quality lock and tow bar. This actually locks as well. It's a regulation tow bar. So in some instances, people tow their weed liquors, you know, maybe on the road, or tow their quad trailer on the road, right? This actually is a regulation tow bar, so when it goes down, it actually locks. So you cannot release it without pressing the lock on it. Now you can add an additional lock to it if you want to, for security reasons, to lock it onto your ATV or your vehicle, whatever vehicle you're using it on. You can actually add an additional lock to it, but it actually has got its own locking device here, a security locking device, to stop it accidentally coming off the tow bar. So again, very important when you're actually buying a wheel kit. So that's just a selection of some of the spares we do. I'll be showing you some more of those throughout the day, and what I'm going to do now, I'll move this out of the way, and I'm going to just give you a demonstration of our 200 litre tow behind sprayer, right? So just bear with me while I clear some of this stuff out of the way. I'm on my own today because of the COVID and the distancing, so you'll have to bear with me. Thank you very much on that one. Now, this here is a 200 litre tow behind sprayer, getting very popular for people that would be doing large amount of sprayings, football pitches, contractors, you know, people that would be using much more spray away from, we say, where they can actually mix the spray and actually fill it. So like our biggest sprayer for the quad bike, on the back of the quad bike, is 95 litres, and then you have the 60 litre. So this one here was replacing the gap in the market where people were ringing up and saying, well, can I put a 200 litre sprayer onto my quad bike? It would be very unsafe to put a 200 litre or a 150 litre sprayer onto the back of your quad bike. You're definitely going over the maximum weight that is safe to do on even a 500cc quad bike. So this particular one here, as I said, there's a gap in the market there. A lot of people were looking for those at the shows we will go to. So we come up with this one here. This actually is a toe behind sprayer. Now, as with all our sprayers, and I didn't mention this up to now, the tanks are rotor molded, right? But they're also UV protected, and it's very important that your tank actually is UV protected, because if the tank is out over long periods of time and getting left out, as they do, if it's not UV protected, right, the tank will deteriorate and crack. Now the rotor molded, so the tank actually is very, very strong quality anyway. Like these tanks are nearly a quarter of an inch thick. You know, they're quite durable tanks. I do say to people, you can hit it with a sledgehammer. I wouldn't recommend that, but you can if you want to. They are very, very robust tanks. They're UV protected. Again, when we got these rotor molded at the outset and we started using all these tanks, we actually have a tank out the back there, left out in the weather, the Irish weather, for I think it's 3 years now. And I was looking at it the other day, and again, it hasn't deteriorated. This is just a tank on its own to test the UV reliability of the tank. So, you know, people will say, oh, it's UV protected or whatever, or, you know, you buy one online and it'll have a list as long as your arm of what it will do or whatever. When you buy the tank, it's a different story. It actually will probably disintegrate in the first year, pump may fail on it or whatever. So at least with us, we put them all to what we call a soak test. You know, our products are, including the quad lock on that, is actually left out in the elements, right, in all sorts of weathers, right, and we keep an eye on it, you know, how it deteriorates or doesn't deteriorate or whatever. And I say all our products go through that type of testing down through the years. So likewise with this one here, the tank is 200 litre water molded tank, heavy duty. Now it comes with this boom actually hits the ground at 14 feet, old school. You can calculate that in metres. I think people call this a 3.3 metre boom, but the reality is this boom actually sprays, which is the important thing. The spray hitting the ground is actually 14 feet. Now, it's all low drift, and I went into the low drift in detail yesterday. I'll just give you a quick rundown on it now. I think it's very, very important. The non-drip, which is a regulation. The non-drip means that, you know, a lot of people know that are doing the courses for these sprayers. Again, it's a regulation. We're living in regulation times. We have to go with it. It's the regulations. We are quite happy to, you know, bring all our products out with all the regulation, EU regulations and so on. We have no problem with that. That's the reality of life nowadays. So all our products are made to a very high standard and also come under the regulations. One of the regulations that's in already is actually a non-drip. That goes on all sprayers, by the way. Even the smaller sprayers are supposed to be non-drip. The reason for that is, when you switch the sprayer off, for example, you have 7 nozzles on this one. There's quite a bit of hose here, and also there's quite a bit of hose that leads to the pump. If you don't have non-drip, when you switch pump off, what you can do with these, like you can switch it on and off with a switch off the quad bike, UTV, or even in your Jeep. You can use these in Jeeps as well, or I think there's a couple of people using these behind vans on roadways. They're going into some of the county councils now. We're pricing at the minute for some of these for county councils for road accidents and that, and putting chemicals on the roads after accidents. So we've a few quotations in at the moment, and we're negotiating with county councils for this particular one. Again, I'll show you how versatile the boom is and the sort of the narrow distances it can spray right out to the 14 foot. Getting back to the non-drip. If these weren't non-drip, as soon as you switch off the sprayer, it will dump the amount of fluid that's in the pipe the whole way along, right up to the pump. There could be actually up to 5 litres of fluid in that. So basically, when you switch it off, if you were out in the field, you switch it off right, it will actually dump all the fluid out onto the pasture or onto the road or whatever. And that is thankfully now stopped. All sprayers, if you buy up the proper sprayer, it is a regulation. If anybody is in these organisations like the reps and that, I can't remember most of the names of them, but the firemen, reps and those type of farm payments, right? You can have an inspection on your farm, and one of the things they will do is they will take a look at the sprayer and see that it complies with the regulations. That is a certain nowadays. Now I know that they're fairly lenient on it, and if somebody's come across a sprayer, right, that isn't a regulated sprayer, they will say to the people, look, you know, you have a couple of months or whatever, rather than fining the people. You haven't gone that far yet. You know, to say to people, look, you know, get your sprayer up to scratch, get your sprayer up to regulation, make sure the non-drip is on it, and you know, it's up to people themselves to comply with the regulations. The other thing on all our sprayers and all our booms is actually the low drift, and at the shows that we go to, including the National Ploughing Championships, there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about low drift. It's not rocket science, and it's very straightforward. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give a quick wee speak on how the low drift works and why we use it. And we have been using it now, I think, 4 years. I think we're the only ones that manufactures a boom with a low drift nozzle on it, as far as I know, and that's the way we're going to continue on doing it. The nozzle tips to us and the type of units we use, the actual nozzle itself, right, would be a little bit more expensive in the manufacturing than you would a standard nozzle. But you know, that's not a problem for us. We're sticking to the regulations and the quality of our sprayers. So with low drift, what you have is, I'll just take one of the nozzle tips here for a minute. On a standard nozzle, when the spray goes through, it actually, I'll bring this just up to the camera here, the spray goes through the centre of the nozzle, right, and out this end here, right? So there's no control over the spray. The only control that's on the spray is actually the width of the actual orifice of the actual nozzle itself here. The rest is wide open, right up to the actual hose coming in. So, as I say, when you switch off the sprayer, if you haven't got the non-drip valve on it, right, it will dump the spray out through the nozzle anyway. So we have the the non-drip valve in there, right, and we have this low drift nozzle. And what happens with this is, to create the low drift, it's very simple actually. Air is sucked in here, it's called a Venturi nozzle, air induction Venturi nozzle, right, low drift. So basically what happens is, there's air, when you switch on your tank, right, the fluid goes down through here, right, and as it's going through, it sucks air in here through two little Venturi holes here on the side of the nozzle, right. So it sprays the spray out in very, very fine bubbles. It actually converts the misty spray that you get out normally to see drifting around into actually very fine bubbles. And what the fine air bubbles do is it actually weights the spray, so it brings the spray straight down to the ground and it creates the low drift. So as you are moving along, even if there's no wind out at all, by the very nature of a nozzle moving forward, a standard nozzle, you will get a lot of drift. With this one, the spray is weighted, as I said, with the air bubbles coming through it. You're not actually putting out any more spray, it's exactly the same amount of spray, but you're putting it out more efficiently because it's going exactly where the nozzle tip is. So it sprays straight down. We've tested these nozzles on some of our sprayers. We have a demo actually on I think it's on Dundee on our ads, where we have actually tested this particular boom in 30-mile-an-hour winds. You can actually, in the demo, you can see the leaves blowing around the place and the trees blowing. Now I wouldn't recommend that you use any sprayer in those kind of winds, but it's just for a demonstration as to how the actual low drift works so well. And you can actually see the spray pattern bending. It actually bends in the wind. It doesn't break up and blow all over the place. So I think the low drift on any sprayer, no matter who you buy your sprayer from, is absolutely vital. People say to us, you know, how can you use a sprayer, you know, on a quad bike? It's very close to you have the boom, especially on the ones that actually sit on the back of the quad bikes. You have the actual sprayer right on the carriage of the bike behind you, so very close to you. With the low drift, you would actually have to look back to see that the nozzle is actually on. You don't get that, you know, mist of fog of spray going up, vaporizing all around you. Now, we would recommend that anybody using a sprayer, even with our low drift nozzles, that you use a good quality face mask. We don't supply them, that's not our thing. You know, go to your hardware store or whatever, and a good quality mask. But you're definitely getting a way less spray coming anywhere near you when you're on your quad bike or towing one of these 200 litres behind. So that's a little bit about the low drift. I say all our booms carry the low drift. The SUIP Ride On More, our 95 quad bike one, and also the one that I'm just going to show you now, which is the 200 litre tow behind. So on the boom on this one here, right, I just fold this in. So it's just a little bit tight. We make all these ourselves here, we manufacture them, as I say. Now, this particular one will fold in, you can see there it's folded right up to 3 sections, right? You can spray with this, you can spray 3, 5 or 7 nozzles, which leaves it very versatile. Sometimes you might want to spray, we'll say, a narrow driveway or whatever, or in football pitches you might want to spray along the very edge of the seats or whatever, right? So what you can do is, I'll just open it out again just to demonstrate the layout of it, as it were. Built into the boom here we have valves on each side of it, on each wing here, there's built-in valves, right? So all you've got to do is turn off the valve, right, and it actually turns off this section of the boom. So you can fold this in, but we now have these 2 nozzles turned off. You can fold it in, and you can spray with the existing 3 that's here in the middle of the sprayer, right, with the other 2 on that side. So you're spraying with 5. Sometimes this can be a little bit convenient with the layout, whatever you're spraying, that you can actually fold this side in, that you don't want spray going out here and you just want it in the middle and this side, right? Or you can do it vice versa, you can turn that one off and fold it in and spray with the middle and this side. So it's a very versatile boom. Now, you can turn this one off, move this in. Very important to do it this way because our logo is on this side of it, so don't fold it in so that you can't see our logo. So, it will fold in either way, by the way. So, with this folded in, you can have both wings turned off, and you can actually spray with the 3 center nozzles here, which will give you a spray of about 7 feet. You know, this nozzle sprays, it's spraying in a straight line, so the outside nozzle will spray out to about here, and likewise on the other one. So it is a very, very versatile boom as well. And this is the boom, by the way, that we use as well too on our 95 litre. Now, on the sprayer here, we use a 5 gallon per minute pump. Now, you don't need a 5 gallon per minute pump to drive the 7 nozzles. A 3 gallon per minute pump is the one that we would normally use on our 7 nozzle boom. The reason we use a 5 gallon per minute on this particular one is thinking to the future, and because it's a tow behind, at some stage we probably will make a bigger boom for this. We'll never make a bigger boom for the quad bikes because 7 nozzles with this boom on the back of any quad bike is big enough. We're not going to go over a safety margin that is just not safe to use. So this boom here works very, very well with the 95 on a normal quad bike, right, with a 3 gallon per minute pump. 5 gallon per minute on this one, as I say, because at some stage we're looking at the possibility of extending this boom maybe to an extra couple of nozzles. So we'll have the available delivery on the pump. Not so much the pressure, it's the actual flow rate on it that we have on the actual pump itself to facilitate extra nozzles. So that's for down the road, we may very well. That's why we're using a 5 gallon per minute pump on this, right? Also, by the nature of this particular one and the people that use it, it comes standard, I can swing this around here, it comes standard with 6 meters of hose, good quality hand lance. This is the same hand lance actually as we use on our 95s and that. It has a swivel on it. The reason for the swivel is if you have unravelled all the hose here and you're remotely spraying somewhere away from the actual machine itself, the hose won't get tangled. It's a very simple thing, but it actually works very, very well. So standard 6 meters of hose comes on this. Now, in some instances, and some of our customers, and some of our future customers, might be looking for 80 meters or 100 meters or whatever of hose. We do attach a hose reel to this. This one hasn't got the hose reel on it, this is just a standard setup on it. And it's quite a substantial amount of hose for most spraying, but in certain circumstances, customers want a bigger reach. So we can actually supply this with a hose reel, right up to whatever. And for that reason as well too, we have the 5 gallon per minute pump. So the 5 gallon per minute pump would be capable of driving this spray a much further distance. So that's another reason why we have the 5 gallon per minute pump on that, because we do get asked that question, why are we using a 5 gallon per minute pump on this one with the same boom as we use on the 95, and that's the reason for that. It's thinking to the future that if this needs to be extended or whatever, then we can do that. Now, I say a 5 gallon per minute pump, good quality pump. We use that make of pump. It's called Develan. It's D-E-L-A-V-A-N. Develan pump. It's an American pump. It's still been made in America. It's not been made in one of the lesser manufacturers in certain countries that we won't mention. It's just a good quality pump. Comes complete with pressure gauge regulator. Again, on all our tanks, we use a good quality stainless steel pressure gauge. It's glycol filled as well for accuracy. People say, well, you know, we've had actually 1 or 2 occasions where people bought our tanks and we look at the gauge and say, bloody hell, there's water coming into the gauge. Now that actually happens with some of the cheaper gauges, right? After about a month or 2, water spills in from the actual regulator. They're just bad quality gauges, so the fluid actually, the water actually spills in them. That's not the case with this. This is actually filled with glycol, and the reason for that is it actually is very accurate on the needle. The reading of the needle is very accurate, so the needle doesn't actually flex. It actually kind of preloads the needle. So that's the reason why when you look at our gauges, you'll see they're actually filled with a fluid, and that's not water leaking in. It's actually fluid. It's designed that way. That's the way it's done. Glycol filled, again for accuracy. Stainless steel, it won't rust, good quality. Fully filtered. There's a filter here on this one here just as you go into the pump. You can't really see it on the camera there, but trust me, there's a filter here where it actually goes into the pump. Very easy to change or clean. You just screw off the end of it here. I'll just do this here while I'm at it. And you just pull out the filter and clean the filter, and you can actually see if the filter is actually getting dirty, so it's very easy. Another good thing about this, if you have this, we say filled with 200 litres of chemical, very expensive chemical, and you discover your filter is dirty, you don't have to actually empty it to clean the filter, which is a good thing, you know, because you know it wouldn't be easy to empty 200 litres or maybe waste a lot of it, so you can actually clean the filter out without actually emptying the tank. So the filter is very convenient there, right at the top, and you can actually physically see it. So, okay, this as well too has got a, excuse me, a mixing unit. A lot of the chemicals that's coming, excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat. A lot of the chemicals that's coming available on the market are coming in powder form. Especially some of them that have been used in the forestry and that, and these units are being used in the forestries. It comes in a powder form, so it actually needs a good mixing. So on this particular unit, right, we have a mixing unit built into it. And basically what it is there's a mixing unit built into the tank, right, and it sucks the water from a sump at the front of the tank, right, and it's called actually an agitator. So it actually agitates the chemical inside in the tank, and you know where you've got, we say powder and powder mix, very important to give it a good mixing. So we've solved that problem, or solved that problem. So on here as well too, huge big filler cap on it. You can put a very big hose onto this to fill it very quickly because it is 200 litres. You know, it takes a while to fill, so we can put a good, you know, good big hose onto it to fill it fairly quick. Also built in here, good quality filter in the neck of it. So, you know, leaves falling in or whatever, you know, won't get down into the tank itself. So that's that. Now, also on this here, we have, as is with all our tanks and booms, there's actually an under fence and ditch sprayer on it. So what I do is, I just swing it around again here so that the camera can see. That's how you want it. So this on here is actually a ditch sprayer and under fence sprayer. And basically what this does, this can be switched on separately, right? That tap there is for switching and engaging the boom. So if you want to use the ditch sprayer on its own, or you can actually use the ditch sprayer in conjunction with the boom folded in. So in other words, if you wanted to spray with the 3 nozzles and the ditch sprayer, which is very handy on headlands and that. So if you wanted to spray with, say, the headland of a fig or whatever, right? And you also want to spray the there's an amount, I know there's a regulation on how high you can spray up a ditch these days for wildlife and that. So you can regulate this and set it as to what height you want to set it up and down. This actually is on a swivel here, so you can actually raise it up and down. Now, a lot of people ask us, why is there 3 nozzles on it, right? The 3 nozzles cannot come on all together, there's no need for that. If you were to put all these 3 nozzles on together, I mean, it literally would empty that tank very lively. There's no need for that. And also you'd be wasting a huge amount of chemicals for no good reason. This thing, you actually can move it up and down, this very, very versatile head on this. So there's actually 3 separate sprays on this. The yellow one here is a light spray. And again, you switch on, the on actually is in the middle of this. Forget about the swivel for a second. This head actually moves up and down. You can see it there, this head actually moves independently. So the actual on is in the middle. So that yellow now is on. So you can spray, you can move it down to go under electric fence, or you can move it up to spray up on a ditch for whatever height you want it, you spray. The yellow is a light spray, it's the light spray on it, right? The yellow actually is the identical spray as to what you get coming out here of the nozzles, right? So you have a good indication straight away as to the strength of it, right? If you wanted to go a wee bit heavier, you flick this up to the blue, which again is on in the middle, and you can't accidentally put all 3 of these on together. It has to go in the middle. There's valves inside in this, and it actually selects whichever one. So you actually flick it to the middle, so the blue one is on. Now with the blue one, you actually have a V coming out of it, so you actually have a double orifice on the nozzle here, so it actually sprays out in a V. So 2 things, it's a heavier spray and you can move twice as quick because there's actually a double spray coming out of it, heavier than the yellow. And then if you really want to go to town on it, if you have very, very heavy foliage along a headland or a ditch or whatever, or under electric fence, you can go to brown. And the brown again has heavier again with a V coming out of it. It's in a straight line, but it comes out in a V, and it's in an arc as well too, so it is a very, very good spray. We actually launched this particular, we do this on its own as well too, by the way, you know, independently you can buy it for the back of your quad bike. We launched this at the Ploughing, I think 3 or 4 years ago. Very, very successful piece of equipment. Straightforward, but it works very, very well. So we decided that, you know, we don't even sell booms nowadays without having this on it. So, but having said that, you can, if you want to, buy this particular kit to fit onto your quad bike to go with an existing tank separately. So if you're interested in any of those products, again, 087 61 222 94. So that's the boom really. Adjustable as well too. I mean, these booms you can, I know in some areas where you have very, very high foliage, you know, ragwort that can grow very, very high, you can actually adjust the boom right up. That actually can even go up 1 more higher. That would be very high. I've rarely seen these being used that high. It would be there, or maybe, you know, 1 lower down. But this is very, very easy to adjust. There's just 2 bolts here, and you move the boom up or down. Fully galvanized, and I mean, all our products are galvanized. I think it's very, very important. We've experimented with powder coating, and we find that the powder coating is okay for a certain period of years, but where you're using booms and that in conjunction with chemicals, and some of the chemicals are quite corrosive, the powder coating just it flakes away after a while, and then it gets into the boom itself, which is basically, you know, ordinary metal at the bottom of this, and it eats into it fairly quick. I think these booms, you know, I don't like using the word lifetime job, but I really do think they are. So all fully galvanized, is trailer the same way. Now the wheels on this, I'll just give you a quick look at the wheels. Again, we experimented here with various types of wheels. We can move out of the way, let me get used to this camera in the distance. There we go. Now, on the wheels on this particular one, we use wheel and tyre that's actually, you can either use on the road or use on land. It's actually got, it's kind of a cross between a rough terrain and actually a road tyre. So you can actually use it on the road, you know, at whatever speed you want to go at behind a vehicle. You can, you know, you have to run this obviously at a safe speed on the road, you know, when you're going behind like a trailer or whatever, you know, you use whatever road conditions you're on, you know, keep to the right speed for the application. So in this case, you know, keep your speed down if you're towing it. But the wheel actually is designed for wheel and tyre. The actual tyre itself is designed for both use on the road and on land. So again, we have this on offer today at the Ploughing right up to 6 o'clock in the evening. it sells very well actually. I think we have this on the market 2 years now, and it sells very well. It has got a certain application, you know, so it would be for mostly for the bigger areas, bigger, you know, acreage that would be sprayed. Very, very good on rough terrain. You know, these are for sale. Sorry, have been sold on areas that's very, very rough terrain. You know, so again, when you're spraying, just a word of warning really on that one. If you're spraying with any of the sprayers or with anybody's sprayer, and you were using a sprayer on hilly ground or very, very rough ground, you know, just slow down to the right speed for that terrain. You know, if you have to turn down the sprayer to let out less spray, so be it. But you know, it's a bit foolish to go into a field with any sprayer, even at the back of a quad bike, and belt along as if you're actually just, you know, driving a quad bike, or even forget that there's a sprayer behind you, you know, because you're carrying a weight of water, you know, so it will leave the quad bike that more vulnerable to, you know, turning over. So you have to just be careful, especially if you're on hilly ground. You know, there is courses available. I think it'll probably come to the stage by where everybody riding a quad bike will have to do a course, you know, that's going to come in at some stage. If you're going into hilly ground and that, make sure, you know, be very, very careful. Don't let anybody use your quad bike that hasn't experience on using the quad bike with or without a sprayer on hilly ground. Very, very important, because if you come into a hill at the wrong angle or whatever, right, on a quad bike, you run the risk of it turning over and doing serious damage to yourself and also the spraying equipment. That's just a little word of warning on safety. So, as I say, that's our 200 litre tow behind. If you're interested in this, call us on 087 6122294, right? We have this available for immediate delivery. So, you know, avail of the discount. The discount finishes, unfortunately, this evening at 5 o'clock. So, if you're interested in this one at the discount ploughing price, 087 6122294, or you can go onto our website, which is www.swipco.ie, and click the link. That'll bring you live onto our virtual stand here, right? And you can talk directly to me. And I just mention again, when you go on and join the virtual link, right, we cannot see you, you can see us, and you can talk to us directly by dialing 087 6122294. So anybody that's a little bit shy of cameras and that, don't worry about it. We actually can see you. So if you haven't got your makeup or whatever on, we don't mind. So don't be shy, give us a ring. So I'll be back at 11. And I'll be demonstrating, what do we say? Yeah, I do a demonstration on our award-winning quad lock. I'll be doing that at 11, right? And I'll just show you how our quad lock works. Thank you very much for watching, right? And I'll talk to you live again at 11. Thank you. Hello everybody and welcome back. My name is Pius McLeod and welcome to the SUIP 2020 virtual Ploughing 2020. The first thing I'd like to say is one of the reasons we're doing this, obviously the National Ploughing Championships aren't available this year, and it's just a big loss to a lot of companies, a big loss to the country really, and especially in good weather like this, like we would really be loving it down at the National Ploughing Championships, you know. Some of the years we didn't get that good of weather, but you still enjoy doing it. So it's just sad that it's not on this year. So look, we can't sit back. So we decided to do a virtual stand. So it gives us an opportunity to showcase some of our products and also let the general public avail of the ploughing discounts, because everybody likes a discount, and we've had a good year, and it's nice to sort of, you know, sell some of our products at a discounted price for the 2 or 3 days that we're actually doing it. What I'd like to say first is the next product that I'm actually going to demonstrate is the SUIP Quad Lock. Now this is an award-winning quad lock. We're after winning a major engineering award for this in conjunction with Enterprise Ireland. If I could just find the award now, it's there somewhere. I've already lost my award, and they're not easy got. There we are. I'm not going to lose it that easy. This is the award. Now this award is normally given every year. There's an innovation arena at the National Ploughing Championships, and this year obviously because of the COVID that wasn't possible to do. So the actual innovation arena was done virtually. The judges judged the products on a webinar. Most people will be familiar with that. You basically go onto a computer, join up with them anywhere in the world, and they can give you the same grilling and ask you the same questions, a bit like Dragon's Den, that about your product. We also sent them a video on that, and thankfully they were so impressed with it that we've actually won a major engineering award with our product. So I would like to thank, actually, before I forget later on, because things will get a bit busy around here on the phone lines and that, so I would like to thank Enterprise Ireland for the honour actually of getting this. I did say actually when we were doing the various interviews and the things that I felt myself, I don't think they were biased in any way by this, and not because I invented it or the SUIP manufacturing company invented this particular piece of equipment, but I felt out of all the equipment that we have, and we have quite a few products that we manufacture ourselves, and we're proud of them all and they all sell very well, but I felt that this particular one was one of the ones that actually deserved recognition. Not because I thought up of it, and not because SUIP manufacturing actually come up with the idea, but it's actually what the product does. It will leave your quad bike or UTV very, very safe. Like the average price of a quad bike nowadays is starting at, now this one's a bit more expensive than that, this is the one we have on offer today, the 520cc, but your average quad bike nowadays is starting at €8,500. Even a good second-hand quad bike is in the region, a good one is in the region of €3,000. So they're very, very valuable pieces of equipment. We found in our research when we were developing this quad lock that most quad bikes are actually stolen within 3 minutes, which is rather frightening, and that's across Europe. The quad bike is squeezed out of the shed onto a trailer and it's gone. But more about that later on. I'll just give you a quick rundown on, you know, how we developed it, what it's capable of doing, the advantages of it over other devices out there. So getting back to the award, I just said thanks once again to Enterprise Ireland, also the National Ploughing Championships. This is done in conjunction with the National Ploughing Championships, Farmers Journal by the way, and Enterprise Ireland. It's a great honour for SUIP manufacturing. We have a very small team of people here. Actually I'm on my own doing this today, but there is people in the background. Because of the COVID, our stand is quite small. It wouldn't be possible to keep the distances here, and also you'd have to wear a mask. So, you know, we haven't public coming in here, so you know, I'm doing this myself today, doing the demo, so you know, to keep people safe really. So we're honoured actually to have won this award, and as I say, it's thankful to, and a great thanks to just a handful of people that we have that works either behind the scenes or people that we can call on for, you know, assistance and help when we need it. Like it goes from, you know, parts that we get, the Derek Carrigan creative people that do our website. You know, we have a handful of people, our accountant Brian Cairns, that we can sort of depend on, and that's actually what makes SUIP what it is. And so we're delighted, and and thanks again to the National Ploughing Championships and Enterprise Ireland on behalf of SUIP for this wonderful award, and we will treasure it. Now, we're not going to sit on our laurels. We'll be starting on the next project for the ploughing next year, so watch this space. Now, and by the by, this actually will be in, hopefully with, the COVID will have gone by then, or recessed or whatever, or a vaccine available. These products that have won the awards this year will be on the National Ploughing Championships in 2021. So, it's great to know that we already have a place in the innovation arena for 2021. But as I say, we're not going to sit on our laurels and just say, well, we're great people, we've done this. We'll continue on developing some of the products that we have in our minds and in our ideas to bring forward. So that's what we'll be doing. So thank you for that. Now, I just remind you again here, you see this lovely shiny 520cc quad bike. I'd love to own one of these myself. It's the latest quad bike from Honda. It's the 520cc quad bike, full power steering on it, independent rear suspension. You can't really see it here because I haven't the facilities to put cameras in and that, so you just have to take my word for it. It's actually independent rear suspension, which means that the wheels operate independently. Most quad bike owners would know about this, or any technical people would know about it. But the advantages of it is really that if you're on hilly ground, the quad bike is much more stable. So in other words, one wheel can go down and one wheel can go up. It's actually very, very stable setup. It also assists when you are turning. The diff locks, the differentials in the rear of this work way, way better when it's actually on an independent suspension. So you can actually have it, the wheels turning at different times with the differential, and also the independent suspension working up and down. Very good for hilly ground, very good on roads and that. So Honda really have raised the bar on their bikes. A lot of the old Hondas were great bikes and everything. There was nothing wrong with the Honda bikes. They had a fixed axle in the back, and you can still buy those, but this particular model here has the independent rear suspension in it. So, and as I say, it is a top of the range bike. It comes, this particular one here is a manual change. It comes in electric shift as well. The offer we have on the bikes, we're actually doing both bikes one each day. Now, both have been sold for the Tuesday's gone, the Wednesday's gone. This one is still available, surprisingly, at 11, because they go fairly quickly. Now, we sell them ongoing. We sell quad bikes all the time, both new and second-hand quad bikes. But in this particular instance, and today, we're actually selling this bike at a reduced price. It's at a very good price, but also better than that, or equally as good as that, it comes with, to celebrate our Enterprise Award, Enterprise Ireland Award, we are giving away free a quad lock. This quad lock is a very, very valuable piece of equipment, worth a lot of money, and it'll also make sure that your quad bike is safe and that somebody can't just walk in and wheel it away. This is locked down to the ground. I'll show you the locking mechanism now in a minute, and obviously the certification we've got on it and all that. I think it's getting to the stage by where there's so many quad bikes been stolen in the country that the insurance companies are getting a little bit fed up with paying out millions every year on quad bikes, and as I said before, the cheapest one you're going to buy is in around £8,500 up to 13,000–14,000. So, and they're so accessible and so easy to steal. I mean, two individuals could wheel that bike out without starting it and into the back of a van, and it's gone. It's gone. You will not see it again. The recovery rate on quad bikes in Ireland is less than 3%, I think. They're not recovered. So once your quad bike is gone, it is gone. So then you have to go away again and buy another quad bike. So not alone have you lost your very expensive equipment, you have downtime on your farm and everything, and you have to go away and buy another quad bike. I think the insurance companies will be looking at it, if they're not already, that if a quad bike is stolen very simply with no locking device on it, you could have difficulty getting your quad bike insured again. Or you may not even get paid out the full amount on it if it's stolen. So it's something to think seriously about, investing in a good quality quad bike. Would you actually buy our one? As far as we're concerned, this is the best one on the market. It's the only one of this type on the market anywhere in the world. We've got a patent on this, a worldwide patent on it. Cost a lot of money to get it there. And I'll explain in a minute the certification we have on it and the tests that were done on this to make it what it is, the award-winning product that it is. So that's that. So you have your 520cc Honda quad bike, reduced price on it for today, right up to 6 o'clock this evening, or until such time as it's sold, complete with your free quad lock. So that is good value, you know, and it's just to celebrate our reward. What I'm going to do next, I'm going to give you a rundown on how the actual quad lock works and the versatility of it, and the actual certification on it. For, you know, what makes it a security device that we can depend on, and that we're happy knowing that it goes out on your very expensive quad bike and that it will protect it. So what I'm going to do here, we have one here already on this quad bike, which I'll show you the locking mechanism and the key system and all that on it in a minute. Normally these quad bikes are locked down to the floor, right? These aren't, these are just floating, right, for demonstration purposes. Again, unfortunately with this one, or for demonstration purposes, right, we actually have it, it's not locked to the floor, it's just on the quad bike, and it's for to demonstrate to you how it's locked and that. So there is videos available on our website www.swipco.ie that actually shows you a video of this working. If at any stage throughout the day we're doing demos on the hour, and this one is 11, we'll be doing another one at 12 on our various products. You know, we're going to try and get as many of them in as we possibly can. We won't have enough time to show all our products because we have quite a few, but we'll show the main products. And if at any stage in between the main demonstrations on the hour, if you want a demonstration on any item or an explanation on it or whatever, please ring us on 087 61 22294, right? And we'll gladly show you, answer any of your questions, and obviously sell you something if you want to. That is not a problem. Right, so here we have it. The quad lock itself is actually 60 kgs in weight. So technically you could put one of these on a quad bike and not have it bolted to the floor. Now we don't recommend that. We strongly suggest that it's actually bolted to the floor. That's the way we want to see it done. But you wouldn't actually shift the bike because it's 60 kgs in weight, and if you were to start that bike with that quad lock on it, right, all it'll do is it'll flick in here and it'll just lock up. You will not move that bike because the actual lock will not come off it without having the appropriate keys. But the reality is, you know, it should be bolted to the floor. It's bolted to the floor with 4 high security bolts, right? Just bear with me 1 second and I'll just go and get one. We had one here just for demonstration purposes. So just bear with me, I'll go to the workshop here and get one. No, sorry about that little hiccup. But it's bolted to the floor with 4 high security bolts. We wouldn't feel safe just putting down the normal security anchor bolt down through. There's 4 holes in here in the base of this, and it's bolted down to the floor. We looked around for various systems to actually anchor it to the floor, and funny enough we had actually difficulty getting the one that we would be satisfied with that can't be taken back out. And what we've come up with is this particular, we have a company in the UK supplies us with these, and they're actually used in mounting safes in banks and in private houses or whatever, right? It's actually a high quality security bolt. Now there's 4 of these that's bolted down through the quad lock. What happens is you drill the floor, put the bolt down, right, and then when you tighten the bolt up with a standard socket or whatever, the head rings off it. So you can actually see the head there. That actually head rings off. So you're left with a dome. So when you actually come to the quad lock itself, when you look down and make an attempt to actually unscrew anything from it, the actual, all you see is a dome on the top of that. So you actually cannot get this out. Plus the fact that when the quad bike is actually in the device, these are actually covered. So you can't actually get at them. So that's the security to the floor of it. And make sure and have one of these handy the next time beside me. I had to go to the workshop for that one. That's that. Now, so basically you have your quad lock bolted to the floor. It's in the open position here. So what you do is you drive up to the quad bike. So we're just imitating a quad bike here with the wheel. So it's the front right hand wheel. Again, when this has been mounted in a workshop or a shed or whatever, wherever you're keeping your quad bike, your hay shed or whatever, or wherever you're keeping your bike, we recommend that you actually put, and it doesn't take up very much room, you can put it to the right hand side in a corner. And for a couple of reasons, right, it leaves it even more difficult for anybody to get at it, to attack it. So you have it up against the wall here, so you can't actually get at it. So it gives it that even more bit of security. And also keep it sort of not tight to the wall at the front, just give yourself enough room, and I'll show you that in a minute. There's another high security lock here at the front of this. So, you know, if you keep it in the corner, tight to, say, a right hand wall, a 90 degree, and fairly tight to the front wall, enough to get your hand in, right, it really leaves it very, very, very safe. So, getting back to the demonstration here on, this is your quad bike. You actually drive the quad bike in, so you're up on the quad bike, you drive it in, this flicks round, very slick, quad bike is in. So that's it, it's in position. Then, you push the centre in here, that centre here pushes in, right, that goes into the centre of the hub of the wheel, the actual rim. That actually goes in and you lock it. I'm not going to lock this one, I'll lock the one here in a second. But that actually pushes in and locks in the centre of the rim. So you actually cannot sort of physically come and lift this up if you were to cut it and try and get it up. That's actually in the rim. So it's actually already locked there now. We weren't happy enough with that, we wanted an extra security on it. So we actually installed another built-in lock in here. So you lock this one here, push this in, lock this one right, and then just turn the key here and it's locked in. So you have it locked into the middle of the hub, and you have it actually locked here at the front as well too. So this mechanism here that wraps around the wheel is locked here at the front. So that is absolutely going nowhere. So I just show you that now on an actual quad bike with the locking device, with it actually working. So again, you drive your quad bike onto it, so you're up in the quad bike, you don't have to be near this at all. Drive your quad bike into it, very easy, it's heavy duty again, you don't have to pussyfoot into this, you can just drive into it, right? It's bolted to the floor so it won't move, right? It's made heavy duty, as I say, it's 60 kgs in weight, so it's a substantial piece of kit, you know, it's well made. So, and for that reason as well too, because we would be conscious of different people using quad bikes, been in a big hurry, and you just drive into it. So you can drive into it, you know, fairly lively. Flicks around the wheel, and then I just unlock this one again for a second. Now this one is locked. So you drive into it, right, and I'll unlock the one at the front as well too, and we'll do that in the beginning. So this is down here, key in here, turn the lock, and it's unlocked. So that lock now is completely unlocked. The wheel is in it, but it's actually the whole quad bike lock is unlocked. So what you do is, I normally do this with my leg actually. Very, very handy. So I actually put my leg through, you can see it there in the camera. I actually put my leg on this and push it in. This, by the way, is spring loaded. You can see it there, it's spring loaded. And there's a very good reason for that. If this wasn't spring loaded, when you get up on the quad bike and you unlock it here, we'll say, and you go to reverse it out, the actual disc that locks into the wheel rim itself will stay in. This will stay in. So you could forget to pull it back out. So when you go to reverse out your bike, you're going to clatter the rim, or maybe catch the valve and damage the valve. So this is spring loaded. Internal springs in it, spring loaded. So when you come to lock up your quad bike, you can actually, the key would normally be left in it then for when you unlock it. So you push this in, turn the key, and that's it. That's locked in the rim, not going anywhere. That cannot move because the disc is locked into the rim, right? And then secondly, the second lock, and by the way, the one key here, the quad lock comes with 3 keys, the keys are all the same, they're keyed alike, so we call keyed alike. So the one key does both locks. So if you were out in there, you have this key on your key ring on your farm or whatever, you don't have to go fiddling around for an extra key. This is keyed alike, and I'll explain to you a little bit more about the actual keys themselves and the security rating on it. So when you come to unlock your quad bike again, unlock the one down here. Come to this one here, and again, I said just put your hand on it there. Now you can't just let it fly out and do no harm, but just, that's it now, and then just unlock it, that's it. So that's the bike unlock, and you can reverse off the bike. So you reverse your quad bike out, there we go, and off you go. So it's actually ready to use again. So when you come back in the evening after a hard day's work, you don't want to be tying up bikes with chains and, you know, person lacquered in the evening. Just drive the quad bike into it, flex around it, turn one key twice, and that's it. Quad is locked. So that was actually it took us a long time to get all the little engineering problems solved on it, like, you know, the type of lock we were going to use. We experimented with, I would say, probably hundreds of locks. It was never going to be a hanging lock that could be cut easy. You know, we come up with a particular lock, right? It's actually built in. It's built in here. You cannot get at it, and it's built up into it, right? And likewise, there's a second one in there that's actually built into the quad bike, so you cannot get at them to cut them. So that's it. It's a very user-friendly device. You know, easy to use. You have no tying of chains or time wasting equipment. You know, we hear horrific stories of what the lengths people go to actually secure the quad bikes. We were doing a show in Scotland, the Royal Highland Show, and there was people lifting their quad bikes up on lofts. One man in particular, he lifted the quad bike up on a hay loft. The bike was still warm. It set fire to the hay, and everything went up. So it was quite frightening. We started doing our research into quad bike thefts. The total pain of people and the lengths they had to go to actually secure the quad bikes. You know, up at night, they'd hear a noise in the yard or whatever, and I say they're so easy to steal. On our research again, less than 3 minutes. Quad bike is in the back of a van and it's gone. Just to note on that security as well too, when we were researching the quad lock, we'd done a lot of research at the shows, Royal Highland Show, National Ploughing Championships, the Balmoral Show in Northern Ireland, and we talked to various security organisations, the PSNI, the British Police, our own Gardaí, and the general consensus was that a fixed locking device that would be fixed to the floor would be the best option. We discovered that you can disable a tracker relatively easy nowadays, especially with smaller types of equipment. You can actually wheel a quad bike onto a van that's actually screened. It's very, very easy to screen. Once the quad bike goes into the back of the van, it has no signal for the tracking device, right? So the tracker is null and void. There's a guy in the back of the van, takes the tracker off the quad bike, because there's only a certain amount of places you can put a tracker on a quad bike. And I know some of the trackers will send you a text when the quad bike is moved, but if the quad bike is moved and it's gone into the back of a van, by the time you get to it, it's gone. It's gone and you will not get it back. So this was why we decided to go, I suppose, maybe a bit old school and develop a device that actually had the reliability of keeping the actual vehicle on your premises. And I'll get back to in a second about the test this has gone through, but trust me, when a quad bike goes onto this, you will not get it off. You will spend an enormous amount of time with cutting gear and hammers and chisels and everything to try and get that quad bike out of there. So we have our quad bike developed now at this stage with all the actual technical things done on it. For example, the wheel widths. A lot of quad bikes, for example, that quad tyre there is a lot narrower than this quad tyre here. So we had to come up with a system by where it would suit all quad tyres, all widths of tyres to start off with. I'll do the widths first. So that was part of the reason we came up with this device here in the middle, which serves a double purpose. You actually adjust that in, so that will actually move into the narrowest tyre that is available on the market on a quad bike. If you have a narrower tyre than that on a quad bike, it's not a quad bike. So it will facilitate the narrowest tyre that you possibly can get. Another issue was people were saying, well, what about the rims? You know, the rims vary on different quad bikes. Again, we always keep an eye on the development of things that are involved in new quad bike sales, so we would be well aware of different size rims coming available. So this particular one does all the standard rims that's available on the market today. That particular one that's in that, it will do it. If you change your quad bike, and we'll say for example you go up to a bigger rim, right, and that the disc here will fit in all right, but it's not actually snubbing the rim to do its job securely, right? What you can do is, and the only way you can do this, you have to have the keys of the quad bike to do it, sorry, the keys of the quad lock to do this. So basically what you do is you can remove this center and you can replace it I have one here. You can replace it with a different size disc for the rim. This is the standard one we're using at the minute, but we have bigger sizes. So the inside of this quad lock is designed for these discs to recess in, so we can go right up to 4 or 5 more sizes of rims. The biggest size we're ever likely to get on a rim on a quad bike in our lifetime anywhere, or in the very, very, distant future, because it can only actually go up to a certain size rim, So we have that worked out. So in other words, if you buy one of our quad locks and you come back to us in 2 years' time or a year's time or whatever, and you say, bloody hell, I've got this new Honda or Kawasaki, Yamaha, whatever, and it has an extra, a bigger size rim, an extraordinary bigger rim, we'll say, we can actually change this. You can do it yourself. We'll instruct you how to do it, and all you need to do is replace this disc in it, and this is not expensive. We can do that very, very cheaply. So we've solved that problem. Thinking forward again to the future. So if you buy one of these, it will be, good for a lot of years, hopefully for eternity. So that's that one. The other thing, that's the rim done, that's the width of the tyre done. Now, so we've all these problems solved, right? Without any kind of certification or people that test equipment, and we're well happy that this is a great product. We're delighted. It's doing a job, it's doing what we asked it to do or what we designed it to do. But it's still only an Upper-Beckley because it's absolutely got no certification. So what we decided to do then, we done some investigations, right, and we wanted this particular piece of equipment independently tested. So there's a company called Sole Secure. Any of the people in the security locking business for houses, automotive, would be aware of this company. Basically what this company does is, they're a recognised organisation that work in cahoots with the master locksmiths of the UK. And basically what they do is, we couldn't get anybody to test it in Ireland, unfortunately. There's no tests available for these in Ireland. So we actually decided that we'd go with this company, and they absolutely put this piece of equipment through an absolute enormous amount of tests. They actually, I just mentioned a few of them. I mean, it's quite incredible what they do. A lot of the products that they actually get for testing, they won't test, because they take a look at them and they say, don't waste your money testing that, it's not going to come up to any of our standards. They have a set of standards, starts I think silver, gold, platinum, and then diamond. So the product is actually based on a scale of the tests that they do on them. So, and then they will award it a certification to a certain standard, right? Luckily for us, right, or probably we deserved it because we put the engineering into it, we actually have diamond standard on this particular product. They actually tested it to diamond standard, and as the testers were saying at the time, there's very, very few products in the automotive industry, and that's the test all automotive industry equipment, and this comes under automotive, that will actually get the diamond standard, which we were very, very happy with, because at that stage we didn't know. We were well happy with the device, we knew we'd done a particular job, but we weren't aware, we wouldn't be happy without a certification on it. So luckily we actually have diamond standard on our product, on our now award-winning product. Now also, with this Sole Secure, this particular item, our quad lock, has to go to the UK every year for testing, and it goes through the same battery of tests again, which is cutting, welding, freezing, drilling, every year. They're not happy with just certifying a piece of equipment for eternity. This has to go back every year to the UK for testing by Sole Secured, and then they give it a certification. If in the meantime we change anything on this, we're not going to anyway, because we worked hard to get it where it is. But for example, if we change to a cheaper lock, for example, right, it then could very well fail, and we won't get diamond standard on it. So it's very important to us to keep the quad lock at an absolute, very high diamond standard certification quality. So that's what we aim to do, that's what we have to do. Also, it's been certified now, and it's the preferred security device. There's an organisation that's it's actually the PSNI in Northern Ireland and the UK and Scottish Police. It's an organisation called Secured by Design, And basically what this security company does, it was actually the Gardaí, or sorry, the PSNI and the British Police, they actually select certain security items that they actually test, and they have come in here and they've actually tested our device. And then they give it a certification, and if they're happy that it's actually going to comply with all their regulations, right, and that they're satisfied with the security of the device, then they award it their own certificate. And thankfully again, we actually have been awarded the secured design license, right? So then our product is recommended by the British Scottish Police and Northern Ireland Police, and they work in close with security companies down here. So it's now the preferred security device for this organisation. So again, this is a super certification to have. So all of this certification, secured by design, preferred, what do we call this again? Secured by design, and the sole secured certification are the two highest certifications you can possibly get on an automotive device. So we're very, very happy to have that. It also puts our mind at ease that when we're selling this particular product, we know that it's gone out there, that it's not our word, it's not our testing, it's not our engineering, right? This is independently tested by these people that know what they're doing, and they don't take any shortcuts, that it's actually, you know, a 100% secure piece of equipment. So we're very, very happy with that. So that's our quad lock. As I say, it's available for sale directly with us. You can call us on 087 6122294. You can go onto our website, www.swipco.ie, go to our live link, click the link, right, and that will take you directly to our actual virtual stand here, and you can ring us and talk to us about whatever. Somebody's just given me a little note there, so I'm just going to read it. Yeah, I'll actually announce that later on. I'm not quite sure what that is. As I say, that's our award winning. Once again, thanks to the Enterprise Ireland. I know they work very hard in Ireland promoting Irish products abroad. I think that's something like 36 offices worldwide, someone said. And it's great for us to be involved with those now. They're aware that we can produce good quality award-winning equipment. So it's important for us as well too that we will actually be able to take our quad lock to the next level. And you know, as far as they're concerned and as far as we're concerned, that this is actually a worldwide product. So you know, we are very, very happy about that. I said we work hard getting where it is, so we're delighted to actually win an award. Once again, 087 6122294, ring us directly, right, and we'll talk to you. You can buy whatever is on our website, whatever we do the demos on there, right, at discounted prices. Getting back to our 95 here, this is our prize that we're raffling this evening at 6 o'clock. Anybody that buys any of our products online or directly to ourselves, and I'm led to believe there's more and there's quite a lot, goes in for the straw here, and you can actually win this 95 litre heavy duty sprayer, rotor molded, 3 gallon per minute. It's boom ready as well, so if you win it and you want to add a boom to it at a later stage, or even now, we sell this kit with a boom as well, and we'll negotiate a good price for you on the boom. If you already have one, if you've already bought one during the Ploughing 3 days, we can give you a refund on it to the value of the tank or whatever, or you can actually talk to us for one of the other products. So that's all for now, and I'm going to be back at 12 o'clock hopefully, right? I'll recover my energy, and I'll be demonstrating, I think we demonstrate, actually yeah, the SUIP ride-on mower one. I'll do that next, so at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much for your time and your patience, and as I say, don't forget, ring me with any queries or questions, 087 6122294, or go directly onto our website, which is www.swipco.ie. Look at our products, buy on our products, or click the link and come back directly to me here live at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much for your time. No, it's on. Hello again and welcome to the SUIP 2020 Innovation stand here at Dromara, County Sligo. We've been doing this now, this is our third day, and it's very, very easy to forget that we're actually on live worldwide. And judging by the actual people that's congratulating us and actually on our award, both on Facebook and YouTube, you know, you tend to forget that you're actually talking to people all over the world. We were used to going on stands and we're just used to talking to maybe 20 or 30 people on a good day in front of us. So this is all new to us, so I'm actually beginning to get the hang of it. Just a little thing on the name of the company. The company is called SUIP Manufacturing. By the way, I'm assisted this time by Dawn. Hello. And I'm getting some help at last this morning. The company itself actually is called, now it gets called a lot of things. It gets called SUIP. It gets called, people think we do surfing because it surfs up, and that the name looks, when you see it on the side of the vehicles, it looks like surf up, and sometimes when we're down at the beach people think I'm a surfer, but I'm not. So the name originally came out, we had a little competition among ourselves. Our surname is McClough, so my name is Pius McClough, so we had a wee competition for to come up with the name. And at the time my brother in New Zealand, say hello to him. Hello, in New Zealand. I think he's watching, and I'd like to say hello to Tommy now and Liz and his family in New Zealand. But anyway, Tommy came up with this name. I think at the time there was €100 for the person that actually was going to come up with the name. I don't think he got €100, so next time he's home I might give him €200. So anyway, he came up with the name. So the name actually is my name spelled backwards. So it's SUIP is the name of the company. We pronounce it SUIP, or you can call it SUIP or anything you want to, so long as you're paying me money, I don't mind. But it's actually called SUIP Manufacturing, and it's my name spelled backwards. So my name is Pius, P-I-U-S, and our surnames are McClough. And I'm just going to read out, and as I say, I tend to forget actually that we are actually speaking to people worldwide. I'd like to thank all the people, other than the McCloughs even, right, that have sent us congratulations on Facebook and Twitter and all the other platforms that we get. It's absolutely phenomenal, and it's great to see that people actually, you know, take the time and the interest, even though they might be buying any of our products, to congratulate us on our award, you know. So it's great to see a Sligo company in the west of Ireland getting this kind of recognition. It's brilliant. So I'd just like to say before I start doing our demonstration, we're going to do a demonstration here on this SUIP, our original product, our original award-winning product. So I'm going to be doing, myself and Dawn here, will be doing a demonstration on this as soon as I just finish with just a few wee notes. I'd like to say hello and thanks again to Tommy and Liz in New Zealand, to Teresa Heron, my sister. TC. Hello, who's in the sunny Portugal. She should be over here helping us, but never mind. To Jenna McClough and her family in New Zealand as well, Tommy's daughter, and to the London Brigade, the McKeowns, Curleys, and all our extended family in London, for which there's quite a lot. Sadly, we don't see them that much anymore because of the COVID, but hopefully that will soon change. Wayne McClough in New Zealand. I think Wayne is watching as well. Wayne's in America. My God, so sorry Wayne, you're in America, sorry Wayne. And Wayne actually is my godson, so look, enjoy the show, Wayne, and don't be nitpicking if I'm not doing anything right. So it's nice to talk to you and your family, Wayne, right? And to Muradek and family in America, which is my cousin in America, right? I'm led to believe a great friend of Donald Trump's. Joking, Muradek. So enough of that, right? So, and again, thanks to everybody, you know, who sent us good wishes, and you know, just that they wouldn't be buying or whatever. We're very, very happy with that, and it's great to see SUIP getting the recognition it deserves. Right, so what we're going to do this time, now myself and Dawn, we're going to demonstrate the actual SUIP ride-on mower sprayer. It's a conversion kit. Originally we developed this, actually there's a small little bit of a story behind this, and I keep it brief. I was dropping one of my daughters to Knock Airport, not this one, another one, and a neighbour of ours, which was into his 80s at the time, was using a knapsack on the side of the road. So I was just thinking, you know, we're going to all get to a stage by where we won't be able to use a knapsack. Now, he was well capable of handling that knapsack, but I thought, well, there must be some way of spraying a lawn, or, you know, replacing a knapsack with something more user-friendly. So on the way back from Knock, I thought, well, look, an awful lot of people have ride-on mowers. We have ride-on mowers ourselves, you know, most people that I know. I think there's something like 15,000 ride-on mowers in Ireland alone. That's not counting Europe. So the plan was that we would come up with a kit, a quick fit kit, right, that would convert your ride-on mower, because we had the power with the 12-volt power on the ride-on mower. So we come up with a kit that could be changed very, very easy. Now we have the grass box already removed off this mower, right? So basically what you do is you remove the grass box off the mower. You then take our kit. John can do that there now. Let's see, John. So you just actually fill the kit. This is a universal kit actually. We call it cradle. This will fit any ride-on mower. Most ride-on mowers have got lugs here that the grass box is attached to. And this will fit all mowers that have the actual attachments on the back of it. If for any reason your lawnmower, and there's quite a few of them out there, and they're getting a bit more popular, we call them mulching mowers. So basically they just mulch the grass and they don't actually collect it. We have actually a kit available that replicates the back of these fittings that actually takes the grass box. So you can basically convert your ride-on mower that's actually a mulcher with no grass collection box to facilitate our kit. And we have those kits available here. We actually give them out free with the SUIP. If somebody has got a mower like that, look, they can't use a SUIP without having this kit. It's very, very easy. You fit it once off to the back of your mower, and then you actually just lift off and lift back on the normal cradle that we supply. So that kind of gets around the problem. And we're constantly keeping an eye on the development of all quad bikes, ride-on mowers and that. So we kind of think down the road the future as well. If somebody buys a ride-on mower and our cradle fits it, you know, what's going to happen in a year's time? Do the mowers change so much at the rear end? They have changed. We've kept up with that, and we have very little knickknacks that actually there's an extra bar that goes in here as well too on some mowers that you fit it once off. So you can be guaranteed that if you buy one of our, or when you buy one of our SUIP ride-on mower conversion kits for your sprayer, right, that you will have it for eternity, that this will fit any ride-on mower. So that was very important as well too. The next thing you do then is, here's the cradle set on, right, so, and this is a once-off that you would be doing when you get your kit. You then place the tank onto the cradle itself here. So you just place the tank on the cradle like that, like so. This is a 60 litre tank. This is the tank we use on all the ride-on mowers. There's a good reason for using a 60 litre tank. People sometimes ring us up and they say, well look, I'd like a 95 litre tank, or I'd like a bigger tank, right? We don't supply any tanks other than a 60 litre for the ride-on mower kit. The reason for that was when we were doing our research and we were doing weight testing on, you know, various mowers, and it's very important that the mower doesn't get overloaded, or that anything that you attach to it makes the mower unsafe. We were very, very conscious of that. So our 60 litre sprayer that we use, full of chemical or full of water, right, if you're going water and flowers, which you can use this for as well, a lot of garden centres use that, right, is roughly about the same weight. It's actually lighter than a full grass box of grass, and it has to be wet grass. So our kit, including the tank, the cradle, hand length, and just the wee fitting straps and the wee boom that goes onto it, doesn't overload the mower. And the reason how we worked that out was the actual weight of a full grass box is actually heavier than our kit. So the mower is well capable of doing the job. We do get asked that question from time to time. Like everything, like quad bikes or ride-on mowers or whatever, if you were using one of those on uneven terrain or, you know, rough terrain or whatever, just take the precautions that you would do, you know, for safety with any implements. So just be careful when you're using any product that you're using on a ride-on mower or a quad bike for safety's sake. We don't want anybody getting injured. So it just basically sits on the cradle, right? Then there's these fitting straps. There's two fitting straps that comes with it. Just one here. Here's one I made earlier. Two fitting straps comes with the kit, right? So you actually strap the tank on a once-off. You know that one around there as well too, don't you? You strap the strap on a once-off onto this. So basically what you're doing is you strap the tank onto this cradle. And now you only do that at once-off. You just let it loose there for the minute. So you just do that at once-off. So your tank now is secure to the cradle. And as I said, you do that once-off when you get the kit. And the next thing you do then, the SUIP sprayer comes complete with a boom as well. Now the boom sprays 6'6" out the back of the mower with a low drift nozzle. All our nozzles, as anybody that's been watching up to now,
realises that we actually use all our nozzles on the sprayers or low drift. Very important, because when you're on your ride-on mower, the spray doesn't drift from the nozzle up onto the actual mower itself. Now, we would recommend, as always, with any sprayer, that you actually use a good quality mask, right, and also the safety gear if you want to. But as I say, with our equipment, the spray is behind you, so you're moving forward, and that in conjunction with the low drift, it gives it a very, very safe implement to use. We realised when we were actually developing this, and we didn't know it at the time, but the actual knapsack sprayer is one of the most dangerous pieces of equipment you can possibly use. Now, I thought that would have been because of the spray coming up off the hand lance on the actual knapsack itself. But it's not. It's actually the knapsack leaks into your back. When you fill the knapsack, nobody goes to the trouble of wiping it off or whatever. So you have chemicals like Roundup or whatever, right, actually leaks. Or if you reach forward a bit, you can get a bit of a leak from the cap of it. And I know because I've done it myself. Now, luckily, I had no ill effects, or maybe I had. I don't think I had ill effects of the spray coming off the knapsack and actually going into your kidneys. And we actually did discover that just completely by accident when we were, you know, developing this and talking to various people about testing and all that. So that's a little precaution and safety.
Just the battery there, do you want to just...
Yeah, now, so, oh yeah, thanks John. So this comes, as I say, with the fitting straps, right, and a wire loom. Now, all the sprayers are powered on a 12 volt, our motors are all 12 volt. So, and it's all 12 volt motors nowadays, you don't get 6 volt motors anymore. There might be very, very few, very, very old motors that carry the 6 volt battery. If we ever did come across one of those, and we did, there's a way around that, we can deal with that, but down through the years, this is on the market now 5 years, and we've never had an issue with somebody looking for one with a 6 volt battery. I know that we're out on some mowers, and somebody is saying to me, oh, just have a mower now with a 6 volt battery. That may be the case. If you have, we have a way around that. So it comes with a lead, right? This lead is attached to, on this particular mower here, it's a Honda, the actual lead is attached to the actual battery. On most mowers, Castle Gardens and all that, the battery is underneath the seat. That doesn't make any difference. You just connect the two leads, the crocodile clips, onto the battery behind the seat, or in this case, up the front, and it's quite long. This lead is long enough to facilitate any mower. Even some of the bigger commercial mowers that we supply this for will be quite bigger. This lead is quite long enough. The standard lead is long enough to do that job. If you require even a longer lead, we have got longer leads there for some of our other products, so we've all that covered. Now, when you have the lead on, what I normally do and what I recommend, and I actually use this quite a bit myself, you actually, this switch here, there's an on-off switch here, so when you connect up your tank and your pump and all to your battery, right, you switch on, you obviously put your chemicals into the tank, right, you switch it on. When you switch it on, and with nothing switched on, like the boom turned on or the hand lance pressed right, this pump pressurizes and stops. They're what's called demand pumps. So nothing happens till you actually, so you have it now switched on, the pump will pressurize and cut out. So nothing happens then till you either turn on the boom, which you can do, by the way, off the mower. You can reach back and turn on the boom. So it's very, very user friendly as well. You don't have to be getting off and on to turn on the boom. Likewise with the hand lance, you can disconnect the hand lance. And again, what I normally do, if you're out spraying and you can put the hand lance beside you on here. So again, if you have the boom turned off, the pump is pressurized as stated. Nothing happens till you actually squeeze the hand lance. Once you squeeze the hand lance, it triggers the pump and you get the spray out of the nozzle. This is very handy for, it spares the battery, and it's also very handy if you're spraying or spot spraying remotely with the hand lance. There's 6 meters of hose on this that tidies up nice and tightly around these two horns. If you want to spray remotely with the hand lance, you can unravel all this, right? And the mower doesn't have to be running. So the mower is switched off, right? All you have to do is squeeze the hand lance and it triggers the pump and you now can spray. This is fully adjustable. On this pump here, this will spray 10, 15, 20 feet if you want to. So if you were at a bank that was difficult to get at, you can walk 6 meters away, park your mower up if it's not accessible, and use the hand lance up to 6 meters of hose plus another 10 or 15 feet of spray once you open this up fully. So it's very, very versatile piece of equipment, and what you do. So the next thing now is we just also, your tank fitted and all. Now the boom actually is fit. Again, very, very easy to fit. The boom just sits on the two horns here on the back, and then the hose is just connected up onto the tap here. I'll do that on the back. The hose there is just switched up. That's it. The fittings there, they're just quick fittings. They're a thumb screw. They're not snap-on. You screw them on with your fingers, right? There's an O-ring built in here that actually cannot drop out. It's recessed onto the fitting. They're our own fittings. So again, you know, the equipment is quality. So we make sure that there's no little bits that kind of can fall off. You know, when you undo that boom there, if you're taking it off, the O-ring is actually mounted onto the inside of it. So again, it's another little security engineering thing that you don't lose the O-ring out of it, and you go using it again, the fluid comes out from the valve. So we now have our boom on here. As I say, this actually sprays 6'6". So it actually sprays in a straight line. So the actual spray comes out, you know, about out to here, another foot out either side of the boom. So it gives you a coverage hitting the ground of about 6'6". Again, getting back to the low drift, all our nozzles are low drift. So when you actually start spraying with this, even when there's a bit of wind out, and again I wouldn't recommend that you spray on a very windy day, but you can actually spray with a nice bit of wind out there, and the spray won't drift away. And the reason for that is the actual low drift nozzle, the spray goes straight down. It's loaded with air bubbles, so the low drift technology allows the spray just to go straight down. So you can actually drive quite close to a lawn and spray along a curb with the boom without actually the spray floating in or going in on the lawn. Also on this boom here, there's actually a valve here, a cut-off valve. So if you wanted to spray, cut off those two valves, put on this valve here and spray with a single valve. Again, very handy for close-up spraying right along a curb or that. You know, this boom will facilitate that you don't, it might be an area where you don't want to spray 6'6" and you want to spray maybe a foot. You just turn off those two nozzles, turn this one on, and away you go. Now, when you're actually operating the actual sprayer itself, what you can do, rather than turning this off and on all the time, you can actually turn it off and on here, which is very convenient. So if you were out spraying for a couple of hours or whatever, right, you don't have to keep reaching back, turning this valve off. You can actually turn it off and on with this. The spray ceases immediately at the spray nozzles, and as soon as you turn it back on again, all three nozzles comes on instantly. The reason for that is we use a particular type of a nozzle. I have one of them here that I made earlier, and it actually has a non-drip valve on it. The low drift nozzle with a non-drip valve. So it means that when you switch it off here, the spray just stops. The fluid doesn't leak out of the pipe as it would do with a standard nozzle. If you had a standard nozzle on this, as soon as you turn it off here, it will dump all the fluid out of the pipe and also out the nozzles themselves, which on a system this size could be up to a litre. So what you don't want is when you switch it off that it's going to dump a litre of Roundup or a chemical onto your lawn. So to avoid that, we use a non-drip, low drift nozzle. So again, it's a part of this product that makes it what it is. So that's really it. That's our SUIP ride-on mower. As I say, it's quality made. When you're finished, then with say for example, you know, you're finished and you want to take off your ride-on mower. I have another one here. So basically, what you do is you just lift the mower completely off. Sorry, the sprayer completely off the mower. Complete. You don't have to take off the boom or anything, and it's not heavy. It's quite, you know, ladies lift this off all the time. I'm not saying that they're weak or anything, but it's not that heavy. You can actually lift it off completely, and then it's just stored in your workshop. You can just roll it on its back, or leave it down that way, boom, a bit, and that's it. So it's very, very easy to store, very, very versatile from the point of view. You can just lift it up, lift back on your grass box. Our boast is actually on our logos, you might see them there. It's actually from spraying to mowing in less than 60 seconds. It's on our vehicles, and that's the reason why. You can actually unplug that. So in other words, when you're taking it out, just unplug it. Now, what I do here is I leave the loom on the mower. So I actually leave the loom on the mower. You can see here, you can see actually the loom is left on the mower. Now you can unclip it and take it off, but I just leave it on. So you just unplug it from the motor here. There's a fitting here on the pump, but you can't put it on the wrong way around, by the way. That fitting there, when you plug it onto it, you can't actually put the positive to the negative. It's actually I won't use the word foolproof, but it's actually, it just means you can't put it the wrong way around. So, and basically you just lift it off then and leave it on the floor, and that's it. It's very, very versatile. A huge success for us. It was our first product. We've literally sold thousands of them. I don't know how many of them we've sold. We sell them Ireland, England, the UK. We're hoping to sell them, you know, further afield in the near future. Now that we have won this award with Enterprise Ireland, I'm sure they'll be promoting our products abroad. So again, anybody that's interested, we have this on a good offer as well too, by the way, all day, as we had yesterday and the day before. Now to avail of the offer, and the reason for this is we didn't change the prices on our website, and the reason for that was you can actually see the true price of it, so they are genuine discounts. So you can actually look at our website and you'll see this is for sale, I think, for $4.25, and we're selling it now all day at our virtual Ploughing for $3.75. So there's quite a good discount on it. But to avail of the discount, ring us directly on 087 612 2294, right? Or go onto our website and click on the link, and then just ring us directly, and we'll talk to you directly if you have any questions on it, or if you want another demonstration, or just in case I missed something. Sometimes people are watching, and I'm so used to doing this now that sometimes I forget, and maybe there might be something that people want to ask or whatever, or give me great credit or something, or give me blame or something. Just give me a ring, and as I say, we'll always do a demo. We're doing the demos on most of our products on the hour. So if you want a demonstration, as I keep saying, in between that hour, feel free to give us a ring, right? And myself and Dawn will actually demonstrate the product to you, right? So just to remind you again, 95 litre available here, 3 gallon per minute pump. This is a prize that the draw will be coming up this evening at 5 o'clock. We'll be drawing it live on here. Sorry, Don?
Give us an 8, no?
8?
8 o'clock,
No, 5.
Oh, it has changed 5, okay, perfect.
No, the reason for that is we'll be live.
Okay,
I want to do it
yes,
live,
yeah,
you see,
yeah,
so,
yeah.
you know, and I'm looking forward to doing that draw. Don't deprive me of my live draw. No? So we'll be doing the draw live at 5 for when you buy any of our products over the last 3 days, or you buy online or directly or whatever, you go in for a draw for this very, very valuable piece of kit. As I say, it's well made. It's the one we've been selling ourselves here with our booms and that for 3 or 4 years now. Full warranty on it. If you've already bought one of those and you win it and you own one or whatever, right, we'll do some deal which we can refund you on the tank itself or whatever, or you can look at some of our other products that, you know, we'll negotiate something for you. Also, if you win this valuable prize, it's boom ready, so you can always add our biggest boom to it because it's a 3 gallon per minute pump. So it is actually a nice prize to win. Wouldn't mind winning myself. So that's it. Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you.
We'll be back at what time, Dawn? 1 o'clock, yeah. And at 1 o'clock we'll be demonstrating the Econo boom here, which is an ATV sprayer. It's kind of our entry-level sprayer. It's a sprayer for smaller amounts, you know, the entry-level spraying, we say from 0 up to maybe 10, 15 acres or whatever. After that, then we'd be recommending you go for a bigger sprayer. But we're going to be demonstrating the Econo at 1 o'clock. So thank you very much for and hello everybody out there on the World Wide Web. So if I've missed anybody or somebody is complaining that I didn't play a request like Larry Gogan and got the rest of, I apologise, and I'm just saying hello and thank you very much to everybody, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. it's a huge problem nowadays, and it's not going away. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I think in Ireland alone, there's something like 3 quad bikes a week been stolen currently in 2020. People were looking for a device to secure their very expensive piece of equipment.
Hello again, and
We come up
welcome
with the
to
quad
Swift
block,
2020,
which is what we won the award for.
This is the first time that we ever had an under 10 engineering category in the innovation arena, and I think it comes at a time which is really important that we have strong regional focus, and it's really important to develop local indigenous industry, and this is where we see the support coming in here.
It's a user-friendly locking device which basically is bolted to the floor with 4 high security bolts. You just drive the quad bike onto it, turn one key twice, it's locked. When you come to the bike, then all you have to do is turn the key in it again, unlock it right, and just drive off it, and it's ready to be engaged again when you come back to lock it up. So it's very user-friendly, very quick to use, very easy to use.
The potential is huge because if we look at the amount of quad bikes that's sold all over the world and their use in a farming scenario, in animal husbandry and ranches across the US and dairy farms across Ireland and New Zealand, we feel that this product will have a role to play on every farm.
Winning this award in conjunction with Enterprise Ireland is very, very important to us because we have a product that we are quite confident that will sell very, very well worldwide.
We had a little competition among ourselves. Our surname is McClure, so my name is Pies McClure. So we had a wee competition to come up with a name. And at the time, my brother in New Zealand, say hello to him in New Zealand. I think he's watching, and I'd like to say hello to Tommy now and Liz and his family in New Zealand. But anyway, Tommy come up with this name. I think at the time there was €100 for the person that actually was going to come up with the name. I don't think he got €100, so next time he's home I might give him €200. Hello again and welcome back to the SUIP 2020 virtual ploughing. My name is Pius and I'm ably assisted here by Dawn on this one. We're coming to you live from Sligo. I know on this particular one we've had a request, as with all our products, during the demonstrations or after the demonstrations. Feel free to ring us at any time. There's plenty of people there to answer the phones, right? During the demonstration, if you want to ask any questions specifically while we're doing them. I know on this case here, with this econo, right, we've had quite a few people that are now watching that's going to have requested this demonstration, right? So we'll bear that in mind as we're doing it, right? This here is our entry level, what we call entry level. We call it an econo sprayer, and basically it would be of the same quality as any of the rest of our equipment. It's got the roto-molded heavy duty tank, which by the way you can buy in a sauna. I may have not mentioned this earlier on, but we actually sell all these tanks independently. Our 95 litre can be bought on its own, our 60 litre can be bought on its own, you know, with the hand lance, regulator, pump and all that, separately from the boom. We normally do them in a kit, tank and boom, or we can actually sell the tank separately, and I know there is quite a few people interested in buying the tank separately. So again, I'll bear that in mind when I'm doing this demonstration. We'll do it as kind of almost two separate items. So what we have here, would be our econo one. So this particular kit would be suitable for spraying. I said the quality is the same. Where it differs from the bigger ones is the actual amount you can actually put in the tank. So if you were spraying anything from 0 up to 10, 15 acres, 20 acres, right, this one will work very, very well. If you're going above that, really you need to go to the 95 litre with the bigger boom on it, or even our tow behind, which we demonstrated earlier, which is a 200 litre. One of the things on this as well, so again we get asked this question quite a bit. The pump on this one is a 2.2 gallon per minute pump. We're always very conscious of the pump, its capabilities in relation to the boom. That's very, very important. All our tanks and pumps will take a boom up to a certain level, a certain number of nozzles, a certain delivery rate. This particular one, as I say, it's a 2.2 gallon per minute delivery, right? Comes with a heavy duty pressure gauge on it, and it's boom ready. So in other words, if you buy this tank on its own, and I'll just show you the tank first and then we'll add the boom to it. If you buy this tank on its own, it comes complete with 6 metres of hose, heavy duty hand lance. I'll just show you the hand lance separately, thanks Don, rather than pulling this off of here. It only clips off here fairly handy. It's got 6 metres of hose, but this actually is the hand lance that comes with this tank. It's a heavy duty hand lance, brass tip on it. I'll just bring it up the camera here. Brass tip on it, fully adjustable. This will spray a distance of 10, 15, 20 feet easily, turned up fully on the regulator, and this brass tip turned up fully. Or you can turn it away down and it'll spray quite locally, you know, 5 or 6 inches across. So it's a very, very versatile, good quality hand lance, which is very important to incorporate a good quality pump. No good point in having a good quality pump and a bad quality hand lance, or vice versa. So we're very conscious of that. So our equipment, you know, is good quality, high quality. So that's the hand lance you would be getting with this kit. Thanks, Tom. Sorry, as well on that, sorry about that. On this particular hand lance, there's actually a swivel. So if you unravel the 6 metres of hose and you're actually spraying remotely within between bushes or whatever, or a ditch that you just want to spray it once off, right? You can park up your quad bike, walk away from it 6 metres with the hose, right? Nothing happens, the pump won't stay running, so nothing happens till you actually squeeze the trigger here, and then that engages the pump remotely. So, you know, your battery isn't running all the time. So again, it's a feature of our equipment that, you know, spares your battery and works very, very well. And as I said, there's a swivel on it and it stops the hose from getting tangled. A very, very handy little piece of equipment on it. Thanks, Doc. Now, the next thing on this, right, we'll go suction filters. A lot of the suction filters on some of the tanks, right, they use a very, very light, bad quality plastic suction filter, right? We don't use that. We use a stainless steel, heavy duty weighted suction filter. It's actually brass here, you can see that there. There's actually a brass weight on it, and it's got a stainless steel filter on it, and this is actually plugged into the suction pipe down in the tank.
The reason we use this is a couple of reasons. Number one, it's good quality filter, right? It's important to have your pump well filtered, right? But equally as well, it's actually weighted, so it won't actually float up out of the tank. Now, one small, very important thing on this, and we've had a few questions on this down through the years, this suction pipe should be located in the middle of the tank. Now, we normally, when we're assembling these tanks and setting them up, right, we actually put this suction filter, it's flexible on the pipe inside in the tank, but it's very important to push this suction filter on the pipe into the middle of the tank. Sometimes in transit and that, right, the actual pipe gets dislodged, you know, if the tank is upside down or it's been transported. So when you get your tank, before you fill it with chemicals or water, we recommend that you fill it with water first. Just test it, get yourself used to the tank, right, without wasting chemicals or whatever. Put some water into it and test it. Make sure that the suction filter is located in the middle of the tank. The reason for that is, if you're on hilly ground, there's actually a sump, which this actually fits into, in the middle of the tank. So when the tank goes down low, I would say you're on uneven ground, when the fluid flows to one side, it's actually floating, the fluid is going towards the middle of the tank and thus going to the suction filter. Whereas if you have it in one side of the tank, I would say you are going on a hill from left to right, the fluid will go away from it and this will actually, you know, can airlock. It's no big deal if it does airlock. All you need to do is just give the handlines a squeeze and it'll eject the air out of it. But it's far better if you have this actually in the middle of the tank, and you'll definitely get far more of the tank emptied. None of the tanks will empty completely. That's a scientific impossibility. Some people come along and say to you, oh, the tank absolutely empties 100%. It doesn't, because for the simple reason is, once the fluid goes below the level of this, you know, you get a bit of fluid left in the tank, right? So if you're at the end of your day spraying or whatever, right, and you're using a chemical that you want to reuse again, you actually have a good quality with a valve on it here for emptying the tank. Now again, this is a regulation on tanks. All our tanks come under the current regulations. There is spraying regulations there that we are adamant that we stick religiously to, because if we sell somebody one of our products, right, and they have, you know, an inspection on the farm or whatever, and they ask to look at the type of tank they have, right, we will need to make sure that all our tanks and booms comply with all the current spraying regulations. That's absolutely vital. So getting back to the point, if you have a wee bit of fluid left in the tank, right, all you have to do is just open that drain bung there and drain it out, or, you know, put more fluid in and go off spraying again. But to drain the tank off at the end of a spray, you just open this valve and drain the fluid off it. Again, on our tanks, a lot of the inferior tanks that were coming in, especially some years ago, had a very, very bad drain off point on it. It had a small little plastic, kind of like a plastic nut, and if you used it a few times, it actually would, you know, go on the wrong thread to break off in your hand. Again, we were very conscious of that. So the one we use is a high quality, I think this valve is made in Italy, a very high quality. It's not stainless steel, it's actually like a chrome finished brass with a good quality tap on it. So you don't run the risk of, you know, draining it off once, damaging the threads, and you're in stock when you're unloading your tank again. Another feature of that's, again, by the way, on all our tanks, that particular setup there. So that's the actual tank. The tank comes with, we say the tank on its own now we're talking about, tank comes complete with a fitting kit, two straps, two heavy duty straps, ratchet straps, right, which you attach onto your quad bike. The straps are strapped around the tank itself and you tighten down. Now we recommend as well too, sorry Don, I'll just give you that look for a second and I'm finished with that there. Thank you. The actual fitting straps themselves, they're ratchet type straps right now. What we recommend you do when you were fitting the straps, right, you run, I'll bring just this back out here for a minute, the position where it would be normally on the quad bike. You'll notice there's two recesses here in the tanks, very slick. The actual fitting straps sit into those, so the actual tank can't slip out of them when you're actually going along a rough terrain ground. Having said that, what you need to do from time to time, we fit the strap from the back, so the long side of the strap goes over, and make sure that the ratchet adjustment on this strap is actually here behind the driver of the quad bike. The reason for that is, as you're doing a day's spraying, every now and again just check the ratchet strap that the tank doesn't come loose. Rarely does it happen, but just make sure, give it, you know, and once you have the ratchets up here, it's very easy. You don't have to get off the bike or anything. Just every now and again just check them to make sure that the tank is actually secured. Another thing that we recommend on any tank, this goes for whether you're fitting a boom or whether you're using a tank on its own. when you actually put the tank onto the quad bike, on the back of the quad bike, most of these, on most quad bikes, it's actually a metal frame. I know on some of the Polaris and that it's plastic, but even with those, do it anyway. So what you do is, when you get your tank right, get a small bit of used carpet or whatever, or an old mat. Cow mat is absolutely ideal for, or a bit of an old car mat or whatever. Just put it down on the metal and then put your tank on top of it, right? What it does is, it saves the tank, even though these are rotor motor heavy duty tanks, but it saves the tank being in touch with the metal directly, and it won't slide as much, and also you won't get the wear on the bottom of the tank that you would have if you have it directly in contact with the metal. So a little bit of carpet, whatever you have handy there. It doesn't have to be big enough to cover the whole area of the bottom of the tank. You know, if you have a narrow strip there, just put it under in the middle of it, it works fine. So that's just another little tip for any sprayer that you're putting onto a quad bike. Now, so that's the tank there really. Again, anybody that's watching, if you want to ask us any questions on this while we're doing the demo, ring us on 087 61 2294, right? So that's really sort of the tank, again, which you can buy on its own, right? Fully adjustable here. You can adjust the pressure up and down. If you were going out for a day and you wanted to reduce the pressure on the hand lamps that you want to spray, very, very local and not huge big pressure, just turn this knob down here and it will reduce the pressure in the hand lamp. Also on all these tanks, right, there's actually a mixing unit. So the mixing unit is incorporated actually in the regulator. So what you do is, if you put chemicals into your sprayer, and a lot of the chemicals nowadays, I keep mentioning this, is coming actually in a powder form, especially for the forestry industry. A lot of the chemicals are coming in a powder form, and they do need a bit of mixing. So handy with these tanks is when you put your mixture chemicals up, put them into the tank, right, turn this blue knob completely to the left, anti-clockwise. This actually then becomes a mixing unit, so you can run it for a couple of minutes and mix whatever's in the tank. Then when you go spraying, you just turn your knob there to the right to whatever pressure you require, 25 to 30 psi on the hand lance, and away you go spraying. If you want to remix again, then at any stage during the day, or you want to give the chemical a quick mix, just turn this knob completely to the left again, leave it switched on, right. Now, what it does is, it just recirculates the fluid in the tank, the spray in the tank, and gives it a good old mix up. So again, it's a feature of this tank that's important. So let me see, that's it on the tank, right? Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you the tank combined with the actual spraying boom, this Econo boom. So when you actually get this kit, you get your tank, right? As I said, with your fitting straps, wire loom. Oh, by the way, the wire loom is plugged into the motor here and connected directly onto your battery. You can actually connect that directly to your battery, that's not a problem. So, and then you have a switch here, so you can actually switch on and off the pump actually. I normally leave this wire loom down here beside me on the left hand side, because the throttle on most quad bikes is on the right, so you can actually leave this switch on your left. So you can actually switch on and off this particular kit on your boom as well. So it's very convenient. So rather than be reaching up here on the manifold, which I'll show you in a minute, to turn on and off this boom, you can actually turn it on and off with the switch in the wire loom. So it's very convenient when you're out a day spraying and you don't have to keep reaching back all the time, turning it off and on the boom. So do it with the loom. So that's the wire loom. Now, so that's the tank, right? So when you get this kit, you have your tank, wire loom, straps. It comes with a fitting kit, right? So I just grab that down. Just give me the flat one first. This one here. Thank you very much. It comes with a very good quality galvanized fitting kit, heavy duty fitting kit, very, very easy to fit. Basically what you do is, and this goes for all quad bikes, you'll notice on this here, and I hear a lot of people, there's a lot of holes and slots in it. The reason for that is that this actually will accommodate any quad bike, because the bars on the back of the carriers that the kit attaches to, it varies on some bikes. They're basically the same, but like for example on this one here, this is a King Quad, Suzuki King Quad. There's actually a square bar here where this flat bar goes down. On a lot of the Hondas, Yamahas, Kawasaki's, all that, the bar is round. It doesn't make any difference. You will have somewhere along this here, either on the outside or along these three slots, where it'll actually pick up your bar on the bike. So basically what you do is you put this bar on first. This is the first thing you put on. Now there is a little drawn to go with this, so it's very straightforward. There's two U-clamps. This all comes in the kit. You don't have to do any drilling or anything. It comes in the kit. There's two U-bolts that go down through this bar, right, and round your actual carrier here. So it wraps around it. Tighten it up on the bottom, right, and then you put the 290s on the kit. So you get this too as well too. Again, this is all galvanized, good quality stuff, and this comes with all the spare. The two, we call them the 90 down ones, they actually go to the outside of this, so you now have this fixed to the carriage. These two just, there's already one on this here, so you know, you see that on the camera, these are already on the spike. But these actually go straight down like that, right? And then the actual boom itself is fitted onto these ones here, so the boom goes across here, very easy to fit. A single bolt goes through here, and there's a wing nut on the back of this. These are not locked up with nuts like normally the one that we would use on our 3-point trace. There's nuts on it. Now there's a reason for that, which I'll come to in a minute. We actually use wing nuts on this. So this bar here, the spray boom, is attached to this with a bolt going in here and a wing nut on the other side of this, a thumb screw wing nut. And I'll just show you why we do that on this one. So that's the fitting kit. That comes complete with your U-bolts that wraps around the bars, your nuts and bolts to actually fit this kit onto the back of your quad bike. Normally what people would do is, especially during the spraying season, you can leave this kit on. You don't have to keep taking it on and off, because you can still use your quad bike, you can use the tow bar and all that with this kit left on it. You can take off the boom all right, and you can take off the tank, but you can actually leave this kit on it. And most people leave that on for, you know, during the summer for the duration of the spraying. It won't interfere with any other quad bike equipment that you're actually towing behind it. So you can actually leave this on for convenience. That's grand, thanks Tom. So that's our fitting kit, right? So then the actual boom itself, so you have your, don't forget, put your bit of carpet or whatever down on top of the actual bars here. So in this case you have your fitting kit on here. The carpet or rubber, whatever we're going to use, sits on top of that, right? You then put the tank on top of that, strap it around. Again, remember to strap it from the back round here, and make sure that you end up here with the ratchet straps. So the long side of the strap, when you open that strap kit, just give that a second on. The actual, sorry, I'm going to get blank. This comes in two parts. So there's a short side and there's a long side. So the long side actually goes from here round the tank, and use the short side then behind the driver here at this side of the tank. So as you're going along, check that the straps don't come loose. Just check the ratchet, just give them a little pull, and you can do that from the comfort of the bike while you're working. So that's an important thing to check every now and again. So we now have our carpet on, straps fitted, the wired up the quad bike and all right. The boom then fits onto the back of this, the two bars is coming down. Now this is adjustable. There's actually slots on this as well that you'll see, right? So it's adjustable. You can move it right down here very, very low. Very rarely would you move it. Obviously you can if you feel you want to go down that low, by all means. It won't make any difference to it. It's quite capable of dealing with very, very low. It'll still overlap. That nozzle and this nozzle, when the spray comes out, have to overlap. That depends on the height that's off the ground and that. You can go to the lowest point on this, and those nozzles will still overlap. So you can quite happily move it right down there, and you can be guaranteed that the full coverage of the boom is actually overlapping on the sprays. So normally, you know, what I would say is that height there actually, which is the bottom of the top slot, is a very, very good height for it. You know, that'll take very high boat-alongs, we call them, or ragworts, I think they're called in some parts of the country. High rushes, you know. But as I say, if you, for any reason you want to lower it down, by all means. This is very, very easily then fitted. So this comes all plumbed in and everything. This is all ready. You don't have to do any assembly on this or anything. It just comes. So you then, there's a manifold on here with two taps on it, you'll see. This actually just screws straight onto the back of the pump. All our pumps, our pump outlets, are made to suit the boom. So there's just a thumb screw on this. You just get that fitted in there properly. And you just screw that in there. Very, very easy to fit. There's an O-ring in here, but it's actually built on to the end of the T-piece that goes on here. So when you screw it off and you're taking off the boom, you actually cannot lose the O-ring, which again is very important, because if you're out in the middle of the field or wherever, in the yard, and you screw this off and you lose an O-ring, when you go back using it, it'll leak. But that O-ring is actually fitted on there, so you cannot lose it. Now, these are replaceable, and we have millions of them down there if they ever need to be replaced. But it's just a handy little thing that where the O-ring cannot get lost. Very easy to fit, straight on there, thumb screw it on. It doesn't need huge big pressure. One or two occasions we've had by where people have put vice grips on these, God knows why, to actually screw them on. There's no need to screw it on with your just your fingers like that, and then when it's right up, I just do that the way it should be. Screws on, and that's it. Because the O-ring goes out to the middle of the fit and seals it, so it doesn't have to be no vice grips or pliers or anything on that. If you do accidentally damage it, as I say, we keep all the spares here anyway. So on this you'll notice there's actually 3 taps. This particular one here, that's the main tap on the tank. So we'll say, for example, if you were out for a day spraying and you have your boom and all on, right, and you just want to do spot spraying, right, you don't want to use the boom, just leave that red tap turned off. That actually engages all this setup, right? You don't have to have that on to actually operate the hand lance. Again, it's a demand pump, so when you switch on your engage the pump off the battery with your switch here, the pump will actually pressurize and stop. So when you want to use it, then you just squeeze the hand lance and it actually operates the pump. So in that instance, just leave that red tap turned off. When you go using the boom, again, it just once off. You turn that tap, that actually engages this manifold here onto the boom. It looks a little bit complicated, and it probably sounds a little bit complicated the way I'm describing it, but trust me, it is very straightforward. So you have 2 taps here. The reason we have 2 taps on this here, right, we have a ditch sprayer and under fence attachment onto the end of our boom. Now we use this on all our booms because it's a very, very handy attachment for spraying ditches or under electric fences, which you can use independently of the actual boom itself. It's fixed onto the boom, but you can actually use it independently. That's what the 2 taps are here for. To engage the disc sprayer on its own, you leave this tap turned on, which is the one that engages the boom itself. Leave that turned off, turn this one on, which again you can operate from the quad bike seat. So you just reach back, turn on your ditch sprayer, and you can spray away, you know, under electric fence or a ditch or whatever with the ditch sprayer. I'll explain a little bit more about the ditch sprayer. We have one here before it's actually fitted to one of the booms. People ask us, you know, why have you 3 heads on this, right? I said 3 heads is better than 1. But the reason for that is these actually spray independently, right? So it's on here, so it's like so fitted to the actual boom. It's like that, yeah. So the top one here, and I'll bring it up a little bit closer to the camera, is a yellow one, right? These spray independently, so you have to have it in the middle. So that now is on. There's actually an independent switching on these, so you can't accidentally turn all 3 on together. There'd be far too much fluid coming out of this, and I say with the environment nowadays, we have to be very conscious of calibration and that the right amount of fluid is coming out. So the yellow one is quite a light one. You know, you can use again that on a headland, on a ditch or whatever, under electric fence, right? Now if you want to go a little bit stronger, right, you go to the blue one. So when you switch this up into the middle, that blue one comes on, right? That has a double spray out of it, so it comes out actually in a double V. Heavier than the yellow one. And then if you really want to give it, you know, if you have a very heavy growth and you want to give it a very heavy spray, you actually go to the brown. That is, again, a double spray coming out and the heaviest of the 3. So, as I said, they're fitted to the end of all our booms. Now, there's another function on this as well. This boom here, with the 3 nozzles on it, without the ditch sprayer, with the ditch sprayers turned off, right, it will give you a spray of about 7'6", right, as it is with those 3 nozzles, right. So you turn it on, that will give you about 7'6" spray, right. If you want to extend the spray on the bar, you use the middle nozzle of this. So basically what you do is, you turn this down to the middle, so you're actually extending the spray pattern of the boom with an extra nozzle on here. So you're actually using 1 nozzle of the ditch sprayer and the 3 nozzles of the boom. Very handy. So all you do is you turn this on now, so this is engaged, turn on your boom, so you actually get a spray coverage on this setup with the 3 nozzles plus the extra nozzle on here. You get a spray of about 10'6", which is a considerable spray. So as I say, you can, it's another aspect of this that you can actually extend the actual range of the spray. You can actually spray 10'6" with this 1 nozzle turned on of the ditch sprayer. Again, it sounds a little bit complicated, but it's very straightforward. You just select it, turn the taps on, and away you go. Again, when people get the sprayer, I would recommend that you fill the tank half full of water, you know, go out spraying, test this out, flick it around. You'll also see where the spray ends up, run it on your straight or whatever, and you'll see where the spray ends, because the spray on this one as well too, the nozzle spray in a straight line. So the actual spray will go out to about here. So it'll give you an idea when you start spraying with the water where the spray finishes. And then when you're overlapping, when you're coming back in a field, the quad bike will have marked it with the wheel. It's very easy to see. You can actually, overlap the spray. So it'll give you an idea where the spray finishes. So it's a good idea. Experiment a little bit with it. Spray some water out of the tank before you actually put chemicals into it and go off spraying with an expensive chemical. So that's that. It's very, very easy to fit. Now on this particular one, the actual spray head itself, the ditch sprayer head, is fixed. Now this does move up and down, right, but the actual spray head is fixed. So in other words, if you were going to spray with that now, that sprays straight out. In some circumstances, that may be not the right angle. You might want to go down and spray on the electric fence, or go up and spray ahead. What you do then is, you just undo, and this is the reason why I mentioned earlier on, we have wing nuts on this. So you can actually undo the wing nut, drop this side of the boom down to the bottom slot here, which will actually turn up the end head on that. Or down, if you want to go down, drop this side down to here and leave this side here, or bring it down to the middle and drop it, depending on how much angle you want to put on the end of this spray. Likewise, if you want to go heavier, go to the blue one in the middle, double spray, and you can still adjust it here up or down, for spraying under electric fence. So you're actually tipping this down to go under electric fence or whatever. This is a tried and tested product. It's not a new product we're launching. We had this on the market probably 3 or 4 years. Sold an awful lot of them last year and this year. It's a good, robust piece of equipment. It's well priced. We have a special offer on it for the our ploughing, our 2020 in it, virtual ploughing, up until 6 o'clock this evening. So if you're interested in this, 087 61 22294. I know there's quite a few people watching this that's already asked for this demonstration. If for any reason I haven't explained it enough in detail or whatever, right, or that I've missed something, and sometimes I do, good and all as I am, sometimes I do miss something, but please give me a ring on 087 61 22294 and I'll answer any of your questions or redo a demonstration. And that goes for any of our equipment throughout the day. If you feel you come in at the end of a demonstration or whatever, right, say, look, I'd like to know a little bit more about that or whatever, give us a ring, 087 61 22294, and we'll redo the demonstration for you, or answer any of your questions. Just before I go again, this particular one here, 95 litre, anybody that buys any of our equipment over the last 3 days or the rest of today goes in for a draw for this. It's a 95 litre 3 gallon per minute pump, boom ready. Now this particular one will take either this boom here or the bigger boom, because it's a 3 gallon per minute pump. So it's a very versatile tank and pump. So that draw will be taking place this evening at 5 o'clock, I think, Don. Yeah, at 5 o'clock. We're going to do it live. I'm looking forward to doing that and picking out somebody with some good news that they've actually won a very, very nice piece of equipment. And how you can go into that draw is, once you buy something for the rest of the day or whatever, it doesn't make a difference what you buy. I mean, you can buy a brand new quad bike, or you can buy a tank or whatever, right? We will put you in the draw for this tank, right?
Online or by phone, is that right?
Oh, absolutely. And any, as I said, Don said there, if you buy them online, we're logging all the sales that have been done online over the last 3 days. The person's name is going in. It goes into this drum underneath here. I'm hoping to fill the drum completely, plus another drum, so get ringing at the phone. So that's it, John. I think our next demonstration is at 2 o'clock, and what will we do at 2 o'clock? Yeah, what I'll do at 2 o'clock, we have a variety of tipping trailers there. They're not one of our own products, they're not a trailer that we manufacture ourselves, right? But we do sell some products that we don't manufacture. Now, we will only sell products that's tried and tested on the market, like the ones I'm going to show you at 2, is it done?
Yeah.
2 o'clock. As I say, we don't manufacture the next 2 products that I'm going to show, but they're of very, very high quality, and we sell them. So we'll demonstrate those at 2 o'clock. As I say, if there's any questions, 087 61 22294, or go on our website if you want to watch our innovation stand here live online. It's on all day, even though the sound goes off. Now we'll be switching the sound off. We're not allowed to play the sound between demonstrations because if there's background music or whatever playing in it, we're not allowed to do that. So we don't have the sound. A few people have texted to say they can't hear any sound. You'll only hear the sound when we're doing the live demonstrations. Well, once we have those done between the hours, we have to switch off the sound, so you'll just see us walking around giving out. So thank you very much for your time, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock and we'll demonstrate a standard manual trailer, and also there's a very nice tipping trailer that we'll be showing you. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you at 2. Thank you.
I leave the slide.
Hello again and welcome back. My name is Pius McLeod, SUIP manufacturer down in Sligo here. Lovely sunny day here down in the west of Ireland. I can see it out here, you can't see it, it's off camera, but it actually is a very, very nice day. Welcome to our SUIP 2020 virtual ploughing. I'd like to thank everybody who's sending in all the best wishes to us on our award-winning padlock. An award we've won, most people know it by now, with Enterprise Ireland. A nice award we've won there in conjunction with the National Ploughing Championships. The phone lines are very, very busy. If people are trying to get through to 08761222294, please be patient, keep trying. We have it on a hunting line, so if this is engaged, it actually goes through to 2 other numbers. And we have people on the phones there. They've been very, very, very busy today, so you know, just be patient. And as I say, if we miss you, the calls are logged, so we'll see the number anyway. We will always ring back. So as I said, the lines are gone very, very busy. So the way to contact us is directly on 08761222294, or you can go to our website www.suipco.ie, or just Google SUIP, SUIPCO, and you will get onto our website. When you go onto our website, you can click the live link, and that brings you through live to the actual stand here at our virtual ploughing. It's a different way of doing things, as I said before. You know, we can't be at the ploughing. We're just getting the hang of it actually, and it's quite good, and we're reaching a massive audience. One of our videos, for example, our demonstration videos on the quad lock, was watched 12,000 times yesterday. That's phenomenal. We're very, very happy with that. So we are getting a great response. I think people are very happy that we did win this award. We already have a very, very good customer base, both in the Republic of Ireland, the UK, Northern Ireland. We're hoping to extend to maybe Lanzarote in Spain would be a nice spot to be, but we just haven't got that far yet. And by the looks of things, it'll be a while before any of us see Lanzarote with the COVID. But a lot of things have been blamed on COVID, and COVID is responsible for a lot of things. But I think that what people are doing now, and companies like ourselves are doing, we're not just going to sit back on our laurels and say, the country is shut down or we're slowing down because of COVID. I think that's the time to actually, you know, up the ante, raise the bar and say, well, you know, this thing is not going to beat us. I won't use the language I'd like to use, but this thing is not going to beat us. We have an obligation ourselves, we feel, during the COVID, we've got an obligation to people that we've sold equipment down through the years, spraying equipment, for example, quad bikes, that's still under warranty. So we can't just sit back on our laurels and say, oh, look at the COVID has shut us down or whatever, right? We definitely have a responsibility to our customer base, which is substantial, and we're very thankful for that. So we have no hesitation in continuing on and fighting COVID, you know, at the cold face, and, you know, supplying our customers with parts or whatever they need. We're not just going to allow us beat us, you know. It's as simple as that. And I think a lot of people and a lot of companies are feeling the same way, that they're changing the goalposts, as it were, and they're doing certain things that, you know, they didn't think about doing before. I mean, if a year ago somebody said to me that there would be no ploughing championships this year, I would, you know, I'd have it a little bit and I'd say, no, you're kidding yourself. Or if somebody said to me, look, Matthias, you could be talking to 100 million people worldwide on a live stream from Dromard, County Sligo, in a workshop situation, demonstrating your new products. You know, it's mind-boggling. I wouldn't have believed it, but we're lucky enough to have the innovation and the technology and to go get it, to actually, you know, go and do these things. And the live streaming and the way things are done nowadays, like what we're doing over the last 3 days, and I say I'm getting the hang of it, this is all new to me. It's a very, very good way of demonstrating our equipment, you know, to the world really, and show people that we're alive and well in the west of Ireland, and that we're not going to let COVID or anything else stand in the way of us selling our products worldwide. And that's the way we feel about it, you know, and it's great to have the support, as I say, of our existing customer base. People love our products. At the National Ploughing Championships every year, we sell thousands and thousands of pounds worth of stuff, as we have done actually over the last 3 days. So it's great to have a product and a company you know, based in the west of Ireland in Dromard that's capable of doing that, and we're very, very proud of that, and we're very, very proud of the award. So enough about that. What I'm going to do this time, we sell certain products that we don't manufacture ourselves for whatever reason. One of the reasons would be there's certain companies out there, this company in particular that I'm going to introduce this next product, we sell this product. We're very, very fussy about what products we would sell under our brand name or through our company, right? We're never going to sell something that's inferior. We might be making a few more pound out of it at the outset on an inferior product. We're not going to go down that road. We don't need to go down that road. We've proven that a quality product will sell, and that's our motto, you know, and that's the way we're going to continue on going. So certain products that we would have a demand for, or existing customers will be looking for certain products. We might sell a new quad bike and say to us, well, you know, I could do with a tip and trailer or whatever, right? That's why we sell these particular products. They're the products manufactured by other companies. In this case, it's manufactured by a very well-known company, a very well-established company, JFC in Tuam County, Galway. They've just launched this. I should be getting paid by GFC for this, by the way. I'm promoting their trade, but we do sell them, and we're happy to sell them because it is a good product. This particular one has been just launched on the market very recently. I think we were one of the first to get it. Cracking piece of equipment. Basically what it is, it's a quad bike tip and trailer. Very similar to the capacity-wise, identical capacity to the old GFC trailer that people will be very familiar with. There's one there in the background. It's a manual tipping quad trailer. And GFC, fair play to them down through the years, and I know this company a long time. They actually produce, like ourselves, very, very good quality equipment. And again, it proves the point that their success, everybody knows about GFC and they know about the products. So that's one of the reasons why we actually do sell the products and we promote the products. So this particular one here, it's electrically tipped trailer. This particular one is 500 litre. I'm sure they will be doing it in different capacities, but the one we kind of stick to, it's a very popular one, will be the 500 litre heavy duty trailer. So basically what it is, it's a quad bike trailer. You can tow it behind the UTV, tow it behind a van or a jeep or whatever, you know. It's got the standard 50mm ball hitch on it, got a nice jockey wheel on it here. It's very, very slightly heavier than lifting a standard non-powered trailer. The reason for that is there's a unit on here that actually tips the trailer itself. Now, it's not batteries. I know some of the tipping trailers out there, some of the bigger trailers and that, they actually, and some of the builders' trailers have actually got batteries built in here. And what happens is you power the unit off your quad bike or your van or jeep or whatever, right? And it actually charges the batteries and tips it, right? Now, that was all very fine back in the day, but batteries run flat, you plug it in, it's not charging properly or whatever, you go to tip it and nothing happens. Fair play to GFC on this one. What they've done is they've put a power unit on here. It's actually a hydraulic power unit, and it's actually powered directly off the quad bike. So in other words, now, for demonstration purposes, I'm just going to unplug this lead here. This is the opposite end of the lead that would go on the quad bike. It's the same lead. So this would be plugged into or attached to your actual quad bike or jeep or whatever, right? So when you start off in the morning when you're going away, you just attach this onto the ball hitch of your quad bike or jeep or whatever, right? And plug the other end of this into onto your battery or whatever you have on your battery, or you might have a fitting on your jeep just to plug it straight onto. So it works on various different systems. Now, for demonstration purposes, you'll notice we actually have a battery underneath here. And I'm sure people have spotted that already and they're saying, what the hell is he doing with a battery? He just said that there was no batteries involved. I'm using this battery strictly for demonstration purposes. So basically what I'm doing is, I'm actually using this battery, so that would be, for want of a better word, there's a nice 520 quad bike there. That would be connected onto your quad bike or whatever, that end of it, plugged into your trailer, right? And away you go. This is remotely tipped as well too, which is very, very handy. You can actually put this onto your quad bike or into your UTV. So when you pull up somewhere, wherever you're dumping your trailer, let it be grass or clay or sand or whatever, right, or mucking out a yard,
You don't actually have to get off the bike at all. All you do is, let me turn this the right way around so that I press the right button. So it's powered up, and as I say, this is actually a hydraulic power unit that's in here. Now if you notice when this goes up completely, again a great design. This trailer actually tips almost 90 degrees. So it means that anything that's in this is gone out. Some of the trailers that are out there, they don't tip actually quite as high as this. You know, they might tip at a slightly lower angle, so they're more difficult to actually empty. This particular one, fair play to GFC, I've done their homework on this, and it actually tips, you know, almost to 90 degrees. It most certainly, because we've tested this out, and it most certainly will empty the trailer completely, even with sand in it or heavier material. You'll notice, as like JBC on the older trailers there, there's a very, very heavy duty reinforced structure that protects actually the tub itself of the trailer. This actually is heavy duty. It's also got a band on the very end of it. You actually can't see that off camera, you might just see the end of it, but there's actually a reinforced steel support on the tipping end of the trailer, so if it accidentally tips up against stones or whatever, the actual trailer won't get damaged. So well thought out. Also on this trailer here, they have mud guards. So if you were going on the road or whatever and you were, you know, going at a slightly higher speed, obviously you tow a trailer to the recommended speed, you know, you don't be doing 80 or 90 miles an hour with it, but you tow it to the recommended speed. There's mud guards on it, so it stops your quad bike or your vehicle in front of getting splashed. So if you come off a field or whatever and your tyres are still a bit mucky, you know, it just won't go up on your vehicle. And they're well finished, they're well mounted with very nice brackets here onto the axle. Good quality tyres on it as well too. We have those tyres and wheels always available here, so if somebody ever cuts a tyre or whatever, right, we have tyres here available. You get your tyre returned to you within 24 hours by fastway delivery or whatever. Another thing what they've done with this, most of the tipping trailers out there in the market, you tip them up, we say, mechanically, it actually is powered up, right? But then it's actually tipped down under its own weight. You release a valve or whatever to release the hydraulic pressure. The technical people will know what I'm talking about, that you actually release the pressure in this valve and it actually lets the trailer go down. With this trailer here, it's actually, the ram is powered both ways. So it's a heavy duty ram, well reinforced here where the actual point or where the actual pressure is on the ram for tipping. So if you have, this is a 500 litre trailer, capacity trailer, you know, when you're tipping that, there's fierce stress here where the point is where the ram actually meets the base of the trailer. And that's all well manufactured and well reinforced. So this trailer at its maximum capacity will never damage the point of the trailer here where it's taking the stress. Another good thing on the trailer. Getting back to the ram, it's actually powered both ways. So it's powered up, which is what we've done. Now, to bring it back down, it's actually powered down. So that ram is operating hydraulically, powered down. Another good reason for that is, when you tip this trailer completely up as it goes up, I'll just go back up again, I love this trailer. When you actually tip this back up again, it goes right back up, and you just tip it back up again. Because of the height that tips here as well, that trailer would never tip back down under its own weight. It just wouldn't happen. So it's powered down again, we just power it down again. So it's actually the two-way heavy-duty hydraulic ram actually powers it down. And again, it's actually powered up your quad bike, so you never have the issue of that. You never have the issue of batteries running flat. So when you hook it up to your vehicle, it's powered off the vehicle that you're using, i.e. quad bike, your Jeep or van or whatever, you know. We're very impressed with this, as I say. It's just been launched on the market. Very impressive trailer, you know, what more can I say about it? Again, it's on sale here at SUIP constantly. I think there's a huge demand for this actually, and I think hopefully GFC will be able to keep up the production on this because of the demand that is for it, because it's new to the market. An awful lot of people like the convenience of it. A lot of the other trailers are more difficult. You have to get off and you have to physically lift them up, you know. This one here, a very young teenager, a young person can actually use this trailer, you know,
tip it up, you know, for working out horses or whatever. There's a lot of our younger generation, thankfully, doing these kind of jobs nowadays. And you can tip this trailer very easy. So if they're working at the stables or whatever, this is very convenient. And I see anybody can use it. It's first sale here at a discount price all through today, and we'll be ongoing selling this trailer. This is one of our products that we will be selling. So if you're interested in this trailer, right, or if you want any more information on it, or another demonstration on it, because I actually like demonstrating this, is very easy. Please call us on 087 61 22294, or go onto our website. I don't think this trailer, I'm not quite sure now, I'd have to check with the powers that be. It may or may not be on our website. If you go onto our website and click the link, the live link, right, it will take you through here to our innovation stand, and you can talk to us by dialing 087 61 22294, right, and you can actually see our stand. We can see you, you can see us, right, and you can talk to us directly. So if you want us to demonstrate any of our products, including this trailer, please feel free to actually give us a ring on that one. Ongoing today, we have the straw here. Anybody that actually buys any of our products, and I say the phone lines are very busy, goes in for a draw, which we will be drawing at 5 o'clock live. We'll do it live on streaming it live, and that will be the last thing we'll be doing on the day, sadly. It's a 95 litre, 3 gallon per minute pump, heavy duty hand lance, 6 metres of hose, the normal standard tank that we use. We've sold literally thousands of these. It's boom ready, so if you win it and you want to add a boom to it later on, we'll negotiate with you. We'll help you, you know, supply you with a boom at the right price on that one. And good luck to everybody in that draw. I'm looking forward to doing that later on. We'll get somebody to pick the draw. I think young Mikey, he's a lad that works here during the summer. I think Mikey is going to be available to do that draw at 5 o'clock. So I'll be taking him in here. We'll seal the drum up and we'll batter it up and down here, make sure it's well mixed up. And Mikey will pull out the winning ticket and we'll put it up here on the board live. So as I say, I'm looking forward to that. As always, please give us a ring, 087 61 22294. Go on our website, click the live link, please come and talk to us live, and we'll do a demonstration for you or answer any of your questions. I might have missed something on any of the products that we've demonstrated, which we do from time to time because there's a lot of them, and a question that you might want to answer. There's no such thing as a silly question. You know, feel free to ring us for advice free or any queries you may have on any of our problems. I'll be doing, we're on again at 3 o'clock. What I'm going to do at 3 o'clock, I think I will do just a quick recap on a lot of our products. Just a quick, well, we done one yesterday evening, right, and people loved it. Just a quick walk around of all the, well, not all of the products we do, but all of the products that we actually can fit in here. And I'll be doing that at 3 o'clock. Also, don't forget 520 Honda. We have this one still available, and we sell these all the time. As I say, I mentioned this one because this one is on a very special offer today up until 6 o'clock this evening, and it comes complete. We're giving away free. This isn't a draw, it's different than this one. This goes free with the 520. We've sold one on Tuesday, we've sold one on Wednesday, and this one here is still available for today. A very special price, the latest edition of the Honda 520cc, power steering, independent rear suspension. It's Honda's latest 2020 model bike. Comes with 2 years warranty. We service the bikes here. If anything goes wrong in the mechanical items, we take the bikes in here. We have a full workshop down the back there, but we service all quad bikes anyway. So it comes with a 2-year warranty, Honda warranty, and we, as I say, we sell those ongoing anyway. So we're very familiar with these bikes, and again, getting back to the quality of things, we will only sell stuff that is of a high quality. We get offers a lot of stuff from different companies, especially nowadays. People produce products and it's sold massively by big numbers, and they offer us pumps, they offer us 10 of this, 10 of that or the other at very good prices, and we probably would make more money out of them short term than you would on good products. We don't go down that road. We are actually strictly sticking to high quality products. That's our goal. We're not going to change now, we don't need to. So we've taken it this far, and that's the road we're going to go. So likewise with the quad bikes, we use, we sell good quality stuff. So that's all on that one. As I say, if you have anything more, any requests or information you want, 087 61 22294, right? And I'll be back live. I'll be turning off the sound now again. I'll be back live at 3 o'clock, and we'll give you a rundown on most of the products that we have for sale here. Thank you very much, and we talk to you then. Thank you. Hello everybody and welcome back to the SUIP 2020 virtual Ploughing Championships, what we call the SUIP Ploughing 2020 virtual stand. For anybody that hasn't been live onto our stand before, basically what we've done is we've set up a virtual live streaming stand, streaming to the worldwide audience, hoping we're reaching China and Brazil and America and Sligo. So it's a great opportunity for us. I'm glad we done it. We looked earlier on in the year when we were told that there was going to be no Ploughing Championships, and we're trying to decide something to do. What would we do this year? Because the National Ploughing Championships is a big part of our company, as it is a lot of other companies in Ireland and England. And we've been doing the National Ploughing Championships for I think 5 years now. It was something that I personally always wanted to do. I wanted to always do a stand in the ploughing, and at the time I wouldn't have minded going on any stand. I'd have sold cosmetics below it. It was just something that I always wanted to do. And luckily through the local enterprise office 5 years ago, I think it's 5 years ago, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's in around 5 years ago, we got the opportunity to present our original invention, which was the SUIP Ride on More, which is behind me here, through the local enterprise office here in Sligo. We were representing them, we were picked to represent them at the National Ploughing Championships, and it was a huge boost to our business, and it kind of was, it was a rude awakening as well, because I remember the very first time we went to the National Ploughing Championships, something I always wanted to do, as I said, and rearing to go and everything. So we loaded up our van and everything, and down we went, and we went in the gate, and I looked around and I thought, I won't say what I said, I wouldn't say it live on camera, but I thought, you know, what have we let ourselves in for? It was absolutely mind-boggling to think that a small wee company at the time from the west of Ireland, Sligo, could be down at this massive organisation. I gather it's the biggest in Europe. So from then on, we've been back there every year since, and it's actually, you know, was a big part of our business and a big part of our year and our planning. And plus the fact that, you know, we always make good money at Ploughing Championships. The other thing is 95% of all our products are actually either sold online or people ring us on 08761 22294. I know our number there is out of camera shot, but I will repeat it as I'm speaking, simply because I want to do a kind of a walk around and show all the different products, and I only have one camera here this time. The next time I do one of these I'll have about 5 cameras, but at the moment I just have one camera, so we have to live with that. So our actual number is off camera shot at the minute, but the number is 08761 22294. So if you want to ring us and ask us any questions or anything about any of the products that you see in the background, or ask us about the weather, you can just see it out in the corner there. It's a lovely bright sunny day in Sligo, Ireland. But getting back to the ploughing, we were thinking about trying to do something and stay within the regulations of the COVID. And as I say, you know, the National Ploughing Championships is a big part of the year in Ireland. Everyone looks forward to it, young and old, and students and everything. So we decided, we had entered actually one of our products here, the SUIP Quad Lock, in the competition that the National Ploughing Championships were running, which was an online competition for, they have an innovation arena every year at the Ploughing Championships here. You go in the innovation arena if you're admitted to it and your product is good enough. Every year at the ploughing. So that wasn't on at the ploughing. So what the ploughing, the National Ploughing Championship Association done was they actually done a competition online. So we entered that competition, and luckily we actually won a prize. We won a major prize for our quad lock, which is a credit to the people really behind the SUIP organisation, which is quite small. We have a handful of people from day one that we can depend on. Our accountant Brian Cairns there. We have Derek Kerrigan, creative, which does all our graphic design and all that, looks after our website very, very well. And people that work with us here. So we actually have a small group of people that we can depend on, that we've had from day one, and that we can depend on. We can read our minds by now, so to know if we come up with some idea that we're serious about it. So it's great to have that kind of help for, you know, a small company in the west of Ireland. And it's a great honour, and it's a credit to these people that helped us out that we actually have won this award, and I'm very, very happy about that. So we decided then, saying that there was no National Ploughing Championship, that we do a virtual ploughing ourselves. Now, this virtual ploughing, like the virtual awards, which was done the same way that we won, this is all new to us. But we're fairly quick off the mark, and we decided that we would actually do a virtual, 3-day virtual SUIP Ploughing 2020. And that's what we done. We started off on Tuesday, very successful on Wednesday, and today is very, very good. The phones are very, very busy. I see the sun beaming in there now, it's beautiful. The phones are very, very busy, and I just repeat the number again that you can't see there. So it's 08761222294, or you can go directly onto our web page, which is www.swipco.ie. Now you'll see on our website there, you can click a live link, and that will take you directly onto our stand here live, so you can actually see me live if you want to. And if you want to ask us for another demonstration on any of the things that we've already done, I'm going to do a quick walk around now on the mall, but between now and sort of 5 o'clock or 5:30, we're doing a raffle at 5 o'clock, but any time in between that, if you want to ask us any questions about any of our products, or want to get a demonstration again on any of the products, it's not it's no problem to us. We just wheel it in here and we'll do a live demonstration for you. So don't hesitate, 08761222294. So that's how this came about. As I said, there was no National Ploughing Championships. This is all new to us. I think we're doing a reasonable job. The response is absolutely colossal. I see one of our advertisement videos had something like 12,000 hits yesterday. So it actually is getting out there to the public. And funny enough, I kind of forget, and for anybody that hasn't done this before, you're talking to a camera, and you don't realise, and you kind of forget that you're actually can be on the possibility of talking to millions of people. So I think for the future, especially with the COVID and the way things are going, we will be doing a lot more of these kind of shows. All the shows in Ireland was cancelled last year. Balmoral show, the Royal Highland show, and our own National Ploughing Championships. Tullamore, Bunny Conlon, a very, very popular show with us. We do those shows every year. We don't do that many shows, but the ones we do, are very, very successful. And as I say, we kind of missed that this year. So we decided to, try and do something and not sit back and let the COVID take over everything. It's doing enough damage as it is. But we decided that, look, we do this. We do our virtual ploughing here, based in Dromard in the west of Ireland, and get our products out and announce to people that we're alive and well, and that we're still creating, manufacturing and selling very, very good products. The fact that we're just after winning this award for our SUIP lock, which is absolutely brilliant, this would put it on a new level, at world stage. We're not just going to sit back and stop at that. We have other plans for other products that we have in the pipeline to produce. Some of them have been shelved a little bit because a lot of the products have to be tested. There was no way of testing them this year. Some of them have to be sent to the UK for testing, like the quad lock, and that was tested, but other products that were coming online, the facilities just wasn't there because of COVID. So some of our products we shelved temporarily and concentrated on supplying our customers with the products that they need, and also our warranty, spare parts and all that. We do a wide variety of quad bike parts. I mentioned earlier on, new parts for quad bikes and that, new carburetors, parts for all quad bikes, UTVs. It's another part of our business that, again, we're happy to do, because all our products is quad bike related. We sell new quad bikes as well too, by the way, on the quad bikes. So we do all the spares as well too. So somebody, even if you're not an existing customer of ours and you want a part for your quad bike, right, give us a ring, 08761222294. A lot of the quad bike parts wouldn't be available directly on our website because there's just absolutely a colossal amount of parts. So the best thing to do, if you want any quad parts or anything like that, spares, whatever, ring us directly on the 08761222294 and we'll look after you. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a walk around. I'm hoping that the microphone picks it up all right. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a wee walk around and reintroduce some of our products. I leave our quad lock, our award-winning quad lock, to last, because I just want to say a little bit more about that. But I just walk around and show you a sample of the products that we do. And again, as I say, most of our product is online and on our website. But if you have any questions or queries, if I miss something, if there's something you can't see properly, or you see the edge of something, Our stand here actually is, you know, quite small because we have to keep it within range of a camera and the Wi-Fi and all that. So it's actually quite small. So we're limited as to what we can put on it. So I don't think we've done too bad. We've got quite a few bits on here already. So what I'm going to do now is I'll just take a walk around and I'll just reintroduce some of our products. This one here is our yard scraper, heavy duty quad bike yard scraper. We developed this because a lot of the yard scrapers that were on the market, we felt that, you know, no disrespect to people that are manufacturing them or where they're coming from, but they just were bad quality. This particular one, it's heavy duty, we make it ourselves, very, very quick fit to the quad bike. You can have it fitted to your quad bike literally in less than a minute. As well on our one there, it's actually electrically operated with a winch. Most of the new quad bikes been sold have actually got a winch on them, so you don't need the winch. We will deduct the price of the winch off the yard scraper if you've got already a winch fitted to your bike. So we found that against the older type yard scrapers, there was a mechanical lift on it, so you had to physically actually lift it up and down all the time, you know, very cumbersome, very tiresome. So we just don't go down that road. We want to just bring the machinery up to a new level. So all our yard scrapers are actually powered by the winch, which is a button up on the dash, and you press it up and down. So you've actually got an infinity of levels from the bottom to its top point, so you can actually stop it anywhere in between. Whereas with a mechanical lift on the old style one, it was either up or down. So I think that's a great addition to this one. Very popular, quite a few of those sold over the last couple of days. So again, if you have any questions on that one, 087 61 22294. All our products up until 6 o'clock this evening are at, we call it Ploughing discount. There's quite good discounts on them up to 6 o'clock this evening. So please give us a ring on 087 61 22294. Unfortunately, you cannot avail of the discount on the website because we haven't changed the prices on the website, simply because we just have to put them all back up again, and it's a technical thing. So to avail of the discounts, please just give us a ring directly on the number, and we'll work out your discount with you. So that's our yard scraper. You'll see here in the background, I won't go too far away from it, in the background, and I've already demonstrated this on our last demo, we do a variety of tipping trailers. We don't manufacture the tipping trailers simply because these people that make these trailers are doing them for, I don't know, probably 20-30 years. To us, these particular trailers are the best on the market. If we are selling something that we don't manufacture ourselves, it has to be up to a certain standard. We have no interest in selling substandard stuff. If it's not up to a particular standard, recognised brand, well made, we won't sell it. We don't need to do that. So this particular one is made by a company called GFC in Tuam County, Galway. Very, very well established company. We actually sell those trailers. We sell the tipping trailer, the manual one, which you can see in the background there. I think the sun might be blinding it a wee bit, so and we won't complain about the sun. But the actual, a lot of people would know this trailer. It's on the market for a huge number of years. It's actually a manual tipping trailer. You physically just tip it. Very robust trailer. GFC mould the actual tub for that themselves, as they do with the new one. So, as I said, they're a well-established company, and also their quality is second to none. You know, as I say, it is one of the best, if not the best, trailers on the market. This other one we have here is made by the same company, GFC. This has just come on the market. Actually, I think we were one of the first to get it. It's actually a power tipping trailer. So basically what you do is you put it onto the back of your quad bike or your UTV, Jeep, van or whatever, and it's actually powered off the vehicle. There's no storage batteries in it. Some of the older tipping trailers that you see, builders trailers and that, they depended on a battery to be charged in a tipping unit on the trailer. Now, that was fine in the day, but a lot of times you would come to the trailer, the batteries are flat and it won't tip. And you actually can't tip it at all without the battery, you know, you can't even manually tip it. So GFC, fair play to them in their design, they've come up with this. It's actually a hydraulic tipping unit. So it's actually powered off the quad bike. So this here, the unit is actually connected onto your quad bike, and it's actually powered remotely. There's a lever on the remote switch on here. I'll just actually give it a little bit different. Can you see that? But it's actually powered up remotely off the quad bike. Very, very nice piece of equipment, and I say we've added that to our list of items that we supply. Next up we have, all these are all our own, manufactured for ourselves. We've done a demo on this earlier on as well. This actually is our Econo sprayer. It's an entry-level sprayer for somebody that would have, you know, a smaller amount of spraying to do. Quality is the same on them all. All the tanks from the 60 litre, 95 litre up to our 200 litre tank are all roto-moulded by a company in the UK to a very, very high standard. We found that some of the tanks that were on the market they're actually called blow moulding. People will be familiar with that. In tanks, it's just a little bit light. You know, it's light and they won't take the hustle and bustle of farming work. So all our tanks are roto-moulded to a very high standard. So if you're starting with the 65 litre Econo, that is roto-moulded. This particular one is a 2.2 gallon per minute pump. Comes with a heavy duty hand lance. We have the hand lances here, we sell these separate as well. So this is the hand lance, it's actually on that one. It's a heavy duty hand lance, brass tip, swivel on here so that the hose doesn't actually get tangled up. This Econo boom, it's a little bit shaded in there at the back, but this actually comes with a 3 nozzle boom on it and a ditch sprayer on it as well. All our booms, we started fitting a ditch kit and under fence kit about 2 years ago maybe. Very successful. It's very, very handy for spraying under electric fences, or even if you have one of these hand lances. It's much more accurate because you just switch it on and you can drive along. You don't have to keep pulling a hand lance to actually spray. So it's a very accurate way of spraying under electric fences or up on ditches. It's got 3 settings on it. It's got a light spray on it. There's 3 actually different heads on the one unit, so you can actually flick it around. You can't actually engage all 3 heads in the one go. You do, the yellow is like the first one, the blue one then is heavier again, and the brown one on there is the heaviest one. So you can select whichever spray you want to, you know, put out. Sometimes under electric fence it's just like in a grass, so you just use the yellow one. If it's heavier then go on to the blue one, and if it's very, very heavy then on ditches or headlands and that, you can use the brown. So that's our Econo model. We have that again on offer today, as with all our products. We sell a lot of those. It's tried and tested. It's not something new on the market. We have that on the market, I think, probably 3 or 4 years. One of our main sellers. So as I say, it's tried and tested. All our items, all our products, we manufacture them here ourselves. We carry everything in stock, from the hand lances, nozzles, wiring looms, pumps, regulators. Everything is in stock. So it's not like you buy something and then all of a sudden something goes wrong. And things can go wrong. There's no such thing that's made this perfect forever. So things do go wrong. And most people don't mind. If something goes wrong and you're able to put it right fairly quickly, they don't mind. And that's what we do. We give a good after sales service. And the only reason we can do that is because we have availability of the parts. I know some companies, and it's a thing actually that's going on at the minute, that companies are finding difficulty getting spares for certain things when they come from certain countries because of the COVID. There's a huge delay on some parts. Luckily, all our parts are sourced in the UK or Europe, so we still have no problem getting any of our parts, and we don't foresee any problems in the future with that either. So it's absolutely vitally important for us, the products that we sell, that we actually will have parts available down the road, 2 or 3 years time or whatever, and that's something we watch very, very carefully. The next one up we have, this would be our biggest seller, I would say. This particular one, I love this one myself. I think this is a serious piece of kit. It's a 95 litre 3 gallon per minute pump, tank and sprayer unit. Now this particular unit is the biggest selling sprayer in Ireland for the last 3 years, and there's a reason for that. It's a high quality sprayer, it's tried and tested. We've brought it to a level by where we can't improve it anymore basically. Boom is galvanised, it folds out. I'll just pick out one wing of it here. It folds out on either side. It's got 7 nozzles on it, all low drift, and I went into low drift in detail and some other demonstrations earlier on. Low drift means that with the type of nozzle we have on it, it's non-drip, low drift, regulation nozzle. It means that when you switch that on, even where there's a certain amount of wind or that the quad bike is moving along, the spray won't drift. It actually goes straight down. And most people know by now what low drift technology is. It's what's called a Venturi nozzle. It sucks air in, blows bubbles down, the bubbles actually weight the spray, and the spray actually goes where it should go. It's very important with the current regulations that's in on spraying. You cannot spray within a certain distance of a waterway, and rightly so, a drain or a river or whatever. Some of the lesser sprayers that are coming into the country, in my book, some of them shouldn't even be allowed in. The spray just drifts. So if you were out on, even with low winds, the spray actually drifts off them, and it does go into waterways and goes places where it shouldn't go. With this particular setup, that doesn't happen. And likewise with all our booms, the Econo, our Ride-On More one, which I'll be showing you in a minute, they all have the low drift nozzle. And we find from the feedback that we're getting that this particular nozzle gives a better coverage as well. And one of the reasons is the spray comes out in very, very fine bubbles, millions of very, very fine bubbles, right? But the bubbles then burst onto the rush or the weed or whatever. So it actually gives a better coverage, a kill on the actual rush or whatever weed you're spraying it on. So, and that's feedback from contractors or people that have used standard booms down through the years, and then all of a sudden have bought one like this. I know one family, I won't mention the names, the man's son is using an old type boom, and he was using it for a while. He borrowed one of these at the stage, right, and he used it, and he just couldn't believe the difference on it, the kill that he got from spraying with the boom. But another huge thing was that when he was sitting on the quad bike, there was no vapour coming up off the spray or mist onto the quad bike. Now, we would always recommend, and you know, it's a very important thing, that no matter how good the nozzle is and the low drift and going straight down and no fumes coming up, you know, you wear a good quality mask. We don't supply masks ourselves. That's for people that, you know, do that work. We stick to what we know. So just buy a good quality face mask. You should also really wear sort of a light overall or that, you know, that you know, if you're doing a lot of spraying. A good thing with these as well too, that the spray is actually behind you, so you know the spray is drifting behind you. So it's another plus for the driver on the quad bike that you're not going to get that, or her, that you're not going to get that spray coming up on you, right? Again, we have this on the good discount on this on the 3 days of the spraying. Quite a few of them sold. And that offer will stay until, I think, we run it till 6 o'clock this evening, which is 087 612 2294. If for any reason the lines are very, very busy and my help Dawn had to leave there to answer the phones, just keep ringing, and you know, we get you. If it goes after 6 o'clock and you know, we look after you on the discounts on that, but after today we'll be going back to the normal price on it. It's just not possible to sustain those discounts, you know, right through. So it is a genuine offer for the Ploughing, you know, and it's kind of, we've had a good year and we've had great success with our quad lock. So it's just putting a little bit of discount back. So that's our 95 with our main boom. As I said, that will be one of our main sellers, and again, don't hesitate, give us a ring on it if you want a demonstration on that or whatever. Now is the time to do it. This one here is our original Ride-On More. It's a sprayer designed specifically for Ride-On Mores, Ride-On More conversion. So in other words, you can spray with your mower as well as cut grass with it, because a lot of these mowers are quite expensive now. I think an entry-level mower now is up on 2,000 or maybe more than 2,000. I've never actually bought a new one. I bought a good second-hand one this year, but you know, they're up on 2,000 euros. So when we looked around, this come about quite by accident. I seen a gentleman using a sprayer one day, and I thought the man was up on his 80s, you know, and he was going around with a knapsack, and bless him, he was well able to use it. But I thought, well, there must be an easier way of doing things than, you know, going around with a knapsack. And I'm thinking about myself as well as this, because I did use a knapsack, and it's hard work. This unit there will take about 4 knapsacks of spray, to put it into perspective of volume to knapsack. So it'll take about 4 knapsacks. Now, in a small area, you don't have to actually fill it completely. You can fill it halfway. It's calibrated with a scale on the side of the tank, so you can accurately put in how much you want. Most people just fill it up and off to go. So we developed a system, right, by where it's quick fit. You basically take off your grass box, you actually put on our kit, plug it in, and away you go. And our boast is on that one that you can go from mowing to spraying in less than 60 seconds. And that's exactly what it does. Very, very successful. It's been very, very good to us. It's given us the opportunity to develop the company more and come out with some more new ideas. As I say, we don't develop an idea just for the sake of doing it. We develop ideas that we're familiar with. I mean, quad bikes is our game. Ride on moors, you know, that was the original one. Most of our products are either ride on moor related or quad bike related, so we kind of stick to what we know, like including the quad lock. So, you know, we have become quite expert in our equipment, and you know, able to give people free advice. If you ever want to, if you're buying a sprayer or whatever, somebody made a statement there recently that one of our customers that bought a sprayer, he rang up some company and he said he wanted to buy a sprayer and he was looking for a bit of advice really, you know, and the guy said to him, "Ah, sure, sprayer is a sprayer, you know, a sprayer isn't a sprayer." That is a ridiculous statement to make. So we will discuss with somebody, you know, their needs and applications. So if you're unsure, we're not going to sell you something that we want to sell, that we are making more money out of it, you know, more on one than the other. We'll sell it to you because it's what you need, because you will tell the next person, and I find that word of mouth is the best advertisement you can get. No disrespect to Facebook or anything, brilliant, and YouTube and all that, but if you sell something to somebody into an area, which we've been very successful doing, all of a sudden we start getting calls from that area, you know, I seen so and so with one of your products, you know, could I have one, or ask a bit about it. So it's important that you know, we do produce good gear, and that you know, it does what it says. And if we say it's going to do something and we advise you that it's going to do something, or that it's for what you want, then that's what it's going to be. So that's our ride on more. Again, that's for sale at a discounted price over the 3 days of the ploughing. It's on our website for sale all the time. But to avail of the discount, as I say again, today you need to dial 087 612 2294 and sort of we'll organise your discount for you. It's lovely, the sun's coming right in on me there. I hope you don't see me wrinkles. Dial us directly and we'll organise the discount for you. So that's the Ride On More one. I just pulled this one out a little bit here, and I'll be brief on this one. We demonstrated this earlier on as well too. This is a tow behind 200 litre sprayer. This actually, you can just about see it there, but it's a 200 litre tow behind sprayer, 5 gallon per minute pump on it, and we use, at the moment, we use the identical same boom as this here. It sprays the ground at 14 feet. Now, you might have heard me say there that there's a 5 gallon per minute pump on that one. This one we use a 3 gallon per minute pump on it, and it's the same boom. The reason we use a 5 gallon per minute pump on this one is, this is a tow behind. There's a maximum weight you can put on the back of a quad bike, and that is the maximum size boom we will ever put on the back of a quad bike. Putting a wider boom on that, or a bigger tank than that, on any quad bike, I don't care how big it is unsafe. So we stick to the regulations on the weight on the rear of the quad bikes. Whereas with the tow behind, we put a 5 gallon per minute pump on it, so we can at some stage down the road, we're looking at it, we won't be rushing into it because this works very well, but if we get enough requests of people say, well look, I'd like a slightly bigger boom on my 200 litre tow behind, we already have the pump on it to actually add a bigger size boom on it. So, and that's the reason why we're using a 5 gallon per minute on that one with the same boom, or with a 3 gallon per minute on this one. And that 3 gallon per minute drives the second nozzle boom. That's tried and tested. That's the biggest we're going to put on that. Another reason is, on the tow behind here, some people, contractors and that, like to add a lot more hose on it. These come, all these tanks come, even the Ride On More, come standard with 6 metres of hose. So on this one here, because of the nature of it, and there'll be a lot of contractors using that in commercial use, we can actually add a hose reel to that, so you can go 15, 20 metres, 50 metres away from the tank itself. And so for that reason, we use the 5 gallon per minute pump as well. So down the road, if somebody buys one of these and they want to extend the distance on it, the spray distance on it remotely with the hand lance, we can actually add the hose reel to it. So that's the tow behind. Comes complete with a jockey wheel and that, you know. It is a very, very nice piece of equipment. It comes completely galvanised. The trailer is galvanised, the boom is galvanised, as is with all our equipment. We make sure that even the cradle here on the Ride On More, that's all galvanised. We like the equipment to last. There's no point in selling something and somebody coming back in 6 months and saying, well, you know, this bloody thing is all rusted or whatever. That's of no use. We don't go down that road. So everything is galvanised. it's quite expensive nowadays to get galvanising done. It has increased in price, so you know, but we're still going to keep galvanising done because it's an important part of our products. It's going to make it much more, give it a longer lifespan. So all our stuff is galvanised, including our fitting kits here that comes with these sprayers for fitting at the back of the quad bike. All our kits are galvanised, so we're not going to change that. So that's the toe behind. I just moved that back out of the way a little bit there, in case I break my neck on it. There we go. We also do, and I have sort of an amount of them around here. We also do, and I mentioned earlier on, we do quad bike parts, carburetors and all that kind of thing, bearings, wheel kits and all that for quad bikes. All the parts, batteries, tyres for quad bikes. Again, 087 61 22294. But we also do lots of other items. We do hand lances, very good quality hand lance. This is the one we use on our own products here. Quite a heavy duty hand lance. It's got a swivel on it here, so when you walk away from your product with your 6 metres of hose fully extended to do some remote spraying, you won't get tangled. Very, very slick little swivel on it here. That's that hand lance. We do, if I could find one here, yeah. My headset's all gone doing another job. So the next one up is this particular one here. Again, a very high quality lance. It's got a brass tip on it, highly adjustable. This one here, which is very, very handy, you can actually lock the handle on there. So if you're doing a lot of spraying and you know your hand gets a bit tired or whatever, or some circumstance you have to do that, you can actually just slip it on there, right? So again, it's a good quality lance. We sell all these separately, like we sell an awful lot of these hand lances for people that have existing tanks or might have a bad quality hand lance on it and they want to upgrade their hand lance. We do a big variety of hand lances. The other one we do, a very popular one here, is this lad here, which is nicknamed the Bazooka. It's probably not the best name to be calling something, but that's what we call it. It's actually, this is a specialised lance. It's used a lot for soft washing. That's the type of washing, not power washing now, soft washing, where you spray chemicals onto a wall under sort of maybe pressure 20, 25 psi, 30 psi, low pressure, and then it's washed off in a couple of days or whatever, or in Ireland when it rains you don't have to wash it off. It's called soft washing. That's one of its applications, and we actually do a soft washing kit to go with this. We supply this with one of our tanks, the 60 litre or the 95, to the soft washing people. We sold quite a few of those to the soft washing people. And so we don't do power washers, we specialise in sprayers. So this particular hand lance here is, again, it's a high quality lance. For example, standing on from the ground with this, with we'll say the 2.2 gallon per minute pump, or the 3 gallon per minute pump, or the 5 gallon per minute pump, this will actually spray a roof of a house. It'll actually spray up to the height of a ridge tile on your average bungalow. The spray on it is very controllable, whereas with this one here, and no disrespect to it, it's just a different application. The actual adjustment on the spray is here on the tip of it, as everybody knows. This one here, the adjustment is instantly on here. So that's a huge advantage on this, that you actually don't have to be reaching out here, you know, twisting the tip or whatever, right? You actually just move it up and down here. Like, I think the firemen use a similar type system on their hoses. Now, I wouldn't like to put a fire out with this. That's not what it's for. But it works very, very well. Orchards, a lot of people with trees that you want to spray trees. The spray on it comes out an awful lot wider as well too than we'll see a standard hand lance. So it is actually a little bit specialised lance. Stainless steel shaft on it, so it will actually spray some of the more severe chemicals, like there's a lot of chemicals being used now, chlorine based, for cleaning. All the pumps will take that as well too, by the way. They're Roundup ready, you can spray chlorine with them, that the workings of the insides of our pumps won't be affected by acidic sprays. Now, I wouldn't spray full acid with it, but chlorine based is fine. You can actually use our kits for chlorine based spraying in conjunction with this one, or the standard hand lance that actually comes with it. A lot of people that are in the soft washing industry buy this kit with the standard hand lance and add this to it, simply because you have the second outlet on the tank, and so you can actually add the two hoses, the two hand lances rather, to it. So you have the standard hand lance that comes with it, and you can also add this to it in conjunction with a hose reel if need as well. So it's a versatile hand lance, this. That's that one. We also do a variety of wheel kits, which is very popular with people that are actually making weed liquors, ATV trailers, that kind of thing. Good quality rim and tyre. It comes with a hub. This is very important. There's a lot of these kits on the market, and they come from places where they're not made in good quality. So this particular one, again, and it's getting back to quality, we're just not going to sell something if it's not good quality. You know, I'm adamant about that. I'm not doing it. So these particular ones here, they are waterproof hubs. So if you're, you know, you can use it for a boat trailer or anything. It's sealed, so water doesn't get into it. It's actually sealed. It's waterproof. You can see there, it's waterproof. Also, the bearings are available. It's a standard bearing that's used in this. So if the bearing ever does go, you know, we can replace the bearings in it. It's a good quality wheel kit. There's some cheaper kits out there that, again, to be honest, I don't think should be allowed on the market, but look, that's the way it is. Also comes with a good quality tow hitch. This tow hitch, as you lock it down onto the ball hitch, it's a standard 50mm ball hitch. It locks actually. There's a little lever here, so it actually locks on the tow bar, so it's quite safe. You can add an additional lock onto it here if you want to lock up your piece of equipment or whatever, but it comes with a lock here, so it can't accidentally come off the ball hitch, which again I think is a regulation nowadays for trailers. So the tow hitch is actually regulation standard, as is all our equipment. All our booms are calibrated and tested, nozzles and all that. They all comply with the current regulations. We're constantly keeping an eye on, and they're changing very, very quick with the type of sprays that's coming on the market, and that booms and sprayers and tanks, they're changing very, very quickly. There's a lot of chemicals coming on the market that's in a powder form, for example. Now, all our kits have a mixing unit on it. So if you put in a powder, you know, based chemical, you can actually mix it, put it into the tank, right, and then agitate it. You know, there's mixer units on them. We build in a special heavy duty one onto the 200 litre tow behind, but all our other tanks have a mixing unit on it, so you can actually, for down the road when these chemicals come available more and more, you actually have a mixing unit on your tank. So it's just thinking ahead again, that when somebody buys one of our units, it's going to last for a lot of years. They're not going to be saying, well, this is obsolete now, we can't use it. Another thing that's coming on the market, we noticed last year and this year, there's a lot of seaweed based fertilizers coming on the market, and I do think that it's a thing in the future with you know, the way we're going to be looking after our environment and an awful lot more, and people do say to me, you know, well, actually what's the point of me buying an expensive sprayer? They're going to be banned in a year or two. That's not going to happen. What's going to happen is a lot of the chemicals, they're getting rid of the hardened chemicals and the dangerous chemicals out of them, and they're being replaced with, you know, more environmentally friendly chemicals, and that's the way it's gone. It's already in chemical, or in, so I won't use the word chemicals, it's in products, and it's chemical free for moss and that, and more we find that that's the way it's going. So all our equipment is quite capable of spraying any of those products. And I mentioned earlier on there's a lot of seaweed based fertilizers coming available for the farmers. I know there's a lot of experimental work been done on seaweed based fertilizers, and apparently it's very, very good. And we have already sold some of our kits, this big 95 with that boom, to some of the companies that's experimenting and trying out these seaweed based chemicals. So all our products, we're, as I say, watching all the time with any of the changes that's been made in the chemicals, regulations, type of sprays that's coming out. So we make sure that if you buy one of our units, that it's going to last you for a long, long time. Or if any modifications has to be done to it, we're well aware of it, well in hand. So, you know, you're not going to get caught out with a sprayer that's going to be of no use to you in 6 months' time or a year's time. Very important. So that's that. So I think that's everything I think that I have in here that I can show you on this trip. This offer is still, the straw offer is still on here, right? So that particular 95 litre there, anybody that buys any of our products throughout the day, it doesn't make a difference if it's a hand lance, a set of wheels, whatever, however amount of money you spend, sorry, I'm getting mixed on my word, however much you spend, right, you still go in here for this 95 litre, 3 gallon per minute, pump on it, right? It's the actual identical tank to that one there that I just showed you on the 3.3 metre boom, and it will take the 3.3 metre boom. So if you win this, and you want to add a boom to it later on, you can go for the real big boom if you want to, or you can actually fit an econo boom to it. If you already own one of these and you win this, right, we will actually look after you. You know, you can get the value of the tank in money wise or whatever, or you can talk to us about one of our other products if you want to you know, exchange it for something else, whatever. We'll negotiate with you and we'll talk to you. We're doing that draw live here at 5. I think young Mikey, hopefully he'll be available to do that. I won't do the draw myself because that wouldn't be fair. The tickets are all in here in this drum. I think you might be able to see it there. We're going to seal the drum and we're going to give it a good old push up and down the workshop floor here, and then we'll pull a ticket for the lucky winner of this one. And the name will be put up. We'll be putting that camera back on here again in a second so you can actually see the winner of that up live while the streaming lasts for the day. Now, last but no means least is I'll take these out of the way again, and I just have a quick. I miss me help today, so I do. But anyway, now, so one of the main reasons why we're here, or how all this came about, was we're after winning a major award with Enterprise Ireland in conjunction with the National Ploughing Championships for our SUIP quad lock. I do say, actually, I've said it a few times to Brian Cairns, this is either going to make me a millionaire or kill me. And he said, it's probably going to kill you and then you'll be a millionaire. So at least somebody else will get the earn the money out of it. But it's an absolutely fantastic bit of kit. Not because I came up with the idea, because we do come up with ideas on products and, you know, we don't get too excited about them. You know, it's good and we sell them and we make money. But from the word go on this one, I always felt that it deserved recognition. I always felt that it was a product that, not because I invented it or I thought of it or the SUIP developed it or whatever, but I felt that it was one of these products that really works very well and that there was a huge demand for. I really did. And we have a patent on this. Spent a lot of money on this and it's patented and all right. And again, the consensus were from our advisors that it was well worth spending the money on to get a patent on it. So, and that's what we've done. So we actually developed this lock. I'll just give you a quick demonstration on it there because we haven't got a quad bike handy to do it. We've done them earlier on. So, and you can see this, by the way, at any stage on our website. If you go to www.swipco.ie, there's demonstration videos of this quad lock on our website, you know, the quad bike going onto it and how it works and all that. But I like to show it off as well, so I'm going to show you a quick demonstration. It's also on those people that will be familiar with Dundee, a free tip for Dundee. Yeah, we use Dundee all the time for our ads, we find it's a good platform to sell our stuff. So the demonstration ads is there on Dundee, and also there's a video on there of the Enterprise Ireland have done a video, a very, very nice video in conjunction with the award, and that's also on Dundee, and it's on various platforms on Facebook, and it'll be on our website if it's not on it already. So basically we come up with this, right? When we done the research on this, the general consensus was that a fixed piece of equipment that fitted to the ground, right, locked in your shed, right, the quad bike could be easily put onto, locked, and drive away from it again, was the best type of equipment to secure your quad bike. Trackers and all that is very fine, but the thieves are well ahead of the posse on that one, and they're coming up with ideas to actually jam your tracker. I know for a fact, I know some people have had their quad bike stolen, they've had trackers on them, shoved into the back of a van, the tracker can't get a signal, and the quad bike is on its way to Timbuktu on a boat somewhere. The recovery rate, and we know this, and it's not fictional figures, both in England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, is less than 5% of bikes recovered. And I do often say, where are they going to? They're obviously going somewhere, so please don't give the thief the opportunity of taking your very, very valuable bike. The average quad bike nowadays, we say a Honda 420 or that entry level bike, you're looking at €8,500 up to 13, 14, 15,000. Most bikes are stolen within 3 minutes. They just wheel the quad bike out of the shed into the back of a van and away it goes. Or in the sad incident in England there, everybody knows well, very, very publicised, where the poor man was killed, the guard in England, or policeman in England, and he was killed actually trying to recover a stolen quad bike. It was actually been towed behind a vehicle up a laneway, and that happens here in Ireland as well. Quad bikes are left out in farm yards, they come along, hitch it up to something and it's gone. And it just happens so quick. So we were hearing all these horror stories that shows that we were going to, so I decided that, look, we're going to come up with something that's going to, you know, alleviate this problem, and we did just that. It's probably more than 2 years in the making. We done an original prototype of it, and we actually done the prototype out of a discarded poster, an election poster. Done the prototype, got an original one made. We made one up, we made the mock-up of it, right, and we actually got it working. We had lots of problems with getting proper locks to actually fit onto it, and again that would be user friendly. There's no point in having a good high quality security device and a padlock hanging on it that you can cut off it with an angle grinder or, you know, a shear, bolt cutters. You know, so it was never going to have a actual padlock or that type of lock on it. So we had lots and lots of trouble getting a particular lock that would actually work. So with a lot of trial and error and hundreds of locks later, we have 2 very high quality locks that are built into the device. There's one built in there and there's one actually down below. So when this quad lock is locked, the quad bike is going nowhere off it. So we had all that done then, and it really had no certification or anything. And really and truly, it's just a big lump of metal. And we think it's a great idea and it does the job and everything right. But to the general public and for our sanity, that we're not selling something that a quad bike is going to be stolen off or whatever, right? We needed to get it tested and we needed to get certification on it. So when we were doing our research, unfortunately in Ireland we had no place to get it tested, there was no place. And the only place that I gather is in Europe, is this one in the UK. It's called a company called Sole Secure. Now some people will be familiar with this if you're involved in the security industry, locks and all that. It's run by the master locksmiths of the UK. Very, very reputable company, and they don't mess around when they start doing tests. I think something like 70% of the products that's offered to them for testing, they won't test at all. They take a look at it, they give it a quick look over, and they say, no thank you, that will not pass our test, and they don't even test it. So luckily, when we submitted this to Sole Secure in the UK, it goes through an absolute battery of tests. It goes through a huge number of tests. They drill it, they weld it, they cut it, they actually freeze it. Because one of the techniques actually of breaking a lock, as a lot of people would know, you can buy portable cans of it's not CO2, it's a gas that freezes. So when you actually spray it on it, liquid nitrogen I think it is, and you can actually spray it on it and it becomes brittle, and you hit it with a hammer and it'll actually break off. So Sole Secure, when they're testing their equipment, that's one of the tests they do on it. They also test the actual lock itself, right? But they also test the actual lock barrels. Now on these, I'll just take the key out of this one here, just to give you a quick look. They actually test the barrels that the key goes into. So on this particular lock, when it was tested, they tested to different levels. So you get silver, gold, diamond and platinum. When the Sole Secure in the UK tested this lock, they've actually given it a diamond standard, which is the highest level of security you can get on an item. So we were very, very pleased with that, because at the time we didn't know whether it would pass these tests or not. If it failed any of the tests, there was no way we would have been able to sell that on the open market. So we now have the backing of Sole Secured, which is this company here, is certified, and we are very happy about that, because at least now we know that this device is tested independently by a company that specialise in automotive security devices and other security devices. So, you know, we are very, very happy about that. The other thing is that there's a company that actually, if I can get their cert there, it's called Secured by Design. I'll try and memorise it all, but it's actually certified. A company called Secured by Design, which is a company actually that works in conjunction with the police force in the UK, Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland. And they actually have security, they call them preferred security devices. So they're devices that they will recommend to the general public to secure, i.e. the quad bike or whatever. This quad lock has been tested by these people, and they have actually given a certification as the preferred security device for a quad bike, which again is an additional security for us as well as the customer, that this lock will do what it says it does. And again, that's a very good accreditation for the quad lock. So we're very happy that we've got all the certification and accreditation on the quad lock that it really needed to get to make it, you know, a viable security device, and not us saying that it was. The other thing on it was, The actual keys, there was no use having a lock if you could actually get a key. We looked at the possibility of using coded pads and that on it, right? And a lot of people said, oh, it'd be great to have a coded pad on it. It wasn't really robust enough. We couldn't find a coded pad that was robust enough. They need batteries. It just wouldn't be reliable. These would be fitted in yards, in farmers' yards. They get plenty of abuse. They actually they're waterproof, you can get rain on them. So a key pad really wasn't a viable option for us. So there's a company that manufactures these particular locks. Now with these, you cannot have them copied. So when you get your quad lock, it actually comes with 3 keys. So what you do when you get your keys, you actually have to register. We're not allowed to keep the codes on these or anything for security reasons. So we don't even know the codes on these. So if you lose all 3 keys, please don't. What you can do is you actually register your keys. So when you get your quad lock, it comes with a security card like this with a security number on it, right? And you register the keys with the lock company. You can have your key replaced. So if you lose your key, or if you want to, we say you're down to 2 keys or whatever, you break a key or you damage a key or lose it, you actually ring the company, give them your security code, right? And they will reproduce the key. I think it's done in the UK, and the key comes to you within 24 hours. So that's an added security. So if somebody actually, you have different people working on the quad bikes or that, and they get hold of a key, they cannot copy it. So it's another added security that you're not worrying somebody has copied your key and they can go into a local shop and actually copy the key. That won't happen. That was another part of our research. It's another part of the security of the lock. So I think we have crossed all the T's on this one and dotted the I's. So, and again, I think that is one of the reasons why it's actually won this major engineering award, which we're very, very happy about. Again, we have this on, we have a bit of a discount on this for the Ploughing. If anybody is interested in this. Another question we get asked, this will fit any quad bike, any width wheel. The adjustment is here on it for the width of the wheel. It actually goes in to the rim and locks it in the rim. So it will actually fit any width of any wheel on a quad bike, the widest wheel. Also people say, well, if our quad bike, I should put this key back in here in case I lose it. If, for example, we change our quad bike, we buy a new quad bike and it goes into a bigger rim, we won't be going to a smaller rim because, quad bike started off at 10 inch and we have actually the standard one at the moment in it that will actually fit the smallest wheel up to the biggest wheels on the market. But if you get an increase on some quad bikes, some of the Yamahas now, the U ones are coming out, there's actually a bigger diameter rim on it. So this disc going in will be slightly too small to be actually fully secured in the rim, because this is actually part of the security of it. When this is actually pushed in, this actually goes into the rim on the quad bike. So the quad bike is double locked. It's locked in the rim in here, and it's also, this device here is locked down there. So if the wheel diameter changes, right, all you have to do is, we have bigger discs here, and the disc can be changed. Now you have to have the key of the lock to do it. So it would be tape for anything, cannot change this. You have to have the key. This plunger here can be changed up to a bigger diameter. And again, this is, thanks to SUIP, this is actually forward thinking by, new bikes coming out. So you buy your quad lock and you say, bloody hell, it won't fit me new bike or whatever. We've kind of, again, forward thinking, we're looking at all those problems. And that's one of the ones that we're foreseeing. So when bigger diameter rims come out, all you have to do is change the insert in this lock here to take the rim. The width of the wheel won't make any difference, because there is the widest wheel you'll ever get on a quad bike. We'll take it on this. If it's any wider than that, it actually shouldn't be on a quad bike. So that particular width wheel on the front of a quad bike is maximum you will get. So we've actually tested it on the maximum width, and this will compensate for any changes on the diameter of the rims. So we do our work on it, and we'll make sure that we're ahead of any new developments. So that's our quad lock. As I say, we're very, very pleased, and thanks again to Enterprise Ireland in conjunction with the National Ploughing Championship, and the Farmers Journal, by the way, was involved in this award. So we're very, very happy about that. It's not going to go to our heads. We have won an award before for the SUIP Ride On, and as I say, look, we get on with it. We'll be going to the next project that we have. We're selling our existing equipment, and we will be developing. We have 1 or 2 new projects there that we will be developing. This quad lock will be automatically in the Ploughing 2021 in the innovation arena, because the new innovations are always at the Ploughing in the innovation arena, which couldn't happen this year because of the COVID. So we automatically will have the quad lock in the innovation arena for 2021, which is very, very nice. So we've already the work done on that, got the award, so it'll be going in there. So we're looking forward to that, you know, and I hope the COVID has ceased a little bit and that the 2021 Ploughing will go ahead, as will all the other competitions or shows like Royal Highland. We're looking forward to National Ploughing Championships, of course, and also Balmoral. By the way, this was actually going on the Balmoral show with the PSNI on their security stand, both in the Royal Highland show and Balmoral this year. So, you know, that's a little bit of a downer for us, because this would be on their stand been the preferred security device, and that would have been super. But look, we get on with it. It's a little knockback, would have been nice, but it'll be on it next year. So it's a little bit disappointing, but I mean, if you took every disappointment too serious, you know, you wouldn't get up out of bed in the morning. So we don't do that around here, so we just get on with it. So that's about it for now. Again, if you have any questions or queries or anything that I might have forgotten, and I have no cue cards or anything, there's nothing scripted, so if I have forgotten anything, please ring me on 087 if you want to buy something, or if you want to give out to me or something, right? I don't mind. So call me on 087 612 2294 directly, right? I will speak to you directly once one of the phones come free. I'll talk to you directly. And I'll be back, we're on, what are we on now? We're on 4 o'clock. I'll be back at 4:30, and what we'll be doing then, we'll come back at 4:30, right? We'll be getting ready for the draw, and we'll do a little bit more. Maybe some people might want to see another demonstration or whatever. Make sure and ring me in the meantime, and we'll organise one for you live. As I say, we cannot see you, so don't worry what you look like. We don't mind. And some people are a little bit shy coming on the cameras, as I would be myself. So don't be shy. We actually cannot see you. You can see us, and we can talk to you directly, right? But we actually cannot see you. So you can just come on, ring us, right, and say, well, look, I want to get another look at the SUIP, or I want to get a look at the Toby eye, or whatever, tip and trailer. We'll do that for you. It's not a problem. And we can do that right up till 6 o'clock, because our stream goes live from, I think it started at 9 this morning, and it goes through till 6, and then it's shut off. We have no say in that. So you can do that right up to 6 o'clock this evening. I'll be here, and I'll gladly do any demonstration. I enjoy doing the demonstration, so there's no problem. And showing off our equipment, so there's no problem doing that. So please give us a ring on 087 612 2294 if you have any queries, questions, you want to buy any of our products, go in our draw, and I'll be back at 4:30, right, and we'll just finish off at that. That'll be the last one, and we'll do our draw, and some lucky winner will be receiving this. We deliver this, by the way, as well, too. It doesn't make a difference if you're in the UK. We do a lot of sales in the UK and Northern Ireland. It makes no difference where you win it. Once you have done a sale with us over the last 3 days, we'll get this particular sprayer to you directly, sent out by Fastwell Courier, so we'll make sure you get it. So that's great. Thank you very much for your time, right, and your patience, and I'll talk to you at 4:30 for the last time, sadly. Thank you very much. There we go. Hello and welcome back. My name is Pius McLeod, as most of you already know now, and welcome to the final session, we'll call it, of the SUIP 2020 virtual Ploughing stand. As I said earlier on, it's an awful pity that we cannot be at the National Ploughing Championships because it's been cancelled because of the COVID. So we just have to make do with what we have and just get on with it. So we decided, as I mentioned before, that we do a virtual ploughing, which is what we're doing. I have to say I thoroughly enjoyed the last 3 days. This is something new for us. We haven't done this type of thing before, streaming live online, and it's something that I'm just not used to, right? But like everything else, we adapt very quickly, and I would be the type of person that, when we go to shows and that, I like to have a big audience around me, and I like to talk to people directly and throw questions at me, and show off our gear and explain all our equipment to them. I enjoy doing that, and I don't really get the opportunity to do that very often because we're always very, very busy here in our workshop, in our manufacturing department, which is next door here, right at the back of this stand. And this area here tomorrow or later on tonight will be back in a manufacturing department. So I don't get the opportunity very often to actually go out these days, except from the shows. And unfortunately this year that all the shows were cancelled, we have great relationship with the likes of Bunny Conlon. We've been doing it for years. Again, sadly missed this year to us and a lot of other companies. Balmoral in Northern Ireland, our products were going to be on it this year. Our award-winning quad lock was going to be on the police stand there in Northern Ireland as a preferred security device. A big loss to our company really. It was also going to the the Scottish show this year, the Royal Highland show in Scotland, on the police stand as well as a preferred security device. So that would be a big boost to our award-winning SUIP lock, which we've just won the award for, which I just mentioned as we finish up this evening. Having said all that, right, we just can't sit on our laurels and blame COVID for everything and not do anything and sort of be going around with sad faces on us. And we have an obligation, and I mentioned this before, we have a great customer base. We have an obligation to our customers that we've already sold a lot of products to down through the years. A lot of stuff still under warranty, a backup service on it. If somebody is out with their sprayer and something goes wrong and have a breakdown, there's no point in saying, COVID is on, we can't actually help you. We didn't do that, and luckily by the nature of how we were running our business during COVID, obviously we take all the precautions, we were able to continue on supplying our customers with our products, which was very, very good. It was good for the customers and it was good for our business. So that's one of the reasons why we decided to do the 3 days virtual display and have offers on, which will run, by the way, we'll run the offers right up to 6 o'clock. I'm a little bit late coming on. I was supposed to be on at 4:30, but the phones were very, very busy and those people needed to talk to me, so we were a little bit late coming back on. But we'll be running all the offers right up until 6 o'clock. So anybody that wants to avail of any of the offers, including our 520cc quad bike, that comes with a free quad lock up until 6 o'clock. That's the last one we have. So anybody that wants to avail of that, it's the last one we have with that offer. We have plenty of quad bikes, but it's the last one we have on that offer. And we'll run that right up till 6 o'clock. In or around 5 o'clock there, we will be doing a draw. Anybody that's bought stuff off us there all during the 3 days of our virtual ploughing. I just wheel around a little bit there and I'll bring over our virtual award there as well too. Went in here in the drum for a draw, and the draw here is this 95 litre heavy duty 3 gallon per minute tank. It's very, very good quality. We've been selling this for years. It's boom ready, so anybody that buys this, anybody that wins this particular one can add a boom to it later on. If you already have the tank and you win this, you can we'll negotiate with you for some other one of our products, or you can actually get the value of the money off the tank. So we'll be doing that at around 5 o'clock. I have Mikey coming over, hopefully he'll be here, and well, he better be here to do the draw, and he's actually one of my apprentices here that has worked with me during the summer, and we'll have to do obviously the COVID distancing and all that, because it is quite a small area here. So what we'll be doing is, the drum is all ready, all the tickets are in there, right, so we'll be giving it a good old roll. We take off this, we'll give it a good old hoosh, and we'll pick out a winner. Now we'll be ringing the winner live. The tickets are all in there, right, they're folded up, they're sealed, and hopefully all the phone numbers are on it. So if now whether your number's on it or whether we can contact you by phone or not, you still win the prize. It's just that I'd like to personally, you know, award you the prize live. So once again, as I say, if you want to inquire about anything, if you want to buy any of our products, by all means, right up until 6 o'clock all day tomorrow, ring us any day. The discounts will definitely be stopping this evening at 6 o'clock. We have all our products on a special offer. So, you know, ring us on 087 6122294, right? Or go to our website, which is www.swipco.ie, and click the live link on it there, and you can come live on to watch the draw or talk to me, you know, whatever. Dial the number then, I can actually speak to you directly myself if you want to ask me something. So I have to say that, as I said, this whole system is new to us. I think with the way that the COVID has affected us and other things, I think that more and more we will be doing some of these shows and some of these demonstrations and actually selling our products rather than just online, and you go online and you actually buy it. I think more and more, and the more I've done this over the last 3 days, when I get a handle on it properly, we will be doing more of these, because it's an absolute brilliant way to actually show something to somebody live, and they can then ring us, and we've had an awful lot of calls and inquiries and sales as a result of it. So I think with the way the world is going, we definitely will be doing much more of these. Of course, all these live streaming, and anybody that's done it, as says, it's my first time doing it, just doesn't happen overnight. There's a lot of people involved behind the scenes, and there's no point in running a show like this and advertising numbers and advertising a website and everything, and nobody at the end of the phones to answer the phones. So what I will do now is, before we do the draw, I'd just like to thank some people that was key in actually organising and setting up this whole organisation and setting up the live stream, which has to be set up every day. It runs from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 in the evening, and there's quite a bit of setting up on it. You know, getting the stream live onto YouTube, the stream live onto Facebook and all that. So what I'd like to do at this stage, I'd just like to thank a few people that was key in organising this and keeping the whole show running. Darrell Kerrigan, which is creative, Darrell Kerrigan Creative. Darrell does our website, he does all our advertising, he produces all our posters and that. And Darrell's the kind of a guy, we can ring him, give him an idea of what we want. I think he absolutely reads our minds. He's very good at what he does, and I'd like to thank him for, it's always last minute with us. We ring Darren and say, well, we need this link done on our website, we need this put on our website, right? He's been very helpful in doing that. I would like to thank him, and he's been with us from day one. We have a handful of people that we can depend on if we need to put a show on or whatever. We have a handful of people that we can depend on down through the years, never have let us down, and they're absolutely key in keeping the show on the road. You know, we're a small company, we're a small organisation, but we have key people that we can call on that keeps the show running, and be able to produce a show like this and get it out to a worldwide audience at very short notice, and a one-off. And there's no rehearsal for this. We have no cue cards, we have nothing. We have to do this just, you know, live and, you know, ad-lib. So thanks to Darren for that one, right? Also, the next people I would like to thank Joanne Sweeney. Joanne has a company, I think Joanne is based in Galway, it's Joanne Sweeney Digital. Joanne actually keeps the link live to Facebook and that, and Joanne is doing a promotion, that's her job, in the background, connecting it to Facebook, you know, live, so we're getting maximum advertising and output, and that the people actually know. There's no point in setting the camera up and doing a show and putting on a performance here and me talking for 8 hours or whatever, without people being able to link to it and be able to view it and go back on it again and look at it and, you know, see the faults on it or whatever, or come and complain to me, or come to me and make a sale, which is even more important. I think one of our videos, our promotion videos, was actually watched 12,000 times yesterday. So it gives you an idea of the power of this, what we would call, I know digital streaming is out there quite a while, but it's quite new to us, and I think we're lucky enough to be able to exploit it, and I suppose clever enough to be able to, when the chips are down, to be able to use live streaming to be actually able to promote our products and let people see live exactly what we do, and, you know, give a live demonstration. That's another thing that we will definitely be doing in the future, is that if somebody rings us up and they're in Cork or Kerry or England or wherever, we're a big English market, and they actually want to see one of our products, i.e. the quad lock, in operation. And an awful lot of people like to see something before they buy it. Not that they don't distrust us, but I would be of the same thinking, that I would very rarely buy something without actually seeing it physically working. A lot of the times they may not be able to see it near where they are in the UK or whatever, right? So it would be a great opportunity for us to actually demonstrate these items live here in our own showroom or our own workshop. So that's something we will definitely be looking at as a result of the success of what we've done over the last 3 days. So thanks to Joanne for that. She has been a huge help in keeping the show running behind the scenes. All I have to do is come in here and talk for 8 hours or whatever. These people are keeping the show running in the background. So the likes of Joanne, thank you very much for that. Also, I would like to thank Mike and James, and they're at Studio Row. Mike and James at Studio Row. They're the people, they specialise in setting up the stream, cameras. There's a brain box in there at the back, I won't go near it, but it's actually all set up in the background. And this is the equipment that actually streams me live through the camera onto the World Wide Web. So again, at short notice, within a day or two, when we decided to do this, those people, Mike and James, were out here, and they actually called on Sunday to set the equipment up. So again, without the likes of these people, and it's great to see people that have the integrity and the willingness and the in bad times or in COVID times, that they're able to, do something at short notice. And I had to meet these people before. These were new to us, we were just introducing them. And they'd come out here, set up the camera, set up the transmitting equipment and all that, the little brain box here behind us, that decodes it all and gets it all working, right? So a big thanks to those, right? And I say, without those people, this just wouldn't happen, right? Just a recap on basically what all this was about and how it came about originally. We entered a competition with Enterprise Ireland. It was a virtual competition that was launched a couple of months ago. There's a competition at the National Ploughing Championships every year that you can enter a new innovation for. It's a competition run by the National Ploughing Championships every year. They couldn't hold that this year, so they actually done a virtual one. And again, new to me and new to a lot of people, we had to actually do submit our product, right, and then do a live webinar in front of the judges, right, which was very, very new to us. I mean, I would prefer to go on Dragon's Den live or go in front of these people live. It was new to me to sit at a computer and just talk to them. But I found once I was onto it and I could see what it was like, I was quite comfortable with it. And I must have done something right, because we actually did win this very prestigious award. We're very, very happy. It's great for SUIP, it's great for the people that have stuck with us through thick and thin over the last 5 years. As anybody knows, setting up a company in Ireland at any stage, in good times or bad, is very, very difficult. It's sad to see that some very, very good companies with some very, very good ideas, it just fails. Simply because maybe they mightn't have the backup to actually, they have very good products, but they haven't got the backup to actually project their project onto the open market or onto the World Wide Web. Because products like these does need promotion. You can't just produce a product like this and put it on a website and sell it. It just doesn't work. I mean, this product has to be actually demonstrated, and then you need the expertise of the people that actually do this job, promoted. So sorry, just 1 second there. I want to click a button here. Sorry about this now. What's going to happen here? No, that's right. One of my monitors there at the back was just timing out there, and I don't want it to time out because I have absolutely no idea how I'm in relation to the camera if it goes, so it was actually timing out there. Sorry about that. Problem cured. Deadly at the electronics. So we did win this award from the National Ploughing, from Enterprise Ireland in conjunction with the National Ploughing Championships, and not to forget the Farmers Journal. They all come down here to our workshop, examined what we do, had a look at our product live. You already have seen a video of it virtually. They were very, very impressed with the quality of our product and generally about the layout, how we operate and how we do things. And we do things a special way. We don't allow anybody to dictate to us how we do things. We do quality products. We do things a certain way. Maybe sometimes, we might get it wrong, very rarely, but we actually do things our way. And thankfully, it has worked very well for us. So thanks again to Enterprise Ireland. There's my gold medal, has fallen out of that. Solid gold. So thanks to Enterprise Ireland, as I say once again, for this award. It's a huge achievement for SUIP. As I say, it puts us on a different plane for promoting all our products in the future. And we have some products in the pipeline. Some of them we had to shelve this year because of COVID. They couldn't be tested because we get all our products tested independently. If we design something and manufacture it ourselves, it's good for us and we think it's great and everything, right? But it's no use without having it tested. Likewise with the quad lock, that's been tested to the highest diamond standard for security reasons. All our booms, nozzles, sprayers and all that, they're all tested, calibrated to a very, very high quality. So it's part of our promotions and our thinking that we produce good quality equipment, and that if somebody buys one of our pieces of equipment, that they know what they're buying. And thankfully we're at a stage by where when we go to these shows, people specifically come to our stands and our shows looking for a SUIP product. So our name, by the way, just as a by the by, a lot of people ask me, and I said it earlier on, about the name. They ask me where the name comes from. And it gets called all sorts of things. It's actually spelled SUIP. Sometimes when I'm down at the sea there for a break to clear my head, there's a lot of surfers down there that think I'm a surfer, so it looks like surf up and that. Some people call it SUIP. My local garage man said to me, "Pies, yeah, oh God, you're selling SUIP," when he's seen it on the van. But actually what it is, we call it SUIP manufacturing. It's SUIP, and it's my name spelled backwards. So it's P-I-U-S spelled backwards. So that's where the name came from. It's a little bit catchy and people remember it. So the name Pies is easy enough to remember anyway. So it's just a handy way of remembering. So the name has been good to us. So the SUIP manufacturing brand is out there now. It's getting recognised more and more. And I think in Ireland and in Europe as well, branding is fierce important, because people look at something, they look at a brand or a product, and they look at the name, and you get a good name for a brand, and it just works very well. It takes a long time to get it to a certain point, but once it gets to a certain point, people recognise it, and as I say, when we go to the shows, they actually come looking for one of our products, which it really is an honour and a privilege to do, and it's an honour and a privilege to represent Enterprise Ireland. On behalf of SUIP, I'd like to thank once again, Enterprise Ireland for that. Now, before we go to the draw, I would like to thank my own family, Liz, which has been busy on the phones. I'm trying to remember the name. Susan, I'm going to mention my four daughters first. Susan, Caroline, Dawn and Olivia. Big help. They always are operating in the background, answering the phones or whatever. Because of the COVID again, we're limited, unfortunately, how many we can have in on the stand. But these people are working constantly behind the scenes, answering the phones, keeping me in coffee and so on. So I thank them very much. I'd also thank especially Niall. You would met him yesterday. Absolute great young fella. He can put him doing anything. Welding, talking. He really is. I missed him today actually, because it was a big help to me yesterday. We were doing the demonstrations yesterday, and unfortunately he's not with us today. He's doing other things, so he couldn't be with us today. But I'd like to thank him very, very much, because he really is a Trojan young fella. And anybody else, just in case I forget anybody, that has helped us win this award, and there is people behind the scenes that help us and this is due to their hard work. So I would like to thank them all very, very much. So I think now, hopefully, we will be ready to do the draw, because once we do the draw, then I ring the person who wins it. I've always wanted to do this, to ring them live on air and tell them the good news. So we're going to be doing that now very shortly, so bear with me. Is Mikey available? Hello? Hello? Mikey, come on. Don't be shy. Come on. No, you're fine. Just, are you alright, Mikey, yeah?
Yeah.
Good man. What's that? Oh, I'll show you what to do. You come on in here, I'll show you what to do. Just give your hands a host there on the... Mikey is on his way here. There's no rehearsals on this or anything, so we want to make sure that this straw is absolutely 100% genuine, that Mikey hasn't even seen this drum or anything. So we'll keep the distance of Mikey just for, say hello to the World Wide Web there. What we're going to do, we keep our distance, Mikey, because of the COVID and that, right? I give my hands another host as well too. So what we're going to do, Mikey, right? Over the last 3 days, right? By the way, Mikey works here during the summer. He's actually my apprentice. He's a large part of this organisation. Probably someday he'll own the whole lot, so that's good for him. So Mikey is going to actually take the tickets out. So basically, Mikey, what we're going to do is, underneath this tank here, and this is the tank actually that we're doing the draw for, anybody that's bought any of our equipment over the last 3 days, we've put a ticket in that drum, right? The drum is sealed. I've sealed it all up, right? Now, what you might do actually, Mike, before that is, will you get me a phone, right? Because what I want to do is, when we draw it out, right, the person's number will be on it, right? So I'll ring them directly. So you might give me a phone. Bring me in a phone. A phone, yeah, your own phone. Please. What's that? Oh, sorry, there's a slight bit of a delay on the draw because 2 more customers have come in. So people have bought actually just very, very recently there, so it would be a pity not to put them in the draw. So if you bear with us for a minute, we're actually getting those. The girls have taken 2 more orders there. Goes to show you how quick the orders come in, thankfully. It's great. So there's 2 more, Caroline, yeah. So we have 2 more in the pipeline to put in here, right? So I just remove this sprayer, right, and we can leave that off then, right? So this is the sprayer, beautiful piece of equipment that some lucky customer is going to win. So I just leave this out of the way if I don't trip and break my leg. Right, when I see this come up, right, so I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just take the top of this off here. I'll just do this here in front of everybody. So you just put those in there, right, and we'll be giving this a good
There's one other one coming.
They're sealed up and all, yeah?
Yeah.
Is it sealed with the tape, yeah?
There's no
No,
tape.
for tape on it. Wait, hold on, yeah.
I'll leave this there. And there's another one coming back.
Right, okay, come on. Now make sure it's sealed like this, look. And we'll do the COVID distance.
Another one.
Right, so they're sealed up there. Right, so give us the other one. But this might go on for 4 or 5 more hours if the orders keep coming in. We'll do it after this one, right? Because once the drum starts rolling on the ground, that's it. We won't be taking any more. Lovely, Mikey, thank you very much. And we'll seal this one up as well too. I'm actually looking forward to doing this, Mikey, because it's a bit like that show on the television. What do you call it? What's my line or something there, yeah? How was school going today? Good? Good, man. Right, so that's it. That's the last one in there. So what we're going to do, Mikey, is we'll seal this drum up again, right?
Okay.
Make sure that none of these fall out. And when we give it a good roll in there, right? Then we'll take the lid off it, right? And you'll pick one out, right? I'll let you know when to do that. So in the meantime, right, that's it now. Right, so what you do is there, make sure that the bottom is fall out. There's no hidden the JJ. Give that a good roll in there, Mike. I'll send that over to you. Give it a good old hook, up and down. That's it, and roll it. Give it a good roll in the back. Roll it in the camera, right?
Alright.
Yeah, go on. I'll give it a good old hook there. Keep it going, yeah. Keep it going. Yeah, good roll. Go on, you can give her another one, yeah? Give it a good old motion. Right, so what we'll do now, make sure that it's in camera there. I think just come in here a bit, Mikey, right? As I say, I'll keep me distance from you, right? So look, I'll open, Mike. You can stand back there for a second again, please. And what I'm going to do is, I'll take the seal off it here now, right? We'll take the lid off it. You reach in, don't look. We can't see anything anyway.
Yeah.
God, that's very good tape. I remember, just a little funny thing there, I remember back in the day, early on, I always admired people that had their own tape with their brand on it. They actually had the brand on the tape, and I thought this was always a great thing. Or to actually own one of these to dispense the tape, right? I actually have 2 of these now, and our name is on it, right? So I feel very good about that. But it's just a little thing. It's great advertisement, actually, and it's actually a very good quality tape. It's another one of those things that we have one company that supplies us with this particular tape and some other badges and that, and it's very, very good quality. And we've been using the one company from day one, right? So what I'm going to do now, Mike, I'm going to rip this other one out, right? Now, so what you do is don't rip it, right? Make sure it's on in camera shot here. That will be a good report for you here. Right, so you reach down into it, right? Take one out. And I have a phone that's have one, Mikey?
Yeah.
But man, Mikey, well done. Thank you very much, Mikey. You can stay in. You can stay in, and I won't feel so lonely then. So, there's 2 in this here. They've crossed each other, look. Back in again. Put the lid back on again. There actually was one had gone in the middle.
Roll it there, Colette.
No, we'll roll it again. No, it's not Murphy's Law. It was actually one stuck into the other one. Right. Right. Back in again there, Mike. You don't want to give it too much of a... Just bear put your hand on the end of there, Mike, and it doesn't actually come off. Roll it in and out there. Give it a go.
Don't fall now.
Come on, Mikey. Can we go out? Now, straighten her up on her end again. Take the lid off. Make sure it's in camera shot then. Take the lid off to it. Oh, this is like this is like what kind of shows you do on the television? You do practice, Mikey, if you ever get on the television. You put your hand in there again, right? And hopefully we get one out this time, right? Come on, Mikey. Yeah, we have one this time, yeah? Yeah, that's it, right. Now, who's going to be the lucky winner? I always wanted to do this, by the way. So what I'm going to do is, hopefully there's a telephone number on this as well. I think there's numbers on most of them, or all of them. And what we'll do is, we'll ring the actual customer live, which will be very... Right. Oh, Tubridy, look out, I'm after his job. Someone said I should be doing Brian Tubridy's job. They couldn't afford me. Right, the winner of our 95 litre spot sprayer, quad sprayer, is somebody called Doreen Tate. Doreen Tate.
No, it's not. No, it's Darren Tate.
Oh, sorry, Darren. So this is Darren Tate, and Darren is in County Monaghan. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to give Darren a ring, and I'll see if we can talk to him. Liz, you might take the security. Yeah, will you get him? So what you do is we'll make it very lively now. So what we're doing there is Darren, the winner of the 95 litre spot sprayer, again, anybody that bought on our website or on directly from us, right, entered in a draw for that 95 litre spot sprayer. And the winner, I thought it was Doreen first, but it's Darren Tate, and Darren is in County Monaghan. So what we're trying to do now is contact him directly if he answers his phone, right, and I'll talk to him and give him the good news. Liz, I'm waiting. Hi. It's very hard to get things done here when you want to get them done right. So really, that's the end of that, right? We've come to the end of the 3 days live SUIP 2020 ploughing, virtual ploughing, right? I must say that I thoroughly enjoyed myself. It was all new to me, and it was a new venture for SUIP. As I say, new to us. I have to say that once I got into the swing of things, I thoroughly enjoyed it. So until next year, hopefully things will get back to normal, and that we will have a normal 2021 ploughing championship, which our quadlock is actually automatically going into now, because it's one this year that will be going into the National Ploughing Championships Innovation Arena. We're looking forward to that, and that's a good thing for SUIP. So hopefully things will settle down, and we will actually be able to do some more of our shows, and things will get a bit back to normal. And really looking forward to meeting Annie May again down at the Ploughing Championships, and all the other, and all our customers as well. And it's great to go to these shows and customers come up to us. As I said earlier on, 95% of people that buy our products we never see. So it's nice to meet them when we go to a show, and they come to us and say, well, look, we bought one of your products, you know, and they're happy with it, and that's good for us. That's all we need. So what I'm doing now at the minute, I'm waiting actually. Someone's trying to contact Darren Tate, and I just want to talk to him now to tell him the good news. Have we got him, Liz? Yeah, I know he is, yeah. Have you got him?
Don't know yet.
No, show me the phone and I'll try it. He's ringing, is he ringing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I always wanted to do this and see who answers the phone actually. So, who I'm trying to contact at the minute is Darren Tate, and Darren is County Monaghan. So I'm hoping to. Hello? Hello? Yeah, is that Darren? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Darren? Good man. I'll tell you what, Darren, you were live on, this is Pius McCloud SUIP Manufacturing down in Sligo, and I have good news for you. You were live on the World Wide Web, and I'm just after doing a draw here. You were in for a draw because you bought one of our products. What did you buy, by the way, Darren? What did you buy? Oh, good man, good man, good man. Right, well, you were after winning our 95 litre heavy duty 3 gallon per minute tank. Yeah, are you delighted about that? Are you happy? Good man, good man, good man. I say we were doing a ploughing live streaming there over 3 days, right? And anybody that entered, bought one of our products, right, during the 3 days, we actually put them in for a draw, and you were the lucky recipient of that, right? So look, I thought I'd give you a call live on while we're still live streaming, right? And I'm delighted to be able to do that, right? And we'll be in touch with you, Darren, and we'll be sending that out to you ASAP. All right, sir. Good man. Thank you very much. There's one happy customer.
You get him?
Delighted, yeah? Delighted? Delighted? Now, that's how it goes. So, that's one very, very happy customer. That is Darren Tate, County Monaghan. And just bring that up to the camera there. Just, where are we at? I'm sure it's the right way around. Yeah, Darren Tate. And Darren is in County Monaghan. We do sell a lot of business, a lot of spares down to County Monaghan. And, commiserations to everybody else. But the good news is we've got plenty more. And we look after our customers. So if you're interested in something, again, I'll just give you the number 087 61 22294, or go onto our website, which is www.swipco.ie, and our products are all on there. And sometimes people go onto our website and they're not sure what they want to buy. Please give us a ring. The advice is free, so just go on the website and look at the product you're thinking about buying, come back to us, and we look after you. 12 months warranty with all our products, full backup service. We keep all our spare parts here. Everything is on the shelf because we manufacture the stuff ourselves and assemble them. So everything that you need, if you have a problem or if something breaks down or the dog eats it, as happened once or twice with the nozzles, we send the stuff out to you within 24 hours. So that concludes my job. As I say, it's a little bit sad actually. It's like leaving the ploughing actually on the third day. You're working all day and the adrenaline is flying and everything, right? You've done a lot of sales, and then all of a sudden it's all over and you come down to work. And it's a bit like that now here. So thank you very much for watching and having the patience with me. I hope that I've done our products proud. As I say, there's no rehearsing on this, so we just have to talk and introduce the products as they go. So I hope I've done okay on it. Again, thanks to everybody who helped out. Thanks to everybody at SUIP Manufacturing, National Ploughing Championships, Farmers Journal, and hopefully we will talk soon. Thank you very much.